Chapter 1 of Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer, by Francis J. Finn. Ethelred Preston, Chapter 1. A letter from Ethelred's mamma. Seated at his desk on a bright Wednesday morning, towards the end of January, Father Edmonds, the Reverend President of Henry College, was gazing with a look of weariness upon the enormous mass of papers, pamphlets, and letters piled up before him. The gaze and the weariness lasted but a moment. Then he fixed his eyeglasses firmly upon his nose and set to work at distributing. While slipping the letters from his hand to a table at his side, he scanned their superscriptions, dropping some to the right and a great many to his left. The larger pile thus formed was made up of letters addressed to his students, the smaller of those addressed to himself and his community. From the letters, Father Edmonds went to the pamphlets, magazines, letters, and newspapers, and here the wastebasket came into service. With a dexterity born of long experience, the President could ascertain, in most cases at a glance, and without opening their wrappers, the general character of the enclosed missives. Before he had done with examining these, the wastebasket had received a generous moiety of current literature. The morning's mail thus sorted, Father Edmonds touched his bell, in answer to which a young gentleman, his private secretary, entered the room. "For the Vice-President," said Father Edmonds, pointing to the mail of the students. The secretary bowed, took the mail in his hands, and withdrew. Having thus narrowed his field of labour, Father Edmonds addressed himself to a more careful examination. Again taking up the letters, he selected his own. Opening these, he skimmed rapidly over the first 5, pigeon-holing 3 and dropping 2 into the wastebasket. But the 6th letter gave him pause. It was enclosed in a dainty, scented, square envelope, and was a very lengthy production. Setting aside the evidence of the perfumery, the communication was evidently the work of a woman. It was written down and across the page, in fat, sprawling letters, where M's and W's, and N's and V's were utterly indistinguishable. Father Edmonds sighed. He had struggled through such letters before. Nothing could be skipped, nothing taken for granted. Not infrequently, the most important part of such missives was to be found where the crossings were thickest. He began then the reading with mild resignation. Suddenly an expression of awakening interest came upon his features. As he reached the 3rd page, a smile began to flicker. It burst into a flame at the 4th, and blazed on merrily to the end, when he exclaimed, "Little Lord Fauntleroy the Second." He laughed quietly, and added, "I fancy the small boys of Henryton College are going to be awakened from their midwinter dullness. I must see the Vice-President at once." "Father Howard!" he exclaimed, as he entered the Vice-President's room a moment later. "Have you room in the junior division for a little Lord Fauntleroy?" "I have, certainly, but I'm not so sure about the boys. They may try in their innocent, but abrupt way, to find out whether he is really and truly real." "Well, it would appear that he is real enough. Just read this letter." Father Howard took the scented envelope, drew out the enclosure, and this is what he read. Reverend Edmund C. Edmonds. Reverend Dear Sir, It is after reflection and thought and many tears that I address myself to your kindness. I now find myself, dear Reverend, forced to face a trial which, alas, but 1 week ago, I could not so much as fancied. My darling boy and I must part. Ah, dear father, if you but knew what that meant! No one but a mother can appreciate the grief which fills my heart. The dear child is the picture of his father. He is lovely and innocent, and has never been away from my side, not even for 1 day. Whatever he knows, and he has gone quite far in spelling and botany, including the language of flowers, I have taught myself, and in my teachings I have addressed myself to the heart rather than to the head. He is not at all like other boys, of whom it may be said that they are uniformly rude, but has all the refinements of a young lady. He is docile, amiable, cheerful, happy as the day is long, the sweetest child imaginable. All his little ways are lovely. He is generous to a fault, in which he resembles his father, and is as sensitive as I was in the days of my youth, and conscientious to a degree approaching scrupulosity. And yet I am not, after the fashion of most mothers, blind to his faults. My little Ethelred is just the least trifle impetuous and inconsiderate. By those who do not understand him, he might be called thoughtless, but nevertheless he is so open to reason. A little talk, if kindly and considerately given, and accompanied by a little coaxing, will never fail to bring him to his senses. He has never been subjected to corporal punishment. The dear child is high-strung and so nervous, and would be injured for life by such barbarous treatment. Under no circumstances must the child be touched. This point I insist upon. Ethelred is a delicate child. Just after teething, he contracted a severe illness. Here the fond mother goes into a detailed account of all Master Ethelred's various ailments and maladies, mentioning incidentally, but at some length, several diseases by an especial providence he had just narrowly escaped. As all these details are of little interest to the public at large, and do not bear directly upon the story, I omit them. Now, dear Reverend Sir, in view of what I have told you, you must see how necessary it is that the greatest care be taken of Ethelred's health. He should get a glass of milk at least 4 times a day, twice in the morning and twice in the afternoon. The boy should by all means bring a cow along, muttered the Vice-President. If possible, he should have sweetbread every morning at breakfast, a glass of port wine at dinner, and dry toast at supper. He should bring his cook along too, injected the President. Ethelred is not a Catholic. I am an Episcopalian in theory, and my dear boy will probably join the same church. I am not a bigoted woman, and I believe that there are good Catholics, many of whom will doubtlessly go to heaven. My boy is naturally very religious, and I send him to your school because I understand that the moral training there is excellent. Miss Martin, whose nephew Earl Meriwether attends your college, gives me an excellent account of it. I do not know Earl personally, although his lamented mother and I were most intimate friends at school, and I feel that Earl, whose reputation stands very high, will be a suitable companion for my boy, as far as any boy can be a suitable companion for one who has had such home training as my Ethelred has enjoyed. If there are any good Catholic boys attending your college, supposing of course that their manners make some such approach towards refinement as we have good reason to expect of boys of better class, I see no objection to my boys associating with them under due inspection. I am so agitated, my dear Reverend Sir, that I find it almost impossible to put my thoughts on paper with any appearance of order. I should ere have explained to you my reason for being obliged to separate myself from my sweet child. It is inevitable. Yesterday I received a telegram from London, England, stating that my husband has there been attacked by hemorrhages, and that his position is precarious. Of course I must start by the next steamer. Gladly I would bring little Ethelred along, but the poor child is so sensitive to seasickness that it would be literally flying in the face of Providence to imperil his precious health, mayhap his life, by taking him along. The parting is difficult, but it must be made. Again and again I beg you to bestow every attention upon my darling, and a mother's prayer and a mother's blessing will accompany you through life. Thanking you in advance for your kindness, and asking you to overlook the inaccuracies and blunders of a well-nigh distracted mother, I am, dear Reverend Sir, yours most earnestly and beseechingly, Eleanor Preston. P.S. Enclosed you will find a cheque, or draft, or banknote, I'm not quite sure of the correct term, for $400 for Ethelred's expenses. On reaching London, I shall forward more. My child will reach you on Thursday morning. I have been holding him back in the hopes of getting some trusted friend to accompany him on this trip. I would go myself, but could hardly do so without missing the first steamer. Be a father, dear Reverend Sir, to my precious darling. Such a boy, the President remarked, hardly requires testimonials to his character. And not if he's anything at all like his mother makes him out to be, answered Father Howard. Let us hope that he really is a swan, in the eyes of others than his fond parent. In the meantime, it would be good to write for references. If you have no objection, I shall attend to that part of the matter myself. And there was no objection. On the next morning, at about the same hour, the college porter brought Father Edmonds a card. He read it with a smile. Master Ethelred Preston, Albany Villa, Brighton. At home, Tuesdays. I'm on my road to meet our little Lord Fauntleroy, said Father Edmonds as he encountered the Vice-President in the hall. Father Edmonds was a man whom long experience, and as a disciplinarian and as a superior, had schooled in the control of his emotions. But as he entered the parlour and glanced at the new pupil, he started back, while a slight exclamation forced itself from his lips, and he had reason for being astonished. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Brinson. Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer by Francis J. Finn, Chapter 2. While Father Edmonds was mastering his astonishment in the parlor, matters were not proceeding with their wonted smoothness in the class of First Academics. There was a frown upon the brow of the professor, Mr. Gade. He was explaining the sequence of tenses, for the 40th or 50th time be it said, and eyeing, as he spoke, a young gentleman in one of the corner seats. If he counted upon catching the pupil's eye, he must have been disappointed. The boy was scribbling very industriously, and, according to all seemingly, utterly oblivious of everything about him, save the sheets of paper across which his pencil was traveling. The professor finally paused, his face turned a shade paler, and the ominous frown deepened upon his forehead. Everyone in the class, with the exception of the scribbler, showed manifest signs of uneasiness. "This thing has gone too far," said Mr. Gade, changing his tone of voice. He spoke low because he was indignant. At the words, Earl Meriwether, the scribbler, looked up inquiringly. "Yes, Meriwether, I mean you. For 5 minutes I have been explaining the sequence of tenses, principally for your benefit. The theme you handed in this morning shows me that if you ever knew anything about the construction of a Latin sentence, you have almost utterly forgotten it. And now, while I explain, you must devote yourself to other work. I have been very much disappointed in you of late. Your conduct has pained and annoyed me. Please leave the room." Mr. Gade seldom spoke in reproof to his pupils, but when he did so speak, his admonitions carried weight. The boys valued his kind words, and, loving him, dreaded his displeasure above all punishment. There had fallen a strained silence upon the room as the professor spoke, and one could see by the expressions on the students' faces that the scene was painful and unusual. Meriwether himself had first given a start when his name was called out, and, as Mr. Gade had gone on, a look of pained surprise had come upon his features. At the command to leave the room, he turned very red, compressed his lips, and putting his hands into his pockets, strode out with something of a swagger. This air of defiance in the manner of his exit confirmed Mr. Gade in the impression that the rebuke was well merited. Then the classwork proceeded as usual, and yet with a difference. The boys were serious and subdued in manner, and the little undercurrent of pleasantry, which often existed in a class along with perfect order and attention, and which certain professors of sunny temperament find it to their account to foster, was congealed for that day. "It was like the funeral without the carriage ride," said Roger Haynes to Edward Devereux, as they came out together into the playground at recess. "So it was," assented Devereux. "A fellow doesn't know how much fun he's having in our class till something goes wrong, and then we know it by not having it. But what's coming over Earl Meriwether anyhow these last few weeks? He used to be a great friend of Mr. Gade's and never handed in a single paper that wasn't among the very best. Yesterday, when Mr. Gade passed a lot of us fellows in the yard, we all took off our hats to him except Earl. And the worst of it was that Earl walked right past Mr. Gade and took no notice at all of his nod and smile. Our teacher flushed, and we could see that he was annoyed. Something has gone wrong with Earl. He doesn't seem to be the same boy at all that he used to be. He never was very lively, but now he's positively gloomy. He's the best friend I ever had, and it makes me blue to see him going down in this way. I am really puzzled about the whole thing. He's the most popular boy in the school still, but he's going to lose his popularity if he doesn't take care." "I thought there would be a row soon," said Roger. "Earl has got to be very negligent in his studies, and from being the leader he is now getting down to the foot. I don't think he has given a good recitation for the last 2 or 3 weeks, and I've been expecting Mr. Gade to calm him down this long time." "I feel very bad about the whole affair," continued Devereux. "Earl and I have been chums, and besides liking him, I respect him more than any boy I ever met. Of late, he hasn't been with me. He's always in the reading room and doesn't do anything but read and take notes. I have felt like having a good talk with him a dozen times, but the chance has never offered itself, and I have been too careless to put myself to a little trouble. You ought to talk to Earl, Ed. If you don't, I'll do it myself, though I don't know him near as well as you do." "All right, I'll do it, though I'm afraid that he will hardly be in any humor just now for anything I have to say. There he is over near the playroom. Catch him and strike while the iron is hot." "I say, Earl," said Devereux a moment later, as he placed his hand on Earl's shoulder and fell into step with him on the walk running beside the playroom. "What's the trouble between you and Mr. Gade? You used to get along so well with him, and now it's all at 6s and 7s between you." Ed paused for an answer, but none came. He looked up presently into Earl's face, and then he understood. Earl's face was quivering with emotion, and there was a suspicious moisture in his eyes. "We all get a scolding now and then, you know, and I suppose that most of us deserve it every time." "Do you think I deserve that scolding?" asked Earl. "Since you asked it," returned Ed, "I must say I do. All the fellows think the same." Again Earl's features were convulsed. He struggled for a moment, and then, unable longer to restrain himself, he broke away from his astonished and dismayed companion, and, seeking a retired spot, gave full vent to his emotions. This was Earl's 3rd year at college, and Ed Devereux was the first and only boy who had ever seen him shed a tear. The few minutes of the present recess promised to be of importance in the shaping of Earl's life. Matters had seemingly come to a head. Earl had been a student at Henryton College for 2 years and a half. During this period he had enjoyed the popularity of the boys and the respect of the faculty. He was a lad of somewhat serious turn of mind, remarkably earnest in everything, and very noticeable for his piety. He was a Lutheran, and practiced his religion in a manner that surprised and edified his fellow students. Indeed, his simple and frank piety had often put to shame some of the more negligent Catholic boys. His conduct in the chapel and at prayers was such that many of his companions had been as long as a year with him before learning that he was not of their religion. He won the name of being a deeply religious lad early in his first year at Henryton. It happened during the celebration of the Holy Sacrifice of the Mass, at which, according to the custom of Henryton College, all the students assisted. The boy next to him was behaving rather lightly, and several times tried to secure Earl's attention. Earl, with his eyes fastened upon his own book of devotion, refused to recognize his companion's advances. After Mass, however, he awaited the irreverent youngster outside. "Ed Devereux, I'm going to ask you an honest question, and I want an honest answer. Will you give it?" "Why, of course," returned Ed. "Do you really believe that Christ is present in the blessed sacrament of the altar?" "If I were able, I'd lick the man who said I didn't," returned Tiny Ed, with flashing eyes and considerable vehemence. "Well, then, I can't for the life of me understand how you can carry on in the chapel the way you do, if you really believe. I'm not a Catholic myself, and I certainly never will be one, but I try to show reverence in chapel out of the respect for the opinions of the Catholic boys around me. I don't understand your position, Ed." When Ed learned then and there for the first time that the boy who sat beside him at service was not a Catholic, he started with dismay and surprise, and the rebuke humbled him as he never had been humbled before. His face flushed scarlet. He looked in dumb, pitiful distress at Earl for a moment, and then returned to the chapel. From that hour dated Ed Devereux's profound reverence for the real presence. From that hour dated his love and respect for Earl Meriwether, which had gone on increasing month by month. He did not answer Earl's question, and indeed never referred to the conversation but once. Then he said, "Earl, when you spoke to me about my behavior in the chapel, you said among other things that you never intended to become a Catholic. Did you really mean that?" "Indeed I did," answered Earl. "Well, I hope that my disgraceful conduct had nothing to do with your intention. It's been bothering me ever since." "That had nothing whatever to do with my resolve," said Earl. "Well, perhaps my conduct along with the conduct of some of the other fellows may have been the cause. We all of us Catholic boys here believe all right, but we are young and giddy, I suppose, and don't think. Some of us trifle at times in the chapel without thinking of what we are doing. Sometimes a boy actually doesn't know what he is fooling. There's a boy here now who seems to be most irreverent in the chapel, and yet I know that he prays hard, and all the fellows know that he wouldn't do anything wrong for the world. Yet, if you watch him at services, you would hardly think him a Catholic. You see—" "Hold on," cried Earl. "You needn't explain the way some of you fellows carry on. I wouldn't understand any explanation anyhow. It wasn't on that account either that I made my resolve. The fact is, I made a promise that I would be true to my own religion when I was a little boy of 7, nearly 8 years ago." "You did?" "Yes. Would you like to hear how it happened?" "Indeed I would." "It's a long story, Ed, and you're the only person I've ever offered to tell it to." Devereux's face flushed with genuine pleasure at these words. He had come to look up to this Lutheran boy with an admiration which was made up of reverence and love. Such a friendship is rarely inspired. It supposes on the part of him who is thus admired a strength of character, a sincerity, and a manliness that are seldom found in one person. "Nothing would please me better than to hear it," said Ed. "It's a long story, as I said, and not particularly interesting in itself. I wouldn't think even of telling it to you, only I know and value the interest you take in me and feel sure that you will be interested." And with this somewhat awkward introduction, Earl told his story. Now, as Earl's early life has much to do with what is to come, I shall tell the reader Meriwether's history as he related it to Ed, with certain details such as the honest boy's modesty forbade him divulge even to his bosom friend. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Brinson, Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer, by Francis J. Finn. Chapter 3. Earl Meriwether was the son of a Catholic father and a Protestant mother. At least, that was what the world said. As a matter of fact, his father was hardly a Catholic, even in the loosest and most strained sense of the word. Mr. Meriwether had been baptized in the Catholic Church, which was the beginning of his Catholicity, and the end. Trained in a sectarian school, he had contented himself with the asserting that he was a Catholic because his parents were of the faith. In practice, he was of no religion. 3 years after leaving school, he married an accomplished and devout young lady, and Earl was their only son. It was shortly after Earl's birth that Mr. Meriwether fell into habits of dissipation. Between him and his passions there stood no bar of restraint in the shape of religion. The gentle lady was horrified at the wild excesses of her husband. "By their fruits you shall know them," she argued, and in consequence the Catholic Church became to her a name of horror and reproach. Brooding day after day over the wreckage of a life to which, for better or for worse, she had irrevocably bound her own, she fell into a decline. The end came very soon. Little Earl was with her through all these dark days, and from the first faint dawn of reason gave an attentive ear to his mother's pious teachings and counsel. Upon the child, her tender devotion and deep religious spirit created a lasting impression, and his young heart was attuned from the first to exalt standards of goodness such as only a tender and pious mother can awaken. Insensibly, too, the boy caught something of the austere gravity of his mother. He had little of what is called lightheartedness. There was a seriousness about him which accompanied him even in his sports and amusement. He seldom laughed. Then there came a day when he was summoned to the bedside of his mother for the last time. She held him long in her bosom, and after the first passionate, almost incoherent greeting of love, she recovered herself, and in terms that had been carefully weighed and studied, laid upon him her last injunctions in regard to his spiritual welfare. "And now, my child," she said finally, "I ask you to give me your solemn word that you will be true to your religion, true till we meet again in a brighter world." With his arms about his mother's neck, the boy sobbed out the words of promise, and they came from his heart. No more was said. There was a last tender embrace, and then he was taken from the room. When he was brought back some hours later, the tender hand that had pressed his so recently lay still upon the coverlid, and the mild, sweet eyes that had beamed love were closed forever, while upon the gentle features lay the peace of God. In accordance with his mother's desire, Earl was placed in the care of her younger sister. His father, broken by excesses, shortly followed her to the grave. Strangely enough, the younger sister, within the year of Mrs. Meriwether's death, became a convert to the Catholic faith. However, she made no endeavors to interfere with Earl's religion, but encouraged him in the pious practice which his mother had taught him. At the age of 12, Earl was sent to Henryton College, and from his entrance, as has been already said, he proved himself to be a thoroughly good boy. A leader in the class, a leader in the yard, up to the time of the opening of the present story, Earl's record was untarnished. Then his troubles had begun. It was evident to every one that he was no longer the close and conscientious student that he once had been. In class, his attention flagged. Upon the campus, he no longer took a leading part in the sports and games. In a word, a decided and most disappointing change had come to pass. Mr. Gade was much concerned. To him, his class was everything. No wonder, then, that the conduct of Earl had wounded him deeply. He had intended calling the boy to account privately, and was only awaiting a favorable opportunity, when Earl's inattention in class precipitated matters. The scolding thus given publicly had been received in such a way that Mr. Gade was deeply mortified. His hold upon Earl, thought the professor, was lost forever. Earl had gone beyond the reach of his influence. The boy, he reasoned, had deliberately thrown off the restraints of discipline and chosen a downward path. Earl, to all seemingly, had made no attempt for the past 3 weeks to conceal his growing dislike of studies. The frankness which had characterized him in his intercourse with his teacher had been replaced by a coldness and reserve which could be interpreted in only one light. Mr. Gade, although of a highly nervous disposition, was a man of more than ordinary prudence and tact. In dealing with his young charges, he rarely made mistakes of judgment, and in the present case, accordingly, he had no suspicion that he might possibly be wrong. And yet, he was in the wrong. Without fault on his part, he had misunderstood Earl throughout. A few weeks before the opening of this story, the college students had made, as was their yearly custom, a retreat of 3 days. The exercises were given by a widely known missionary priest, a man who could thrill, by his eloquence in the pulpit, even those familiar friends who in the common intercourse of life recognized in him as his salient trait a marvelous simplicity and lowliness. Earl, partly through a craving for the light and consolation of religion, partly through the desire of hearing a man famed for his burning eloquence, attended the various instructions, and from the first words that fell from the good father's lips was rapt and fascinated. Earl at that period had reached the stage of physical development when the human passions are wont to awake to a dangerous activity, and arise in all their strength. Thus, far the sweet and untainted stream of his innocent life had run on its way smooth and uncheckered, but now, and with sudden transition, the running was through devious and perilous ways. Earl was frightened. He dreaded sin as few boys dread it, and yet, do what he might, he saw daily, sometimes hourly, its face not foul and hideous as he knew it to be in reality, but tricked out with the specious beauties and masked under the enticing allurements which it knows so well how to assume. Sometimes in the solemn watches of the night, sometimes in the hours devoted to study, now in the intervals between play and class, now in the classroom itself. That face of sin with its poisonous beauty hovered about him and before him, and despite his resistance still came nearer and nearer. The day that preceded the beginning of the retreat was the most troubled of his life. It was a day out of which he came free from serious sin, but bruised and bleeding, nevertheless, from a long, bitter fight with temptation. He went to bed weary and despondent, though a conqueror, poor boy, and in the silence of the dormitory there seemed to sound in his heart a voice. You cannot keep it up. Think of it. It will be the same fight day after day, hour after hour, with this difference, that as you grow older, your passions and temptations shall wax stronger. It is impossible for you to keep on. It was the voice of the tempter, the lying voice which perverts truth in every possible way. It was the voice of a man who, when he cannot conquer the strong soul by direct attack, strives to weaken it by discouragement. Next to virtue, the devil hates cheerfulness. And Earl tried to turn his ear from the voice, for he suspected the source from which it came, and thus trying, slept. He fell asleep feeling very miserable and unhappy. In that place, where things are seen not as they appear, but as they really are, I doubt not that this unhappy day of Earl's was regarded as full of beauty and sovereign merit, and, if his guardian angel could have but communicated what he knew to the sleeping boy, Earl's face, dejected and troubled even in sleep, would have grown radiant with joy. When on the following day he heard the Reverend Father depict, with the vividness of the practiced and eloquent missioner, the hideousness of sin, and describe the methods of fighting against it, when above all he warned his young hearers against sadness and roused them to confidence, hope, and cheerfulness, Earl was carried away with enthusiasm. Every word from the Father's lips seemed to be directed to himself. Every word struck home. At the close of the retreat he obtained a personal interview with the Father, from which he came away at once strengthened and troubled. Strengthened, for he was resolved to fight bravely, to hope confidently. Troubled, for he felt bound, on the one hand, to keep true to the promise which he had made his mother, and on the other, bound to inquire more closely into the doctrine and discipline of the Catholic Church, which approved itself to his mind and heart as being the true Church of Christ. Thus the retreat, while drawing Earl away, for the time being, from the slippery brink of sin, had plunged him into a phase of doubt and distress, all the more painful that, through a natural reticence, he could not bring himself to consult or advise with anyone. Absorbed then in these mental trials, he had found it exceedingly difficult to fix his attention upon the daily affairs of life, and almost impossible to give his mind for any length of time to his studies. In consequence, his position in class changed rapidly, and he who had in other years been the promptest to answer, the quickest to learn, was now inattentive, restless, and at times almost stupid. At last came the day when he received, for the first time since his coming to college, a public rebuke in the classroom. He had been struggling hard on that eventful morning to pay attention, and although he was scribbling mechanically at the moment of rebuke, he had not missed a single word of Mr. Gade's explanation. There are some students whose attention is at the highest point when they are apparently engrossed with something else. Earl, at this troubled period, belonged to this class. When Mr. Gade fastened his eyes on Earl, said, "Yes, Meriwether, I mean you," the boy was shocked. The rebuke was so unexpected, and as Earl saw the matter, so undeserved, that he left the room with a bitter sense of outraged justice. Boys are like men. They are prone to identify a principle with its exponent, to judge of the truth or falsity of religion by their likes or dislikes for those representatives of the creed with whom they come in closest contact. "That settles it," muttered Earl, as, quivering with rage, he paced up and down the deserted playground. "I'll show Mr. Gade that he can't walk over me as he pleases." And he fell into a train of ugly resolutions, the wretched outcome of wounded vanity and mortified pride. Earl, be it remembered, was a good boy, but even good boys have the passions of their kind. Earl was a reasonable, fair-minded boy too, but even reasonable, fair-minded people are sometimes carried away by their feelings. His resolution never to become a Catholic was, in view of the circumstances, illogical and petulant, but it was a strong resolution for all that. These interior struggles and feelings Earl did not tell to Eddie Devereux. He gave many of the facts set down in this chapter, but omitted or unintentionally misinterpreted the underlying motives. Eddie, in consequence, though he now comprehended his friend's position better, was by no means able to understand the exact state of the question. After receiving the kind sympathy of his best friend, Earl was returning to the classroom still sore and angry, still determined to show by his manner how aggrieved he was, when Father Howard beckoned him aside. "Earl, there's a friend of yours in the parlor." "Who is it, Father?" "Did you ever hear of Ethelred Preston?" "Yes, sir. Is he here?" "I never saw him, but I met his mother once. She and my mother were schoolgirls together and were very intimate. She seemed to be a very refined lady, and she did nothing but talk about Ethelred all the time. I suppose he's sort of a wax doll, isn't he?" "He's his mamma's darling." And when Father Howard had said this, he turned his face away so as to conceal a smile. "Go to the parlor, Earl. You must try to take care of dainty little Ethelred till he feels perfectly at home." Then Earl went directly to the parlor, and on facing the newcomer he gave a start, much more perceptible than the president's had been, and gurgled forth the gasp of astonishment. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Brinson, Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer by Francis J. Finn, Chapter 4. We left Father Edmunds rather abruptly, and with an exclamation of astonishment upon his lips. He had counted upon coming face to face with a small, delicate, fragile, golden-haired child attired according to the manner of a mamma's darling. Instead of all this, he found himself facing an overgrown boy with close-cropped sandy hair, large, coarse, round features, and something very like a cast in the left eye. This was the instantaneous impression which caused him the involuntary betrayal of his astonishment. A second look embraced further and no less interesting details of the newcomer's personal appearance. His teeth were large and, as far as they came into evidence, complete. They were very much in evidence, too, for Master Ethelred wore a smile such as nothing but a large mouth and much fatuousness could effect. The appearance of his ears, which projected rather boldly from the head, caused Father Edmunds to regret that the boy's mother had seen fit to allow her Ethelred to be so closely shorn of his ambrosial locks. His nose was small, of an interrogative turn, and so much out of proportion to his mouth as to give the moon-faced youth a comical expression. Ethelred was standing, and his pose failed to show that he had made any special studies in Dels Arte. He had braced himself firmly against the heavy parlor table. His feet were rather far apart, and over his vest his hands held firmly a slouchy felt hat, which, on encountering the president's eye, he began to turn about in his thick, heavy fingers, while at the same time his smile, already broad beyond the average, widened a trifle and disclosed teeth which are rarely seen by people who are not dentists. "Ethelred Preston, I believe," said the president. The smile vanished like the passing of a flashing of light. "Yes," came the reply, in the tone of which the pipe of youth struggled with the lower notes of a changing voice, to the manifest disadvantage of both. Having acquitted himself of this monosyllable, Ethelred fastened his eyes upon his hat and fell into the faucious smile with an instantaneousness which rather disconcerted the president. It was as though the light had again reappeared. "I am glad to see you, Ethelred," continued Father Edmunds, holding out his hand. Ethelred ceased smiling, and glanced with evident distress first at the proffered hand and then at his hat. His difficulty, as far as Father Edmunds could make it out, was to shake hands and at the same time continue to hold the hat unchanged upon his vest. Father Edmunds, after an awkward moment, took the hat from Ethelred, greatly to the dear child's relief, and laid it on the table. Then Ethelred shook hands. "I was under the impression, Ethelred, from the tenor of your mother's letter, and the details which I gleaned from it, that you were a little boy." Ethelred turned to look at his hat. It was still on the table. He grinned at it, then facing the president said, "No." He seemed to get an inspiration from this remark, for he added, "I was, but I've growed." "Like a weed," suggested the president, with a smile which, though accompanying his words, was really evoked by Ethelred's naive explanation. "Yes," answered the new Fauntleroy, and he added, "I've growed right smart lately." "But your mother writes of you as though you were a child of 12 or 13. "I'm 14, just." "Indeed. One would take you to be 16 at the very least." "Yes," assented Ethelred, turning towards his hat and giving Father Edmunds an opportunity of noticing that his coat was rather loose-fitting below the collar. "But I've growed. The old woman,"
continued the interesting youth, talks about me same as she used to when I was very small. I've grown right smart lately. By the old woman, I take it you mean your mother. Yes, assented Ethelred stolidly. Why don't you call her your mother? In answer to this, Ethelred looked at his hat for a moment, and then, in another burst of inspiration, clapped it upon his head. The president gently removed the hat, apparently to the relief of Ethelred. Why do you call her the old woman? He persisted. Because I always call her the old woman. That's so help me. Do you know Earl Meriwether, Ethelred? Yes, that is, my mother knows his mother. During the whole of this animated dialogue, Ethelred had gone from smiles to seriousness and from seriousness to smiles. The effect was not unlike the turning on and off of a searchlight. Before speaking, he became solemn of face, and having delivered his remarks, he lapsed into his fascist grin. For the rest, now that his hat was in Father Edmund's hands, he moved neither to the right nor the left, but still braced firmly against the table, with legs wide apart, he kept his eyes fastened upon the headgear, which appeared to have some extraordinary fascination for its owner. Well, if you come along with me, said the president, I shall take you to the prefect of studies, to be examined for your class. By the way, you are big enough for the senior department, but acting under the impressions left me by your mother's letter of yesterday, I'd assigned you to the small boys division. However, as you are but 14, the arrangement may stand. Now come with me, Ethelred. Ethelred, without changing his position, stood gazing intently and smiling upon the hat. Is there anything else, Ethelred? Give me that hat. Father Edmunds restrained his features very well as he returned the valuable article to its owner. Ethelred at once put the hat upon his head and then followed Father Edmunds into the passage. When they arrived at Father Howard's room, Ethelred, before entering after the president, carefully laid his hat midway upon the threshold, which done, he seemed to be somewhat more at ease. Father Howard, this is Ethelred Preston, who proves to be a much bigger boy than we were led to expect. After you have examined him for his class, you might put him in charge of Earl Meriwether. Are you determined to study hard, my boy? Asked Father Howard, taking Ethelred's hand. Yes, said Ethelred, and he smiled vacantly at the father's table. As the president turned to leave the room, the newcomer awoke from his smiling trance and ejaculated, Say! Upon which he began fumbling in his inner coat pocket. There, he added, producing a sealed envelope and tendering it to Father Edmunds. That's for you. When the president reached his room, he opened the envelope, took out the enclosure, and with blended feelings of amusement and perplexity, read the following. To the president of Henryton College. Sir, this letter will introduce you to Master Ethelred Preston, a boy of a most estimable and cultured family. He is a God-fearing lad, of a very pleasing address, and eminently qualified to enter and adorn any college in the land. It is against my will and my advice that he is sent to a Catholic school, where nevertheless I trust that his sweet qualities of heart and his excellent talents will be duly recognized and appreciated. I regret, too, that, removed thus early from the refining and elevated influence of home, he may possibly lose that happy combination of frankness and urbanity which has thus far been the silent trait of his budding character. Hoping that he will receive the care and attention to which he is entitled, and trusting that his religious views will not be unduly influenced, as he is a most impressionable child, I am, yours respectfully, Meredith Sherwin, Pastor St. George Episcopal Church. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Brinson, Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer by Francis J. Finn, Chapter 5. Chapter 5, in which Ethelred proposes to run away. Why, I thought you were a mama's darling, blurted out Earl, as he shook hands with Ethelred in the parlor. I'll bet I ain't, returned the gifted newcomer. I'll teach you fellows a trick or two before you're much older. Say, where do you get them cuff buttons? I bought them, answered Earl, submitting his hand to the artless admirer. How much? I don't remember. 60 cents, I believe. Will you take a quarter for them? I don't want to sell. I'll give you 30 cents. Are you really anxious to have them? Yes, I am. Well, I'll make you a present of them. Thanks. You're the kind of fellow I like to meet. You don't get something for nothing very often nowadays. Can I have them right now? Well, you beat any boy I've ever met, laughed Earl. You don't think I'm going to run away, do you? No, but you might forget, or change your mind. People often do. I've been fooled that way lots of times. So, if you can give them now, wait till dinner time. We go to the washroom just before dinner, and then I can get another pair out of my box. And you'll stick to your promise? Of course, answered Earl with a touch of annoyance in his voice. Meanwhile, Ethelred had been surveying Earl's clothes with undisguised interest. His eyes finally fixed themselves on Earl's chest. Got any more neckties like that? Continued Ethelred, unabashed. No, said Earl shortly. Have you been examined yet for your class? Yes, I'm in 3rd commercial. What? Gasped Earl. Haven't you been studying all your life? I guess not. What kind of school is this anyhow? It's a jail, said Earl sorely. He was still chafing under the sense of wounded justice. It was the first time that he had ever been disloyal to his college, and he felt a qualm of conscience almost as soon as he had uttered the remark. He had spoken on impulse, and now that the complaint had been made, he knew that his words were the product of spite and not of reason. So they hold you in tight, do they? As Ethelred put this question, he was carefully examining the various articles of bric-a-brac on the center table. Yes, a boy hasn't much liberty here. Well, you'll see they won't hold me in tight. Why, what'll you do? Before answering, Ethelred walked over to the door, opened it cautiously, and peeped out into the corridor. Because, he said, closing the door and advancing dramatically to Earl's side, because I'm going for to run away. You don't catch me staying in any jail, not if I know it. Earl was somewhat dismayed. He had not intended to encourage his new charge towards a step so extraordinary and unusual, nor was he in a mood courageous enough to retreat from the false position into which his comment on the college had placed him. In a word, he was not himself. What will your mother do if you run away? He asked weakly. Her? Oh, she started for Europe. We've broke up house. She won't know the difference. Where will you go then? I have friends. Lots of 'em, said Ethelred darkly. All I want is about $10 to get away on. Can you lend me $10? No, I haven't that much money. Besides, I don't care about helping you to run away, anyhow. You said the place was like a jail, didn't you? If you mean to stand by what you said, I don't see why you're not willing to help. Are you afraid to trust me? Ethelred, as he spoke, put on a very belligerent air. Of course I'm not afraid, but I haven't $10 nor anything like that sum. I'm a little short of money just now. Well, you could lend me 25 cents, couldn't you? All right, said Earl, taking out some silver and selecting a quarter. Ethelred literally clutched the silver quarter, pocketed it with an appearance of precipitation, and then gazed hungrily at the money still remaining in Earl's fingers. Couldn't you lend me a little more? You've got lots. Earl could not conceal an expression of annoyance. By way of answer, he handed Ethelred a 10-cent piece and returned the rest of the money to his pocket. Oh, come on, urged the new boy. Lend a fellow another quarter, can't you? Ethelred Preston, said Earl, looking the beggar straight in the eye. You're an out-and-out shark. Throw in another dime anyhow, Ethelred pleaded, with outstretched palm. He might have read disgust in Earl's very emphatic silence, but he did not. You're a nice friend, Meriwether. I didn't think you'd be so stingy. Here Ethelred, who had fallen into a whining tone, came to a sudden pause. There was something in Earl's flashing eye which cowed him. He added, Oh, you needn't get mad. I was only fooling. All I wanted of you was a quarter or so. I reckon I can get the rest of the money from some of the other fellers. You're pretty cool for a newcomer. Suppose we come outside and take a look at the place. All right, nothing like business. I want to know where I am. Say, you'll get me a chance to get to know the fellows. Ethelred pronounced it, fellers, before I run away tomorrow night. Of course, answered Earl, as he threw open the parlor door, and the two walked out into the corridor. There's a half-holiday today, as it's Thursday, and I'll introduce you all around. Many boys here, Meriwether? There are about 60 in our division, and nearly 150 in the senior division. That's so. And where do they all come from? Pretty much from every state in the Union, even from California. Besides, there are several from Mexico, and a few from South America. I suppose most of them here are pretty green lot, continued Ethelred in a loud voice. There were 5 or 6 of the senior students in the corridor, who happened to catch this remark. Then they made some remarks in return, which, luckily for Ethelred's peace of mind, the newcomer did not hear. Before dinner time, Ethelred's artless speech had been rehearsed to nearly every student, large and small, in Henrytown College. These things spread very quickly in boarding schools. Earl, meantime, answered ironically, Oh yes, boarding school boys are noted for their greenness. The irony was lost upon his companion. And are the fellows tolerably flush just now? Queried Ethelred in a whisper. I can't say, I'm sure. I don't ask my friends how much money they carry. But you see, I want to borrow some money to get away on. I ain't no fool. You don't catch me running away with nothing in my pockets. There, what do you think of that? Cried Earl, forgetting his vexations and troubles in a burst of admiration, as he and his companion came out upon the steps which commanded a view of the playground and its environs. It was a sight to win enthusiasm from anyone whose eyes were alive to the beauty of scenery. Before them stretched the cheerful playground, level, unbroken, and shaded at the lower end by a row of noble oaks. To the right and left of the two boys standing on the steps, maples formed its boundaries on either side, and back of these trees, beautiful even in their wintry bareness, lay two stretches of luxuriant lawn, still quite green despite midwinter, whither, with permission of the prefect, the small boy delighted to resort in the short recesses and the intervals between their games. To the west, the lawn was bound by a stone wall some 5 feet in height. To the east, it was cut off from the flower garden of the college by a fence of strong oak palings. Beyond the growth of oaks at the lower end could be seen, here and there, the spires of several village church steeples. Further still, many a dainty cottage among the vine-clad hills, which stretched away as far as the eye could see, whilst between the steeples that gleamed in the sunlight and the hills beyond lay glittering and dampling and changing the noble curve of one of America's most beautiful rivers. Back of the garden stood the infirmary, an ancient building hallowed for its traditions. Over it crept the ivy in its rich-tinted winter livery. It was an excellent playground, framed in as exquisite a setting of scenery as boys or man could desire. "Isn't that beautiful?" ejaculated Earl. "Just look at the river." "It looks like silver, doesn't it?" commented the poetic Ethelred. "Say, you won't tell that I'm going to run away, will you?" "It's none of my business. I think, though, that if you wait long enough, you may change your mind. Most of the boys here like the place. I used to like it myself till lately. But things have changed. We'll go over to the stone wall and take a look at the village if you like." "All right, Earl. The old woman says you're not a Catholic." "Who? The old woman?" "You mean your mother, do you?" "No, I'm not a Catholic, and I never will be one." "That's right," said Ethelred, with some enthusiasm. "I hate Catholics myself. They are a narrow set and the enemies of our public institutions. They are ridden by priests who are most ignorant men, and they would trample in the dust the starry flag for which our fathers bled and suffered, and under which liberty smiles upon a regenerated world. No, sir," he added, dropping from what was evidently a quotation to his usual elegant speech. "You don't catch me attending at a school where I am thrown in with Catholics." "You're talking nonsense," answered Earl indignantly. "The Catholics are not enemies of our public institutions. Who told you that they would trample on our flag? They don't go round parading their patriotism without rhyme or reason like a lot of hypocrites who are not Americans at all. If shouting for the American flag counts, the Catholics would not be at all comparable to some people in America. But when it comes to fighting for the flag, the shouters go to Canada and the Catholics take the field. The idea of your talking about not going with Catholic boys. The boys here are gentlemen." "Aw, I thought you were not a Catholic." "I'm not. But my best friends are Catholics, and my teachers have been all Catholics, and I'm not such a fool as to believe what a lot of ignoramuses say against people whom I know personally. They're idolaters," continued Ethelred. "And, hello, what's this?" They had reached the stone wall on the eastern side. It rose about 4 feet and a half above the level of the playground, but on glancing over it, Ethelred was astonished to find that it went down sheer to the depth of 30 feet. Below them lay the northern end of the town. "We're up pretty high, you see," explained Earl. "It's the same at the lower end of the yard. The wall there goes down about 40 feet, and below it is another part of Henrytown. The part of the town we see from the steps is the high part near the river. Our college was built on the top of a hill, and now it's pretty hard work to get down to the village. Some of the large boys tried it this year, but they got caught. How can a fellow get out of this place so as to catch the train down there at the depot?" "By the porter's lodge." "Yes, but won't he be noticed?" "Of course. If you want to steal out, you might drop down over this wall," suggested Earl with a twinkle. Thus the conversation drifted on, as the two boys made a leisurely examination of the premises. So that when the bell rang for the end of studies, Ethelred had obtained some few ideas on college life, of which he seemed to know very little, and had been shown the various nooks and corners of the yard, the playroom, the gymnasium, and the candy shop. This latter place aroused his enthusiasm. He inquired eagerly into the prices of the various wares, and was particularly anxious to learn the average amount of sales made in a month, a point on which Earl was unable to inform him. "Why, what small fellers they are!" exclaimed the newcomer as the junior students came flocking from the study hall into the yard. "That's what they're expected to be," said Earl. "This is the junior division, you know. You're the biggest boy on this side, I think." I can lick any boy here, said the modest youth, surveying the entire division with the eye of scorn. No doubt, answered Earl dryly. Why, most of them are in knickerbockers, and a lot of them have baby collars. Yes, they are dressed the way boys of their age are usually dressed. How would you expect them to dress? Wear their pants and their boots and carry bowie knives? While the two were thus commenting on the appearance of their schoolmates, Devereux and Haynes came strolling past them arm in arm. They had heard a part of Ethelred's comments. Come over here, Ed and Roger, called Earl. I want to introduce you to Ethelred Preston. What greenies they are, whispered the knowing Ethelred in Earl's ear, as the two advanced, smiling, to take his hand and bid him welcome. He had intended to couch this animadversion in a whisper, but his voice, as has been said, was in the rudest period of transition, and the whisper was loud enough to be heard by Devereux, the wag of the small yard. Eddie had already formed his opinion of the newcomer. Ethelred, with his hat perched on the back of his head, his arms akimbo, and his mouth somewhat open, looked at once confident and countrified, a combination which, to the small boy who has been for some time at boarding school, invites teasing on sight. It's a real pleasure to me to meet you, said Ed, with a smile and a twinkle. Are you recovered from your grief at leaving the dear ones at home? I'm not a milk shop, returned Ethelred loftily. No, neither am I. My name is Ed Devereux, and this fellow is Roger Haynes. You heard of Webster's reply to Haynes, didn't you? No, I didn't. You don't say. Well, Roger Haynes, though he spells his name somewhat differently, is the uncle of Haynes, the great orator, and his grandfather signed the Declaration of Independence with a blue lead pencil. What did he do that for? Sign the Declaration? Asked Ed suavely, while Roger and Earl were struggling to keep their countenance. Why, he signed it for his health, and he used a blue pencil because he had been brought up that way. Ethelred glared at Devereux, whose pretty face was all suavity. Has Earl shown you the grounds? Continued Ed. Yes, he showed me most everything. Did he call your attentions to the association which links this place with the dead and buried past? Do you mean a life insurance company? Hereat Roger exploded, and Earl turned away his face. What are you laughing at, confound you? Roared Ethelred. He was laughing at what I said about the past, explained Ed. It is dead, but not buried. But to be serious, if I were you, I wouldn't lean so heavily against that tree. Why not? Ethelred had braced himself against a large and venerable oak. At Ed's words, he straightened up with no little precipitation and turned to look at the huge trunk. Because, answered Ed, that is the very tree to which George Washington tied his horse when he came visiting here. Is that so? Oh, very much so indeed. Now just come down this way, said Ed, moving towards the wall at the lower end. You see that large stone standing a little above the line of the others in the wall? Yes. Come on and get near, so that you can touch it with your hands. You needn't take off your hat, boys. The weather is turning cold. Now this stone is the most precious relic we've got. I don't believe in relics, growled Ethelred with a slight upward turn of his tip-tilted nose. You mean in the Catholic sense, I suppose. Catholics honor the bones and garments and the things which belong to those of their dead who were particularly good and holy. But some very fine people who are not Catholics think they are foolish. That's so, said Ethelred heartily. But Protestants don't mind honoring the remains of dead people, providing that those people were great and famous in the world's eyes. For instance, they'll travel far to see and honor a sword worn by Washington, and if they owned it, they'd put it in a glass case. But they wouldn't care about looking at a bishop's crook to show it reverence, not even if the bishop were the holiest man that ever lived. I guess that's about the size of it, returned Ethelred thoughtfully. He did not quite catch the drift of Eddie's remarks, and so, resolving to change the subject and return to the main question, he continued. But what about this stone? It's a great relic, as I was saying. You see, the place on top where it's so worn, it is worn by the kisses which patriotic Americans have given it. What is it? Urged Ethelred, becoming really interested. It's the stone on which sat for over 2 hours, by actual count, the servant of Benedict Arnold, while his master was betraying his country. If you like, you may kiss it, but don't make too much noise about it. Ethelred gazed at the stone with an air of stupid uncertainty upon his face. Better take off your hat if you want to kiss it, suggested Ed. When Ethelred uncovered and leaned over to press his lips upon the slab, the boys broke into a roar of laughter. Ethelred did not kiss the stone. He turned round, and his face was flushed with anger, while there was a look in his eyes that should have petrified Devereux. But Ed went on laughing, while his companions kept him company. Haynes was actually doubled up. Of the 3 laughers, Earl was the only one who preserved any semblance of self-control. Then Ethelred gave utterance to some very ugly words, words which do not sound pleasantly to the refined ears, and which have not, very fortunately, found their way into even the most ambitious dictionaries. Happily, the laughing trio did not hear them. In fact, Earl was the only one who was watching Ethelred, and it was good that he was, for with a last oath, Ethelred made a dash at Ed with the evident intent of knocking him down. Earl sprang forward and caught the clenched fist raised to strike his friend. With more language of the street, Ethelred turned upon Earl. "I'll do you up," he shouted. But here the other two came to the rescue, and the belligerent newcomer was a prisoner. "You're afraid to fight me?" he foamed. "You're a coward," he added, addressing himself to Devereux, "and I'll thrash the life out of you." "Do you really want to fight?" asked Ed. "You can just bet your life I do," howled the dear child. "Am I to understand that you challenge me to a fight?" "Let me at him," screamed the pride of his mother, struggling to break loose from Roger and Earl. "Hold on, keep quiet," said Ed. "I am perfectly willing to fight you according to college rules. If you promise not to rush at me, they'll let you loose, and then we can arrange the terms." "Oh, if you're willing to fight, I'll promise I'm going to teach you a lesson." "Let 'em loose, boys." "Well, to begin with, we'll fight with gloves. With boxing gloves, in the gymnasium. According to the rules here, there's to be no clinching, but it must be boxing all through. Haynes and Meriwether will be referees and timekeepers, if you have no objection, and we'll have it out after dinner. Can I catch hold of you and smash you on the ground and wipe up the earth with you?" "Not much. I shouldn't like that at all. Besides, it's vulgar. That's the way alley rats fight." "You mean to say I'm an alley rat?" "Of course not. Well, we'd better go to the washroom, boys, if we want to get a wash before dinner. By the way, Ethelred, don't talk about a fight after dinner. Around here, we call it a boxing contest. If you call it a fight, the boys will laugh at you." "I say," said Ethelred to Earl on the way to the washroom, "you haven't forgot about them cuff buttons, have you?" End of Chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Brinson. Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer, by Francis J. Finn. Chapter 6. Ethelred puts on the boxing gloves. It cannot have escaped the observation of the reader that Master Ethelred's carriage and language before the students were quite different from those which distinguished him in his interview with the president and vice president of Henryton. In the company of the students, he was easy, but not elegant. In the presence of the faculty, he was neither, while his smile was actually a horror to the eye and a trial to the nerves. This smile was Ethelred's idea of company manners. In recording the various pearls of wisdom which, in the course of his narrative, are to fall from Ethelred's lips, the writer takes the liberty of putting down most of Ethelred's words, not as the charming newcomer actually pronounced them, but as he would have pronounced them had he been better acquainted with the prejudices of educated men. The writer also softens on occasion the slang, the provincialisms, and the room. However, the student who does not know how and when to bow himself out is to be found not infrequently among those who make some pretensions to manners. If anything, a new complication was added to the mystery of Master Ethelred's want of politeness by the letter from the boy's pastor, who, as we have seen, enlarged upon Ethelred's sweetness and nobility. Against the witness of pastor and mother was the boy himself. While Father Edmund sits in his study, turning over all these things, there comes by the noon mail another letter, which satisfies him that the problem is not insoluble. Mayor's Office, Brighton, January 28, 1890. Reverend Edmund Edmonds. Dear Sir, Miss Preston has requested me to send you a word of recommendation in regard to her only child now entrusted to your charge. I have to say, he is a good boy, will appreciate kind treatment, and is of excellent talents. I feel bound to tell you, however, that he left for your school in a fret, and a very rebellious mood. Some of the boys here have told him dreadful stories of Catholic schools, and, besides, he does not want to leave his mother. He threatened to run away before leaving home. So, keep an eye on him. Once he feels at home, you will find him a good, docile boy. Yours truly, James Hickson Dodge, Mayor of Brighton. Ah, reflected the president, this explains much, if it does not cover the whole case. For all I know, the boy, while in my presence, may have been looking to see whether I wore hooves. No wonder his manners were so poor. That hideous smile of his must have come from pure nervousness. Coming here in such a frame of mind, it is but natural that he would show the rough corners of his character. Well, I will not judge him yet. And he at once went to the vice president's room to hand him the mayor's letter. In the small boys' dining hall, meantime, Ethelred was assigned a seat at the table over which Earl Meriwether presided.
A whisper had gone round among the lads in the washroom that the newcomer was his mamma's darling, and at once he was christened Darling. Blessed with a very good appetite, Ethelred was rather original in his methods of satisfying it. If he wanted something, he stood up and reached for it, and his eagerness in getting the food which he desired was artlessly exhibited. "Hurry up with that potato dish, can't you?" he growled at his neighbor, Peter Lane, a tiny, weazen-faced youth with small, bright eyes. "Say please," answered Peter, holding back the dish and gazing up pertly into the big fellow's face. Armed with his fork, the darling reached forward and stabbed a potato. "Oh!" came a chorus of mocked horror from 8 of the 10 lads seated around the table. Their groaning was cut short by the ringing of a small handbell. Paying no attention to the sound, the darling bellowed out, "My meal is paid for!" A silence had fallen upon the refectory at the bell's tinkling, and this speech fell upon over 120 merry ears, the owner of which at once broke into a jolly laugh. "Shh!" hissed Earl in the darling's ear. "Look over there." Ethelred, who had just stabbed another potato with his fork, turned and saw the prefect, who was standing beside the reader's desk, gazing at him with a countenance of disapproval. On catching the boy's eye, the prefect put his finger to his lips. "Can't we talk, Earl?" he croaked, the nearest thing to a whisper within the range of his voice. "No, that boy on the stand over there is going to read. We're supposed to listen while we eat." "The Badgers of Belmont, by Maurice Francis Egan," cried the reader. "I've seen badgers in a menagerie," croaked the darling to Earl. "Have you ever—" "Shh!" hissed Earl, who, in common with all the youngsters, was deeply interested in the fates and fortunes of the jolly little badgers. Luckily for Ethelred, he was hungry, so, consenting to hold his tongue provisionally, he addressed himself to the contents of his plate, and for the most part bolted his food. When he wanted anything, he reached for it, or, if that were out of the question, he got it from his chair and went for it. This latter performance happened 3 different times before the prefect whispered something into his ear. Thereafter he would nudge his neighbor when he desired anything, and having thus secured his attention, would point gravely with his knife or fork, as was more convenient, at the dish which he then happened to want. Thus far in his college career of a few hours, he had done nothing to secure the respect of anyone. On finishing his meal, which, considering his hearty appetite, he accomplished with a promptness and dispatch wonderful to behold, he put a toothpick into his mouth and employed the remaining time spent in the dining hall in examining with lively satisfaction the pair of cuff buttons which Earl had given him. "Mr. Conway," said Ed Devereux to the second prefect after dinner, "we're going to have a little fun in the gymnasium. Darling, that is, Ethelred Preston, wanted to fight me, and I told him I'd do it with the boxing gloves. There will be 2 fellows to see we don't cleansen, and so there'll be no harm done. It will be an ordinary boxing match. The fun of it is that the darling thinks it a regular fight to a finish." As Eddie, a moment later, entered the gymnasium, he glanced about with a flush of pleasure upon a scene that was almost picturesque. The center of the gymnasium was shut off from view by a circle of boys. Above them, upon trapeze and ladders and horizontal bars, were perched the more restless. Within the ring were Earl and Roger Haynes, engaged in dressing the darling for the contest. Roger took the liberty of feeling Ethelred's muscles. He gasped with affected astonishment. "Oh, what biceps!" he cried. Then one by one, and in perfect order, the young gentlemen who had formed the ring advanced and touched, with exaggerated reverence, the darling's arm. "He doesn't eat potatoes by the forkful for nothing," piped Peter from his perch on the trapeze. Ethelred, who had been strutting about like a fighting cock, and receiving these attentions with ridiculous complacency, flushed angrily at the remark. "You little fool," he exclaimed, above the laughter caused by Peter's remarks. "I'll pay you back for this before night." "Go on and put on your gloves," said Devereux. "Say, boys," he whispered to 2 or 3, "pass round the word to make the circle wider and give me lots of room, just as soon as we put up our hands." Some delay was occasioned by the unsuccessful attempt of the darling, at the suggestion of Roger Haynes, to turn his gloves inside out before putting them on. Roger grinned and slipped over to Ed, whispered, "He couldn't tell the boxing gloves from an air pump. Just keep him away from you and there'll be no trouble." At length the 2 were ready and stepped into the ring. Ed, small, light, wiry. The darling, heavy, ungainly, 3 inches taller and at least 30 pounds heavier. The 2 shook hands and took position. "Ready?" cried Earl. "Go." Forthwith, putting his head down, Ethelred's hands began to work like the arms of a windmill, and his blows came raining continuously upon the very place where Eddie's merry face had been when he directed them. But Eddie's feet were quicker than the darling's arms. He was dancing what looked very like a jig, and at the same time warding off the blows with an ease which indicated the practiced boxer. For 2 minutes the rain beat. For 2 minutes the dancer danced. Then suddenly a slight arm shot through Ethelred's guard, and a very soft glove came in contact with Ethelred's nose. It did not hurt, but it roused the enthusiasm of the boys and the darling's anger. The rain became fiercer than ever, while Eddie faster than ever danced round and round the ring. But it was a rain which did not fall on the ground, which it was intended to reach. So far as the darling's intentions were concerned, the rain was a drought. Just before the end of the 3 minutes, the tiny right arm shot out again, and the glove touched the same spot for the second time. On this occasion, it hurt just the least little bit. Time was called, finding Ed smiling radiantly, Ethelred breathing heavily. "You don't fight fair," panted the latter. "Why don't you stand still?" "And wait till you hit me?" "Yes, but just wait till next round. I'll learn you a lesson. You'll know who you're talking to next time." "To Mama's darling," sang out Peter from on high. In the next round, the rain did not fall quite so heavily. Ethelred's animations seemed to have been transferred from his arms to his breathing, which had become very heavy and very rapid, and the light hand found Ethelred's nose accurately 3 times out of the 5 attempts. Then the darling attempted to clinch, but was promptly restrained by the referees. In the 3rd minute of the round, Eddie struck out with unusual vivacity. "Time! Blood!" called out Haynes. "That ends it," added Earl. "In our contest here, all we want is blood, and when we get that, we're satisfied. Ethelred, you're beaten." "I've been tricked," growled Ethelred, whose nose bleeding had been of the most transient character. "You don't call that sort of thing a fight, do you?" "Of course not," assented Earl. "It's a contest. We don't fight, and you've got the worst of it. Now shake hands with Devereux." "No, I won't." "Oh," cried the crowd in mock horror. Shamed into submission, Ethelred shook hands and hurried from the room into the yard. As events proved, it would, in all probability, have been better for him had he remained in the gymnasium. End of Chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kristen Hand. Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer, by Francis J. Finn. Ethelred in the Frying Pan. When Ethelred entered the yard, it was deserted. He shivered, for the change from the warm, comfortable gymnasium to the northerly breeze without is likely to be appreciated by one who has just come forth from a boxing contest. Under other circumstances, he might have been tempted to return, but just now he wanted a little solitude, for he was beginning to fancy that the boys had been playing upon him. However, he was not dismayed. His turn was to come yet. As he had intimated publicly on several distinct occasions, he would teach these college boys that he could not be imposed upon. While walking up and down the yard, he counted his money. "It's $2.85, he said. "That's good for a beginning. I'll have $10 by tomorrow noon." Returning the money to his pocket, he walked towards that end of the yard which gave a view of the senior division's playgrounds. 10 or 12 large boys were standing at the boundaries nearest him. They returned his survey with considerable interest, and held a whispered consultation. Ethelred, after gazing at the group for a moment, thought well to step over and have a talk. "Look-a-here," he began. "I notice that some of you chaps ain't any bigger than me. How is it that you fellows are in the big yard and me in the little?" "Professor Salvini," said the smallest student in the group, as he turned towards a serious-faced young man with a slight mustache. "Perhaps you can explain this. Are you aware that this newcomer has been put in the small yard?" The person addressed as Professor Salvini was Edward Land, a student of philosophy. He combined the dignity of a professor with a student's love of fun. Stroking his mustache and eyeing Ethelred very sternly, he said in a solemn baritone, "Your name, my son?" "Ethelred Preston." "How long is it since you were born?" "Excuse me, Professor," put in the first speaker. "I wish to call Professor Petersol." And, before turning upon his heel, he raised his hat with great reverence. "I'm near 16, if that's what you mean," answered Ethelred, relapsing into the smile which had unnerved the president. "See here, don't laugh unless I tell you. Have you got your baptismal certificate about you?" "No," answered Ethelred, whose face was now very grave. "Well, let that pass. What's your name?" "Ethelred Preston." "Let me see," mused Professor Salvini, taking out a notebook. "Oh, yes, you came here today. The president received you, I believe. Who told you to go into the junior division? The president and the vice president both. There, exclaimed the professor with much vehemence, addressing the solemn and inattentive crowd about him. Those two are always interfering with my authority. Ethelred Preston, why didn't you come to me? I didn't know. But you should have known, sir. Ah, here comes Professor Petersall. I shall have to confer with him. Accompanied by the boy who had recently left the group, there now approached a tall, thin, cadaverous young man who could not have been more than 20. His face was very serious and solemn. As he came near, all the boys raised their hats. "We can never have perfect discipline in this college," he said in strong, resolute tones, "till the president and vice presidents learn their places. Where is the newcomer?" "Here he is, sir. This is the fellow, sir," came the chorus from the bystanders. Professor Petersall folded his arms, threw his head back, and said, "Let him be presented." "Professor Petersall," said Professor Salvini, "allow me to introduce you to Ethelred Stampton." "It's Preston, sir," suggested one of the group. "That," returned Professor Salvini, "remains to be proved. As the boy has no baptismal record, and as, on the other hand, the difference between pressed on and stamped on is practically nothing, at least from the point of view of a football player, I shall stick to my first introduction and repeat. Professor Petersall, allow me to introduce you to Ethelred Stampton." With his head still high in the air, his arms folded, the professor looked down from his lofty height upon Ethelred. Ethelred looked up and grinned. "Take off your hat, sir," roared Professor Petersall. "Never dare to look me in the eye with your hat on. What business," he continued when Ethelred had removed his hat with a little precipitation, "have you over in the junior division?" "I was sent there by the president and vice president." "Say 'sir' when you address me," commanded Professor Petersall. "The manners of the rising generation are simply deplorable." Some members of the group were beginning to snicker. "Boys," continued Professor Petersall, "what do you mean by standing around when I am conducting an examination? Get away from here at once." The students addressed had nothing for it but to go away. They went very unwillingly. "And I say, James Ellis," cried out the professor to one of the last of the group, "I'll hear your 100 lines of memory lesson after I have done with this young man. Smoking on the sly must stop in this college." Now, James Ellis was a member of the graduating class, prefect of the sodality, and a student who had never received lines since his entrance at college, whereas the young man who, for the time being, was being addressed as Professor Petersall, had just been called away from the memorizing of lines to attend to Ethelred. The professor's remarks to Ellis were too much for the departing crowd, and if Ethelred had not been dazed by Petersall's magnificent assumption of authority, he might have perceived that he was being made the victim of a new practical joke. "Professor Petersall," resumed Professor Salvini, "don't you think our young friend should be placed in the senior division?" "Assuredly. Write out an order to the president to that effect while I question the youth further. Boy, in what class are you placed?" "In the 3rd commercial." "Put your hat on, my son. The weather is a trifle keen. But think of your being put in the 3rd commercial. Who examined you?" "Father Howard." "Absurd," put in Professor Salvini. "We must discharge Father Howard. I'm beginning to fear that the president must go too." "How much time did he spend in examining you?" resumed Professor Petersall. "About 10 minutes." "Monstrous! Why doesn't the vice president attend to his own business, which he doesn't know, and send boys to be examined to me? He should have taken at least 4 hours. Professor Salvini, write a note to Father Howard stating that we hold his examination null and void." Professor Salvini, notebook in hand, continued to write industriously. The senior playground, while this conversation was going on, had almost suddenly become alive with boys, who were all walking up and down in groups of 2 and 3. These various groups contrived to pass at short intervals the trio. From the professors and Ethelred down to the liveliest boy upon the grounds, there was not a single one whose face, so long at least as its owner was within sight and hearing of Ethelred, was not set in unutterable gravity. "Now, boy," resumed Petersall, "follow us to the senior study hall, and be careful on the way thither to observe that gravity of deportment which you see on the faces of the circumambient students. A gravity, I might add, which speaks well for the habits of self-control contracted by the severe training of our college curriculum." Taking the thoroughly mystified Ethelred by the hand, Professor Petersall walked gravely towards the study hall, exhorting the newcomer in a loud voice, the while, to be extremely careful in the choice of his friends, and to apply himself from the outset with diligence to his studies, while Professor Salvini hurried on before them to give warning to the students who might happen to be in the study hall. When the unhappy pupil and his mentor entered, there were 14 or 15 of the seniors at their desks, all of whom turned to gaze upon Ethelred. On half-holidays, the members of the senior division were allowed the privilege of the study room, with the understanding that there was to be no loud talking or boisterous conduct. Professor Petersall, having conducted Ethelred to a seat near the door, handed him a copy of Cicero. "The most important qualification in a young student," he observed, "is the ability to memorize. Here you have Cicero's celebrated oration Pro Marcello, the opening sentence of which our giddier pupils love to sing to the air of Home, Sweet Home. You will now take the first 100 lines of this celebrated oration and memorize it within an hour's time." "But I don't know no Latin," whispered Ethelred. "I can't learn that stuff." "To learn Latin, the less you know about it, the better. Before you begin, I desire to give you a few instructions. First of all, you are to be promoted to the large yard tonight, not before. When the recess begins after the second hour of studies, you will slip over quietly from the junior division to the place where you had the high honor of first making my acquaintance. Do you understand?" "Yes." At this answer, Professor Petersall's face grew black. "Yes, sir." "That's better, though you might have said, 'Yes, Professor.' In the meantime, you must tell none of the small boys that you are coming over to this side. They might become jealous. After you have learned your memory lesson, you will return to the small boys and play with them and eat with them and spend your 2 hours of study in their hall. Now, go to work at your memory lesson, and don't you dare raise your head from your book till I give the sign." And then Professor Petersall paraded up and down the aisles with the airs, much exaggerated, of a bona fide professor, while Ethelred gazed helplessly upon the book, while the hall quietly filled with students, while the silence was such that the slightest sound disturbed it. If Ethelred had but looked around and gazed upon these silent students, he would doubtless have been puzzled by their facial expressions. Most of them, all a grin, were eyeing him uninterruptedly. Some, red-faced and quivering, were struggling manfully against the temptation to laugh aloud, and occasionally one or another would rush incontinently from the hall to give vent to his emotions outside. Professor Petersall's face, in the meantime, never for a moment relaxed from its austere gravity. Something over a quarter of an hour had gone by when a student came in rather hurriedly and whispered a few words in Professor Petersall's ear. Whereupon, forgetting his decorum, the self-appointed study-keeper hurried over to Ethelred. "Boy," he said, "slip back to your yard at once, or our plans for bringing you into this division tonight will be spoiled. Slip out by this door, and be sure not to breathe a syllable to anyone. I excuse you from your memory lesson." Ethelred, nothing loath, took his leave. The professor followed him by the same door, and his tall form had hardly disappeared when there entered from the opposite entrance the prefect of the division. To find 120 boys out of a possible 150 in perfect silence and at their books was something so astonishing that the prefect gave a little start, while his face expressed sincere astonishment. The boys could hold in no longer. A rich wave of genuine and uncontrollable laughter rolled through the hall. The prefect at once understood that something out of the ordinary had been going on. He waited quietly till the laughter had subsided, and then smilingly rapped with his keys on the door for all to leave. Immediately, once they were outside the study hall, there formed a group about him to tell him of Professor Petersall and the newcomer. They told the whole story with such evident enjoyment, taking care to inform the prefect that the boy had defied anyone to take him in, that Mr. Evans relished the joke almost as much as the narrators. I said that they told the whole story. This is not quite correct. They failed to mention that at last recess, after night studies, Ethelred was to be transferred to the senior division. Perhaps they forgot to mention it. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kristen Hand. Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer, by Francis J. Finn. In which Ed Devereux proposes to help Ethelred run away. Shortly after Ethelred's departure from the gymnasium, Earl asked Eddie Devereux to take a walk with him outside. "Ed," he began when they had gone in silence halfway across the yard, "I feel pretty bad." "About Mr. Gade?" "Not exactly. I feel bad about that too, or rather angry. It seems to me that Mr. Gade has been very harsh and unjust." "Well, you know, Earl, you haven't been at all up in your lessons for 2 or 3 weeks, and up to this you never missed. All the boys have noticed it." "Well, there are some things a boy can't talk about, Ed, but I want to tell you that I've honestly tried to study lately, but it has been so hard. Up to the retreat I found study so easy, but somehow, since then, my mind goes wool-gathering all the time. I wish you'd pray for me, Eddie. Today I felt as if I were in danger of going wrong. I actually hate Mr. Gade, and I know that I'm just full of spite. I didn't think that I was that kind of a boy." "You're not, Earl. This trouble with Mr. Gade will blow over in a couple of days, and you'll be the same as ever." "I'm afraid not. And today I said something that has bothered me ever since. I told the newcomer that this place is a jail. That was disloyal to our college. I've always been treated well here, and have had a pretty cheerful time of it, and now the first time a newcomer is put in my charge, I begin by running the place down." "A good many fellows say things like that about the place, Earl, and some of them really mean it, too. Is that what is bothering you?" "That's not all. I had a chance to take back what I said, but I was too mulish or too weak to do it. And then the boy said that he wasn't going to stay in a jail and he'd run away tomorrow night. You see, in all probability, I've put it into his head to run away." "But you can stop that if you want to." "No. I promised not to interfere, and what is worse, I have lent him money to go away on." With serious brow, Eddie reflected for some moments. Presently he broke into a grin. "Good gracious, it's just the thing. Look here, Earl, that fellow has no business at this college. His mother may be a lady, as you say, but he certainly is a street boy. I'm just as sure as can be that if he stays here for a week, he will be dismissed or expelled. If you and I were to tell the vice president what we know about him, Ethelred would go by the train tonight. Of course, we don't like to go reporting on a fellow unless it is really necessary. Now, instead of that, suppose we help him to run away." "What?" cried Earl. "Yes, why not? If the president knew the kind of boy he was, he'd acknowledge that we were doing the college a real service. Now look, we've got to do one thing or the other. Report Ethelred as being unfit to go with the boys here, or help him run away. Don't you think we could help him? It doesn't seem wrong in this case, because the president would want him to go too if he knew as much about him as we do. And besides," here Ed's eyes glittered, "there'll be lots of fun." "But," objected Earl, "the boy might not be able to take care of himself. You know his father is in Europe, and his mother is on the way there. If anything were to happen to him, I should feel responsible." Again Ed fell into thought. "That's so," he assented. "Can't we get over that difficulty? Of course it would be wrong to help the fellow off if we didn't know he'd be cared for when he got away. I wish we could see our way out of that." "I remember now," said Earl, "that he said he had lots of friends." "Did he? Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll find out whether he will go back to people who have a right to care for him, and if he will, then we'll be doing a good act to help him off." "It will be a good thing for the boys here, certainly," said Earl. "Yes, and it will do no harm to anyone else. There's not a boy in our yard, as far as I know, who has the least temptation to run away, so there won't be any scandal in the case. They will look upon it as being about the sort of thing which they might expect from a boy like the darling. What has become of him, I wonder? He left the playroom some time ago, and he certainly is not in the yard." Eddie chuckled. "I'm willing to bet that he has fallen into the hands of the big boys. I think they've heard about him already. Our refectory reader had a chance to give the reader in the big boys' refectory a few points on the newcomer at the second table." Eddie had rightly guessed the fact, though the cause he assigned was defective. It is true, the small boy reader had given his senior confrere an account of Ethelred, but besides this, every student in the senior division had heard and canvassed Ethelred's remark on the greenness of the student. The large boys, by tacit agreement, had resolved to show Ethelred that, along with the simplicity of the dove which distinguished the boarders of Henryton College, there was also the cunning of a few serpents. The students of Henryton were, as a rule, kind and considerate in their dealings with newcomers. However, if a boy during the first days of his arrival proved himself to be somewhat forward, or plumed himself upon his superior knowledge of life, or gave evidences of being annoyingly conceited, they were not slow in devising plans to bring him to a sense of his position. On rare occasions, moreover, they imposed upon a newcomer for no other reason than a love of harmless fun. Earl and Eddie were still talking of the new arrival when that worthy came running around the corner of the classroom building. "Hey, there, darling, you've been out of bounds," called Ed. Ethelred looked around to see whether any others had noticed his return and then joined the two friends. "What were you doing in the large yard?" asked Ed. With a knowing look, Ethelred put his finger under his right eye and pressed down upon his cheek so as to give the two boys a good view of that organ. "Do you see any green in my eye?" "Oh, if you don't care to talk, all right. I was going to ask you whether they had shown you the tree next to the one which George Washington cut down with his little hatchet." "You think you're smart," snarled the darling, "but I'm going to show you a point or two before I go tomorrow night." "Go where?" "Away from here. Say, can't you lend a fellow $1? I don't want to go away without I have some money." "See here, Ethelred Preston," put in Earl, "we won't help you to run away unless we know that you're going home." "The old My mother has gone to Europe." "Then we'll not let you run away. You have no right to leave this college unless you have a fixed home and someone to take care of you." "What business is that of yours?" cried Ethelred angrily. He had doubled up his fists, as though he were about to attack Earl. "I'm going to make it my business. It was my fault, for all I know, that you got it into your head to run away. But if you get away, it will be my fault too." "I'd like to know who'll stop me," roared the darling. "I will," answered Earl quietly. The two boys, as they stood facing each other, formed a striking contrast. Ethelred, blustering, passionate, noisy; Earl, quiet, cool, determined. Earl's eyes, as he said, "I will," fell full upon Ethelred's. The latter bore the gaze for a moment, then turned his head away. A moment before, Ethelred had mentally resolved to fight Earl. In that mutual gaze the fight had taken place, and Ethelred was worsted. "Since you fellows meddle so confoundedly, I don't mind telling you that my mother put me in charge of Mr. Dodge, the mayor of Brighton, and told me that if I didn't like this college after a day or so, I might go away and stay with him." "Oh," cried Eddie, greatly relieved. "That makes things better." "But," objected Earl, "why don't you go to the president of the college, like a man, and tell him you have permission from your mother to leave?" "Because," answered Ethelred after a pause, "I've lost the letter she gave me to the president. In that there letter she told him to let me go any time I wanted to." Eddie Devereux grinned. "You compose nicely," he said. "If I was to go to the president," pursued Ethelred, who failed to perceive the point of Eddie's remark, "and ask him for to let me go, he'd have to write to the mayor and wait for an answer, and I'd have to stay here for 2 or 3 days longer." "That would be very hard on you, and some of us too, wouldn't it?" said Eddie. "Well," he continued, "I, for one, am willing to help you, if you'll give your solemn promise to go back to your guardian." "I'll swear it. I'll take an oath." Here Ethelred actually began to swear that he would return directly to his guardian, but Earl cut him short. "All we want is your word of honor." Ethelred gave his word of honor in 5 or 6 varieties. Like many people who set little value on their word, he was most eloquent and facile in promising and in attesting to the truth of his own statements. "Here's 75 cents, said Eddie. "You needn't pay it back unless you come back again." Ethelred's manner changed at once. He was now fawning. Money seemed to be the one thing upon which he set value. Earl and Eddie exchanged looks of disgust as the darling cringed before them. Earl was strongly tempted to leave the sordid newcomer and have nothing more to do with him. He was a noble character and could neither understand nor enjoy such an exhibition of vulgarity. Eddie, on the other hand, had a keen sense of fun. Under all the vulgarity, he saw great promise of future frolic. "Have you made up your mind as to which way you'll get out?" he asked. "Not yet, Eddie." "Why not drop over the wall? It's only 30 feet or so at the east end of the yard." "Think I want to break my legs?" "That's so. A runaway with broken legs would be a—" Eddie paused for the phrase. "A contradiction in terms," supplied Earl. "We might have 3 or 4 fellows below to hold a net to catch you in the way they do in a circus," Eddie went on. "No, you don't," said the darling. As they spoke, they had walked over to the wall. "It wouldn't be a bad plan, though, only the great trouble would be that we'd have to get the 4 fellows out there to catch you. Oh, I declare, here's just the place. You see this place where there are a few stones on top loose? We can take them out easily, and we'll let down a rope and hold it till you're down in the street. You can climb down a rope, can't you?" "Yes, I suppose so. And if your muscle gives out, you can twine your legs around the rope and slide down. We can hitch the end of the rope to that tree over there, and Earl and I and Haynes will hold it besides. Of course, we won't tell the other fellows about it, but we must have a 3rd person to hold the rope, and Haynes will be the very best." "Where are you going to get the rope?" asked Ethelred. "Oh, there will be no trouble about that. We've got a tremendous coil of rope in the gymnasium, and I'll see to that myself. Now, the next question is, when do you intend to go?" "Tomorrow night, so as to catch the train." "Very good. After 2nd hour's studies there are 25 minutes to spare, and we can do it easily. It'll be dark then. I'll have the rope here. We'll all come over, Earl, you, Haynes, and myself, from different parts of the yard so as not to attract attention." "But maybe I'll be put in the big yard tomorrow." Eddie gave Earl a quick side look, and as he did so there was a world of merriment in his eye, for he divined from Ethelred's remark that the senior students too had the hapless newcomer in hand. "No matter," he said, turning with a perfectly serious face to Ethelred. "You can slip over here just the same. We'll tie the rope in a jiffy, and over you go." "All right, but I need more money." "No, you don't. It's only 60 miles or so to Brighton." "Yes, but I want to take a sleeper, too, and that costs money." "How much money have you?" "Only $1.50, so help—" "That's not true," cried Earl. "I'll swear." "Hold on," interposed Earl. "You needn't lie about it. You've been imposing on some of the little boys here and have got $1 or $2 out of them. We all know about it." Ethelred was silent. "And we want you to let them alone after this. If we catch you borrowing any more money, we'll let you take care of yourself, and we'll see besides that you pay up before you go." "I intend to pay back every cent," protested Ethelred. "So much the better. Well, remember tomorrow night. There come the boys for a game of football. Did you ever see a game?" "No." "Come on, then. I'll explain it to you as you look on." For the rest of that afternoon, Ethelred, under Earl's care, met with no misadventure. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer, by Francis J. Finn. Chapter 9, in which Ethelred finds it hard to sleep undisturbed. "I wonder whether he intends to come," said Professor Petersall, better known as Peter Sullivan, to Edward Land, the other pseudo-professor. "I think so. He has no idea of a college nor of college boys. No one will be likely to enlighten him. The two were standing at the appointed hour, waiting for Ethelred. It was a dark night, and the wind sweeping down from the north in icy blasts made the place very uncomfortable for a rendezvous. The thermometer, steadily falling throughout the day, was now very near to the 0 mark. The two were chafing their ears and stamping their feet upon the ground. "Isn't it getting cold?" said Sullivan. "If he doesn't come pretty quick, I'll clear out. A joke's a good thing, but I don't propose to freeze to death for the sake of a laugh. But it will be rich. I hope our friend Mr. Hale will not take it amiss." "I don't see why he should. He likes a joke himself. If he thinks he can present me with a package of cigarettes with sawdust inside of them, without my getting back at him, he's mistaken. And I haven't forgotten the time when he sent me a box of cigars, the upper row all right, and the rest a collection of tracts on the evil of using fermented wine." "There's hardly a boy of the upper classes," continued Land, "that he hasn't worked in one way or the other. That bottle of anti-fat which came to Fatty Archibald on his last birthday has been traced to Mr. Hale." "Is that so? The last time he played a practical joke on me, he told me that if I ever got the chance, I might return him the favour, and now, here comes the victim." Breathing heavily, Ethelred at this point joined them. "What's the matter? You're out of breath, my son," said Sullivan. "I had a little trouble to get away." Ethelred did not think it best to go into details. Before leaving the junior division, he had thought proper to mete out vengeance upon Peter Lane. Hurrying from the study hall and waiting for little Peter to pass, he followed him till they were in the part of the yard where shadows were thickest, and then, catching the little man, proceeded to shake him with all his strength. Had Ethelred been content to nourish his design in secret, all would have gone well for him, and ill for Peter, but he had hinted at his plan earlier in the evening to Earl, who, in consequence, was on the lookout. He had scarcely put hands upon Peter when he was seized by a strong pair of arms from behind, and jerked backwards with a force that brought his jaws together with a force that would have given 9 out of 10 students a violent headache. It did not affect Ethelred in that way, however, but it made him feel decidedly uncomfortable. "Run off, Peter," said Earl. He continued as Peter disappeared from view, "Ethelred, you're a coward. The idea of picking on the smallest boy in the yard. If you go on this way, there's not a boy here that will have anything to do with you. I don't care. Let go of me, will you? Let go. I won't touch him. Ow, stop squeezing." Pleased, Ethelred rubbed his arms. They were destined to show blue marks for a week in consequence of the squeeze. Earl, strong above his years and weight, had a grip that was extraordinary. "Well, good night," said Earl, turning on his heel. Ethelred paused to invoke some, let's say, blessings on Earl's head, and then, suddenly remembering his appointment, hastened away. All these things, it is hardly necessary to say, the pseudo-professors learned the following morning. "Well, my son," said Edward, "we find on examination that it will not do for you to go to sleep in the dormitory tonight. Some of the young gentlemen here will become jealous of you, unless we prepare the way gently for your promotion to the senior division. Your admission, accordingly, to the senior division must be kept a secret until tomorrow afternoon, or possibly until tomorrow night." "Yes," said Ethelred. "So we have decided to allow you a private sleeping room for the night. Come at once, and don't talk on the way." Crossing the yard, they came to the infirmary building. It was a low structure, 2 stories in height, with the windows of the first floor about 9 feet above the ground. Avoiding the entrance, Ethelred's guide conducted him to a ladder below the 3rd window on the western side. "Now, very quiet," whispered Sullivan. "No one knows that you are here, else they might play tricks on you. Follow me up the ladder into his room." Sullivan mounted, followed by Ethelred and Edward. The room was exquisitely fitted up. A student's lamp upon the centre table was alight at the time they entered, and it threw a softened splendour upon the entire room. There were tidies, silk hangings, doilies, lace pillow slips, silken curtains, books, selected seemingly for their pretty covers, and, upon the toilet table, a number of dainty articles. "How do you like this?" asked Sullivan, removing the rose-coloured shade from the lamp. For an answer, Ethelred gazed about, open-mouthed. "Now, boy, you are to touch nothing in this room except the lamp, which you will blow out as soon as you have undressed. And then go to bed, and stay there until we come for you tomorrow morning." "Yes, sir." "If any people come to you during the night, don't let them impose on you. However, there does not seem to be much danger. The door, you will observe, is locked. When Professor Salvini and I go in, which we shall do by means of the window, so as to keep your being here a secret from the boys, many of whom I regret to say are frivolous, we shall take away the step-ladder, so you ought to be quite safe from intruders. Still, if anyone should come in, don't let them impose upon you." "I'll bet they won't. They're not going to fool me." "Good night, boy. Go to bed." And the two professors departed by the window. 1 hour later, Mr. Hale, who had been downtown to see certain friends of his, returned, carolling lightly, to his room in the infirmary. Mr. Hale was a tall, willowy, young exquisite of 21, with a light moustache, a delicate complexion, and a dainty cane. He wore an abundance of rings. Despite appearances, he was a sensible young man, who gave pleasure to many by his kindly ways, and, with the trifling exception of 1 or 2 upon whom he had played practical jokes, offence to none. He resided at Henryton College, in the capacity of teacher of flute and piano. Unlocking himself into his room, he lighted the lamp, took off his coat, and put a cigar in his mouth. It was his custom, before retiring, to while away an hour over a mild Havana. Having struck a match and settled into his armchair, he waited for the blue flame to burn away, and while he was thus waiting, his jaw dropped, his eyes opened wide, he jumped from his chair with a start, and was in 2 minds about rushing from the room. Beside the bed was a chair on which were piled a shirt, trousers, coat, and vest. Upon the pillow, his beautiful lace pillow, lay a strange head. After breathing hard for a minute, Mr. Hale, with trembling fingers, struck another match, lighted his lamp, and, arming himself with his cane, resolved to explore the mystery. "Hey!" he cried, entrenched behind his chair, and standing a safe distance from the bed. "Wake up there! Who are you?" Master Ethelred tossed uneasily, gave a groan, and was still again. "Hey there! Wake up! Do you hear?" No attention was paid to these remonstrances. Then Mr. Hale did what was for him a bold thing. Stooping down, he picked up a slipper from under his washstand and tossed it lightly into the air. It fell, striking the sleeper's neck. Ethelred, rubbing his eyes, sat up in bed. "What are you doing in this room, sir?" stuttered Mr. Hale. "None of your business. You just clear out of here and let me alone." "But," gasped the astonished musician, "this is my room." "See here," said Ethelred fiercely, "you can't fool me because I'm the newcomer. You just clear out of this room right smart, or it will be the worse for you." "You impudent fellow!" cried Mr. Hale, his anger growing as his courage rose. "If you don't get out of that bed at once, and leave this room with those clothes of yours, I'll cane you." And he took his dainty walking-stick at the occupant of his bed. "You just come near enough," roared Ethelred, reaching down and recovering one of his shoes, "and I'll stave in your old head. You can't play tricks on me." At this point, it occurred to Mr. Hale that he must be dealing with an escaped lunatic. He resolved to change his tactics. "But, my dear sir," he urged, "that's my bed." "You just get out of this room as quick as you can," returned Ethelred, "or I'll tell the professors on you." "What professors?" "Professors Petersall and Salvini." Mr. Hale was now convinced that he had to deal with a lunatic. There were no professors answering to such names in the college. "Get out!" he roared, hoping to frighten the invader by the fierceness of his tones. "Get out yourself, you idiot!" squawked Ethelred at the top of his voice. There had been a noise and pattering of footsteps outside during the foregoing dialogue. As Ethelred's voice ceased, there came a knock, inwardly thankful that help had arrived. The door opened, and the face of the brother infirmarian came into view. "No, you don't come in," bawled Ethelred. "You're not going to work me. Get out of here, both of you." The brother now entered, and behind him, arrayed in their nightshirts, and armed with sticks, shoes, pokers, and one baseball bat, pattered the 6 barefoot boys. Their eyes were sticking out from curiosity. The new arrivals were not long in appreciating the situation. Mr. Hale, still standing behind his chair as though it were a rampart, was brandishing his cane. Ethelred, sitting up in bed, was holding a shoe ready to throw it at a moment's notice. "There's a lunatic in that bed," explained the teacher of music. "Lunatic, you old redhead," retorted Ethelred. "I've got more sense than your whole family." "Why," exclaimed one of the young gentlemen in white, "it's Ethelred Preston, his mamma's darling." At this, all the white-robed ones broke into a laugh, so hearty that one would find it hard to believe that they were small boys of the junior division, who, then and there, happened to be too ill to attend their regular work. It was Haynes, temporarily indisposed by a headache, who recognized Ethelred. The other 5 boys, having been sick all that day, had not had the pleasure thus far of meeting the darling. But Haynes, during the 2 hours before bedtime, had told them enough of him to make this first moment of recognition a moment of ecstasy which they were not likely to forget. "Come, sir," said the brother infirmarian, "get up out of that." To the horror of the 6 little boys, Ethelred put his thumb to his nose and wriggled his fingers in scorn. "I told you he was crazy," said Mr. Hale. "You people don't take me in," said Ethelred. "Get out of this room. I wasn't born yesterday." The brother was becoming angry. "Get out yourself, sir, or we shall have to have recourse to physical force." Before Ethelred could answer, another person arrived on the scene. It was Father Howard. "Oh, here you are," he said. "Why didn't you go to your dormitory? Your prefect reported you to me for being absent, and I've been looking for you since 9 o'clock. Ethelred became subdued at once. "Professors Petersall and Salvini told me to come here." There was a twinkle in Father Howard's eye for a moment. Let us trust that it was not recorded by the angel who keeps count and tally against disciplinarians. "Go to your beds, boys," said Father Howard to the white-robed array. They disappeared promptly, throwing wistful, lingering, longing looks over their shoulders. "Now, sir, put your clothes on at once, and I'll take you to your dormitory. The professors you mention are not to be found in this college. You have been duped." It was 3 months before Mr. Hale was able to see the joke in this little episode. Then he saw it and forgave the perpetrators. It was also 1 month before Professors Petersall and Salvini had fully squared accounts with Father Howard. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer, by Francis J. Finn. Chapter 10, in which Earl Meriwether receives another public admonition. On the following day, which was the last Friday in January, and the second day in Ethelred Preston's career as a student in Henryton College, the newcomer went about more quietly. He had learned from his first experiences that in entering upon college life he was brought into relations with other boys which were quite different from what he had expected. It had been his intention to borrow money from every one who was willing to lend, but Devereux and Meriwether, by their remarks on the previous afternoon, had caused him to change his mind. His fellow students, satisfied with the preceding day's fun, were content, for the time being at least, to let him alone. So the morning and the afternoon wore off without a break in the calm flow of college life. During the recesses and recreations, Ethelred clung to Earl. He was the only boy in the college whom Ethelred cared about consorting with. "You see," he explained as he gave Earl a dig in the ribs, "we're both Protestants. I don't like these Catholics." This remark fell upon Earl like a blow. It hurt his pride to feel that he should be put on the same footing with Preston. He knew, of course, that Preston was by no means a representative of the Protestant boy, and that his Protestantism was rather a hatred of Catholics rather than any set form of worship. And yet this remark of Ethelred's galled him, and awoke in him an old feeling of religious unrest. "If you don't like these Catholics, so much the worse for you," answered Earl. "I know most of them pretty well, and I can tell you that there's some fellows in this school who are leading lives that are as beautiful as the lives of the best people I ever read about in books." "There are a lot of hypocrites," objected Ethelred. "Oh, of course. In all the time that I've been attending school here, I never met a good-for-nothing fellow yet who didn't explain the conduct of those who acted decently on the ground of hypocrisy. That's a cheap way of showing jealousy or spite. I don't believe there are many hypocrites among boys, at least little boys, and when you do come upon a hypocrite, you find him out pretty soon. But when you are thrown in with a boy, day in and day out, or for weeks and months, and notice that he will never do anything that he thinks is really wrong, it's a nonsense to say that he's a hypocrite." "Well," said Preston, "I haven't seen any of your pious boys around here. They don't seem to know any religion at all. Now there's that Devereux. You don't call him a pious boy." "Yes, but I do. There's not a better boy going. He was not remarkably good when he first came here from Philadelphia, but he changed within a month, and now he's next to a saint." "You're a fool," said the gentle Ethelred in a croak. "That fellow pious! Why, he laughs and jokes and skips around lively. Look at him now over there in that crowd. He's pushing and tugging and getting all the fun he can. I'm afraid you don't know much about piety, Ethelred." "I guess I know a heap more about it than you do. I've been to camp meetings lots of times, and I've seen the pious people there. I've seen them on the platform and off it. They don't go about laughing and hopping and grinning. No, sir, you can just bet your boots. They look solemn and sad, and they talk that way, and they are just death on smoking and dancing and amusements and jokes and card playing. You don't catch them playing jokes. Why, I can tell a pious fella as soon as I see him." "So," said Earl, amused in spite of himself, "you don't think a person can be pious and cheerful at the same time?" "Not much. And," Earl continued, "if a man wants to be pious, according to your way of seeing it, he must not expect to enjoy himself, or have any fun at all." "Why, that stands to reason. Anybody who isn't a fool can see that," answered Ethelred. "I thought you were an Episcopalian. They don't talk as you do." "The old woman is. At least she says so. But I'm not. I'm a Protestant, and I know what they believe mighty well." "Well, you're wrong. The best class of Protestants agree with Catholics on that point. A person, according to them, is really pious when he does his duty and avoids sin through supernatural motives. Now, a boy can do his duty and avoid sin and at the same time have a really good time. Ethelred snorted. If there's one thing I envy the Catholic boy, continued Earl, who was now talking on the subject which had lately absorbed his attention, is confession. What? Squawked the darling. It is beautiful to see the effect it has on them. They go into the confessional for a few moments, and they tell everything that is on their conscience to the priest. The priest sets them right if he needs it, gives them good advice or encouragement when they are in trouble, and then gives them absolution. After that, a boy feels that he has a new start. Have you ever read The Horrors of Confessing? Asked Ethelred. I don't want to read it. It's good. It's full of lively things. Them priests ought all to be hanged. The idea of them fellows pretending they can forgive us. And then their mass. It's an invention of the devil. And what they call holy You'd better stop, broke in Earl, with a strange light in his eyes. If there's one thing that has disgusted me with some people that I've met who call themselves Protestants, it is the indecent and exaggerated way in which they talk about Catholic practices. Now take communion. I've seen boys make their first communion here twice, and I tell you it's the nicest sight I want to see. When those little boys go to communion for the first time, some of them look like angels, and I'm sure that if they were to die then, they would go straight to heaven. If people who call themselves Protestants knew the good that confession and communion do to these little boys, they wouldn't abuse these things, even if they did not believe in them. But Ethelred was not easily to be silenced on the question of religion. As he admitted in the course of the conversation, he made no pretense of being a professing Christian. At the same time, he had read and reread all manner of books containing attacks on the Church, and he had, it would seem, attended the lectures of the highly delighted creatures Reformed priests and escaped nuns. He was well armed, as he thought, for a vigorous onslaught on the Catholic Church and her ministers, and he poured into Earl's ears trite objections, stale slanders, and silly stories till Earl was too angry to reply. That afternoon in the classroom, Earl was more inattentive than ever. Some of Ethelred's objections to the Catholic faith were new to him, and despite himself he kept turning them over in his mind. Yet, turn them as he might, no satisfactory answers suggested themselves. His hand was drumming idly upon the desk as his mind gave itself to these difficulties. The action of hand and brain were each involuntary. 5 lines for drumming, Meriwether, said Mr. Grade. Earl straightened up and bit his lip, while a shadow of annoyance passed over his face. The punishment was nothing extraordinary. There were several young gentlemen in the class given to beating the devil's tattoo in season and out, in consequence of which Mr. Gade had been obliged to declare it unlawful, with a penalty of 5 lines to be memorized for each offence. In calling out Earl, Mr. Gade had used his severest tones instead of his usual matter-of-fact voice. It appeared to him that Earl was taking no pains to give satisfaction. This was the first time during the year that Earl had drummed upon his desk, and the teacher may be pardoned if, in light of the preceding day's occurrence, he entertained a suspicion that the boy was trying to annoy him. Earl was hurt. Why could not his teacher treat him as he treated the others? He's down on me, was his thought, and all the pride and vanity of his nature were again up in arms. Once these passions were awakened in our friend, they did not quickly subside. Slow to be aroused, he was slow to recover his usual equal mood. For the remainder of the hour Earl sat motionless, but his blood was boiling. The fierce play of passion within his heart was something that terrified him. He left the classroom with his face set and hardened. All thought of religion, of goodness, all sweet and holy sentiments were gone. he retired to a deserted walk, where he paced up and down like a caged tiger. At the end of the class, Devereux remained at his desk, making a pretense of arranging his books and papers. When all had gone out, he approached Mr. Gade, blushing violently and very nervous. "Mr. Gade, you wouldn't mind me saying something, sir?" "Not at all, Eddie. I'm sure that you won't see anything very bad." "It's about Earl, sir." "Well, what about him?" At the mention of Earl's name, the smile of encouragement disappeared from the teacher's face. "I think, sir, he was trying to pay attention the day you sent him from the room. It didn't look that way, Eddie. I'm afraid that you're prejudiced." "I'm his friend," said loyal Ed simply. "And I know," he went on, "that Earl is a good boy. I think he did more for me than any boy here when I first came. He gave me a little talking once because I wasn't behaving in chapel, and it made me so ashamed of myself that it was worth more to me than a dozen sermons. Please don't think hard of Earl, Mr. Gale. He's troubled about something. I'm sure he wasn't thinking about what he was doing when he was drumming this afternoon." Mr. Gade was secretly delighted with Ed's loyalty to his friend. At the same time, he was decidedly of the opinion that Ed was mistaken in his estimate of Earl's conduct. As the reader knows, it was Mr. Gade who misjudged. It must be said in his defence, however, that owing to Earl's extreme reticence, he had nothing to judge from but the appearance of things. Ed, on the other hand, having heard Earl's story, was sufficiently aware of his friend's struggles and troubles to be thoroughly convinced of his good faith. Yet, knowing them in confidence, he did not feel at liberty to reveal to Mr. Gade any of the details which Earl had revealed to him. Hence the interview failed to produce the effect which Ed had hoped for. He went away then, feeling that his offices as mediator had utterly failed. On dismissing Devereux with a few kind words, Mr. Gade, leaving the classroom, took his way across the yard to the junior students' library. He was within a few feet of the library door when he unexpectedly came upon Earl, still pacing up and down on the lonely walk. Earl was advancing towards him. The meeting was inevitable. At first, Mr. Gade was in a state of irresolution about saluting Earl kindly. There was a stony, repellent stare in the boy's eyes as he drew nearer. Would it not be better to pass the troublesome pupil with a cold recognition? Any friendly overture made to Earl in his present exasperated and sullen state of mind would lay the teacher open to a slight. Besides, Earl was the inferior. He should be shown that his present course deserved a rebuke. On the other hand, perhaps Devereux was right. Or again, if not altogether right, perhaps there was some truth in his defence of his friend. Moreover, and this was the most important point, a little kindness rarely goes amiss. Mr. Gade resolved, though it cost him a struggle, to try kindness. "Good afternoon, Earl," he said with a smile and in gentle tones. "Good afternoon," said Earl, in surly tones, touching his cap gingerly and walking on. Earl's manner was harsh and repellent. Mr. Gade's courtesy was indeed a courtesy returned. "I'm afraid that Eddie is wholly wrong," reflected the teacher sadly as he walked on, "and my attempt at kindness has gone for nothing." Mr. Gade's attempt at kindness may have gone for nothing according to the world's measurement, but according to a higher and holier measurement, it had gone for much. In answering thus uncourteously Mr. Gade's kind salutation, Earl had acted on the ugly spur of the moment, and without fully realizing what he was doing. It was only when he had turned his back upon the teacher that a fuller sense of his conduct came upon him, clear and distinct from the black background of his passion. The teacher's thin, delicate face, worn with sickness, haunted him. And as that face fastened upon his imagination, the clouds of passion thinned and scattered. How unpardonably rude he had been! He had been boorish, He had returned kindness with bitterness. The tears came to Earl's eyes. A chance had been given him to return to the former footing with his teacher, even to explain everything, and he had thrown it away. Earl was thoroughly humbled. He had been convinced, a moment before, that he was a persecuted boy. Now he began to entertain doubts. If he could apologize, alas, he had let his chance escape. The same pride which had led him to act thus discourteously, now under another shape, stood between him and the making of a full submission. But in his heart there arose a short, earnest prayer to God for grace and light and strength. So Mr. Gade's salutation, though it had brought him a slight, was not without fruit, and Eddie's mediation had not been in vain. It has been well said that for every act of kindness performed in this world of ours, there is one sin the less. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer, by Francis J. Finn. Chapter 11, in which Ethelred takes more rope than Devereux had counted upon. "Well, here's the rope," whispered Edith Devereux, stooping and raising a large coil from beside the trunk of the tree near the eastern wall. "Just keep quiet a minute while I tie this end to the tree." It was a dark night. The cold had grown more intense during the past 24 hours, and the wind which came whistling through the trees set the teeth of the poor chattering. "Are you sure that rope will reach all the way down?" asked Ethelred. "Sure and certain, with 10 or 12 feet to spare." "There now, the rope is tied safe." "There's a light down there in the street," objected Ethelred, peering over the wall. "Of course there is," said Haynes, who was standing beside him. "That street is a part of the town, even if it is deserted, and the light comes from an old-style lamp-post half a block away." "You had better go," urged Earl. "The bell for the end of recess will ring in a few minutes, and it's no use standing here and freezing to death." Ethelred gazed down again. Despite the glimmer from the lamp-post, it looked very black and mysterious beneath. He regretted that he had determined to descend by a rope. "Look here, maybe that rope isn't sound. It might break." "If it does," said Eddie, "we'll give it to you for nothing." "I don't care about risking my neck." "Say, Eddie Devereux, would you mind climbing down just to see how it goes?" "Next thing you'll want me to run away for you. If you don't hurry, your hands will be so cold and numb that you won't be able to use them. Go on yourself, or give up. We can't stay here much longer." "I don't know what to do," whined Ethelred. "Very well, darling," said Eddie coolly. "Then I'll unfasten this rope, and we'll all go to prayers." And Eddie made for the tree. No, I'll go. Goodbye, everybody." The three took a strong hold on the rope. Ethelred mounted the wall with no little trepidation, caught the coil, dropped over. Then all was silence, save for the labored breathing of the three boys above, and the noise of shoes scraping and knocking against the stone wall. A minute passed before they heard Ethelred's whistle, the agreed signal that all was well. On pulling up the rope, they found that it lacked about 20 feet of its former length. Ethelred had taken it away as a souvenir. "Well, that's what I call mean," exclaimed Eddie. "We're well rid of such a boy," commented Earl. "He has no sense of decency." Roger Haynes was chuckling. "It's one on you, Eddie," he said at length. "You might have sent the boy off by the back way, but you would have this romantic climbing down by a rope. The joke's on you. That rope belongs to the gymnasium, and you'll have to pay the damages." "I don't mind the expense," said the rueful Eddie, "but it's getting found out that bothers me. I'll lose my privileges for good conduct. although my conduct has been perfectly proper. In assisting Ethelred to leave, I consider myself as a benefactor to the college." "Yes, he's a good riddance," said Roger. "But there goes the bell. Good night, boys. I'm going to take a run. My ears and toes and hands are beginning to freeze." In the dormitory, the prefect, shortly after night prayers, noticed the absence of Ethelred, and he darted an inquiring look in Earl's direction. Earl, in common with the majority of the students, was on his knees. 2 or 3 minutes later, when he had arisen, the prefect came over. "Earl, do you know anything about Ethelred Preston?" "Yes, sir." "Where is he?" "By this time, sir, he ought to be on board the cars for home. There's the engine whistling now. He's run away, sir, and I helped him." The prefect shrugged his shoulders and returned to his place. "That's the end of Ethelred Preston, so far as we are concerned," he thought. But he was greatly mistaken. Once Ethelred touched the ground, he was himself again, which he immediately proved by cutting off as much of the rope as he could reach. Hurriedly coiling this about his arm and wondering what he should do with it, he walked smartly down the street in the direction of the depot. And now Ethelred began to repent him of his new acquisition. He had taken the rope instinctively, but what was he to do with it? To throw it away would be wasteful. If he could but trade it off, were it only for a collar button. Thus lamenting, Ethelred reached the station. "Evening paper, sir, the Star!" cried a tiny youngster whose face was hidden by a tremendous comforter. A bright idea struck Ethelred. "See here, Johnny, how many papers will you give me for this rope? It's a splendid rope and worth at least 40 cents. "I don't want a rope." "You could hang a man with this," urged Ethelred, "and the rope would be as good as new. Hold on, don't go away. What evening papers have you got?" "The Star and the Post." "And how much are they?" "Star, 3 cents, Post, 2. Take the whole rope for 5 cents, give me a Star and a Post, and we'll call it a bargain. It's a splendid rope." "All right, sir. I'll trade." "Couldn't you throw in an extra star?" "You said 1. "Come, throw in 1 more copy," he pleaded. Eventually Ethelred entered the station with 3 evening papers. He paid 70 cents for a second-class ticket, and having 12 minutes to wait, seated himself and took up the Evening Star. He had been reading for several minutes when he suddenly gave a low whistle. With mouth agape and protruding eyes, he read and reread a certain news item of about 30 lines. "This beats Jericho!" he exclaimed, and dropping the paper, he fell into a study. An hour later that night, a card was handed to Father Edmunds. He glanced at it. "What?" he said. "I thought that chapter was closed." And he threw the card on his table and hastened to the parlor. It read, "Master Ethelred Preston, Albany Villa, Brighton. At home Tuesdays." End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer, by Francis J. Finn. Chapter 12, in which Ethelred gets religion and turns over a new leaf. "Well, sir, what do you want now?" Ethelred was standing in the dimly lighted parlor, fumbling his hat. "I've come back," answered Ethelred. The president turned up the light and fixed a stern glance upon the runaway, who lowered his eyes and gave very evident signs of extreme nervousness. "Come back for what, Master Preston?" "I'm sorry I run away." "Yes, but running away here subjects the offender to expulsion." "But I only went as far as the depot. Then I began to think. It would bust my mother's heart if she knew that her boy had run away and been expelled." The president was puzzled. The runaway before him had the experience of a worthless boy. The reports concerning him from prefects and teachers were to the effect that he was as worthless as he seemed to be. But how square all this with the letter from his mother, the testimonials from the mayor of Brighton, from the pastor of the Episcopalian church? "It was because I didn't think, sir, that I run away. I got red hot when my mother sent me up here, and I made up my mind to be as ugly as I could. But I got religion down at the depot. If you let me come back, I'll turn a new leaf. You don't catch me monkeying any more." These words of Ethelred, vulgarly couched though they were, satisfied several of the president's difficulties. Had not Mrs. Preston stated that her son was likely to act first and think afterwards, to take the leap and then look? Had not the mayor of Brighton warned him that the boy meditated running away? The bad points to be looked for in the boy's character had been verified. Was there not a reasonable hope, especially in view of Ethelred's confession, that the good ones were now to come into evidence? The president felt that he was at length beginning to understand the strange character before him. "Well, Ethelred, I will give you one more chance to redeem yourself. I now receive you, but conditionally. To be frank, despite the high character your parents enjoy, you do not seem to be at all up to the standards which we require of our students. Your ways and manners and views are such as we find in those whose associations are of the very lowest." "I used to go with our coachman all the time," said Ethelred, looking gratified. "Indeed. Well, you must mend your manners without delay. You have already given offense to the boys here by your profanity. If I hear anything of the sort again, you shall go at once." "I'll stop, sure. I only talked that way to show off." "What a high ideal! As though cursing were an accomplishment. Now I shall write you a note of admission to the dormitory. Go there at once, and remember that you are here on probation, on trial. Were not your mother on the way to Europe, I doubt whether I should receive you at all." "I say, how in the world did you get back?" asked Eddie Devereux early the next morning, catching Ethelred's arm as the two came out of the washroom. "I walked back," was the smart answer. "I told you fellows I was going to fool you a little bit before I left. Do you mean to say that you got up that plan of running away just for the sake of fooling me and Earl Meriwether? It's just about the size of it. What did you do with the piece of rope? Cut off about 20 feet of it. I want it back. That was a part of the joke, too. You needn't get mad. You fellows had your fun out of me. Now I'm getting even with you. You can't fool this chicken." Ed's vanity was hurt more than he liked to confess, even to himself. He was a quick-witted youngster, and he knew it. To be thus taken in by a greenhorn was a real subject of mortification to him. He began to suspect that there was in the newcomer more than he had given him credit for. "You may remember, darling, that I lent you 75 cents to help you run away." "Maybe I do, and maybe I don't." "And I said you might keep it, provided you did not come back to college." "That's so." "Now you're back, and I'll be glad to get that money." "What? All of it?" "Certainly." "Will you let me off if I pay you 20 cents? "Not much. It's 30 cents on the dollar." "I want that money, every cent of it. Come on, Preston." Preston looked concerned for a moment. Suddenly his face brightened. "Look here, Devereux, that money was part of the joke." "Suppose it was." "Well, just this. I'm not going to spoil the joke. It's too good. I'd like to pay you, but I can't." "Your jokes are pretty expensive ones, darling." "No, sir, you just pay me back that money." "I wouldn't spoil such a joke for twice the amount," protested Ethelred, who was now speaking with extreme animation. "Do you mean to say that you don't intend to return me my money?" Ethelred's face grew troubled, and he took a moment's thought. Suddenly his face brightened, and he said, with no attempt to conceal an expression of triumph, "I'll pay it if the president allows the debt." There was no doubt that Ethelred possessed a large store of low cunning. He had outwitted Devereux, but he had outwitted him on grounds with which Ed, to his credit be it said, was utterly unfamiliar. With a hoarse laugh and slapping his hand over his vest pocket, Ethelred walked off, leaving Devereux quite vexed. But the little lad's sense of humor soon came to his rescue. Aside from the incidental meanness, the joke was not bad. Besides, turnabout is fair play. Ethelred had made him a return in kind, and as for the money, Ed resolved to let the claim go. He also resolved to keep a sharp eye on the borrower. Before morning prayers, accordingly, he summoned Earl and Roger and told them of his interview with the darling. "He's got the joke on us," said Earl, "and I suppose I'm out 50 or 60 cents too." "There's something strange about the whole affair," mused Roger. "May be that he plotted this trick on us. But if he did, then he's a magnificent actor. Somehow I can't bring myself to believe that he had no intention of running away last night." "As for me," said Eddie frankly, "I don't want to believe it. It's terrible to think I've been made a fool of by a chap like that. But it looks pretty clear against us. If he were to tell his story to the boys in the yard, I don't think there's a fellow who wouldn't believe it. I wonder how he got back, and how he accounted for his absence." "I lay awake till 10 o'clock, said Earl, "and he didn't come to the dormitory up to that time. The first I saw of him was this morning when he jumped out of bed, looking jollier than he has looked since he came here." "Ethelred Preston is a conundrum," said Eddie, "and he needs study. Seems to me that he ought not to be in this college at all." "Me too," assented Haynes. "In the meantime we can wait till we learn more." "Yes," added Earl, "and in the meantime, too, it wouldn't be bad to suspend judgment." "That's just what I'm doing," returned Devereux. "I'm suspending judgment as hard as I can. By the way, Earl, what did the prefect ask you in the dormitory last night?" "He asked me whether I knew anything about Preston's whereabouts, and I told him that Preston had run away, and that he was just about going off in the train which we heard whistling while he was speaking to me." "Did Mr. Raymond suspect that you had anything to do with his running away?" "He didn't ask me whether I had anything to do with it," responded Earl in a manner so reticent that Ed resolved at once to probe further. "But didn't you tell him something?" "Not about you, Ed, or Haynes." "There, it's just what I expected," cried Ed triumphantly. "You've told on yourself. Now haven't you?" "The fact is," returned Earl with blushing uneasiness, "I simply said I had helped Ethelred off." "What an elegant clam you would make, Earl! It's as hard to get information out of you sometimes as sense out of a clothesline. I see your little plan. You want to take all the blame on yourself and save me." "Me too," added Roger. "Oh, you had nothing particular to do with it, Roger. You played a quiet second fiddle. But if it had not been for me, Earl wouldn't have let Ethelred go at all. If anyone is to blame, it is I." "Not at all," said Earl. "I started him with the idea, and it seems to me that I'm the responsible one. And even supposing you had as much to do with it as I, Ed, still I didn't say that I was alone in the matter. I simply said that I had helped. I'm on the blacklist anyhow, just at present, and a little thing like that won't change my position one way or the other." At the beginning of morning studies, the vice president entered the junior students' study hall, made a few remarks upon Ethelred's running away and subsequent repentance. He informed the boys that Ethelred, owing to a peculiar combination of circumstances, had been allowed to return, but on probation. He concluded thus: "I am sorry to say that one of the leading boys of the junior division has actually abetted the newcomer in his foolish notion. As the one who assisted him has confessed on himself, I shall take no action, but I cannot refrain from expressing my regret publicly that he should thus lend his countenance to conduct which is far worse than any ordinary breach of discipline. The boy who helps another to run away from school assumes a serious responsibility." Earl hung his head, and his face was suffused with blushes. It was the third public reprehension of his college course, and they had all three fallen within 48 hours of each other. Eddie Devereux was hardly less concerned. He knew that through an act of friendship, Earl had laid himself open to the public rebuke. Before class, Eddie was at the prefect of discipline's room. "You were talking about Earl this morning, Father, when you spoke of the leading boy that had helped the darling, I mean Ethelred, to run away." "That is true, Ed. What about it?" "But he wasn't to blame, Father. It was my fault. Earl had a scruple because the first time he met Ethelred he made a remark against the college. He thought this remark was the cause of Ethelred's wanting to run away, but I settled the scruple for him. I said that it would be a good thing for the college if Ethelred were to get out. He's a queer sort of a fellow, and he does not seem to fit in here. So I persuaded Earl to let him go, and it was I, Father, that engineered the whole thing. Of course Earl helped, but I was the leader, and Earl was simply following my plans. Last night Earl told the prefect that he helped Ethelred off just in order to get me out of trouble. I am pleased to hear your side of the story, Eddie, but how could you bring yourself to help a boy run away? You know that is a serious matter. Devereux then explained his reasons for taking this action, much in the same way as he had set them forth before Earl. While secretly amused, Father Howard was pleased by the explanation. Whatever he might think of the reasoning, he felt sure at all events that Earl and Ed had acted with some regard to the promptings of their consciences. "Thank you for speaking to me about this," said Father Howard, when Ed had come to an end. "It relieves me very much to know that in helping Ethelred off there was nothing of the weakness and human respect and disregard for consciences which one naturally expects in such things. I no longer look upon Earl's action in the same way, and I wish you would tell Earl so. As for yourself, I forgive you too. Only please don't help runaways any more." "And now," continued Father Howard, "I have a word to say about Ethelred Preston. From what you have said, I gather that yourself and Earl and many of the boys do not look upon him as a fit student for Henryton College. There were reasons for your thinking so yesterday, but it is well to know that Ethelred came here in a state of rebellion. He was not himself from the time of his entrance till he ran away. On reaching the railroad station last night, it seems that he entered into himself. Then of his own free will he came back here, and after apologizing for his previous conduct, he made very satisfactory promises to the president of the college. Now I ask you, and you in turn will ask Earl and the others of the boys, to give the newcomer another chance. Don't condemn him prematurely. Show him a little kindness if you can." "All right, sir," answered Eddie. "We'll give him a fair chance. And Eddie, kindly send Earl here. I wish to smooth over as much as possible the little misunderstanding of this morning." "All right, Father. I thank you very much." As Devereux left the room, he wore a broad grin. First, he had vindicated Earl. Secondly, it struck him as a fit theme for smiling that the boy who had made such satisfactory promises of behavior before going to bed should begin the new day by lying and by repudiating his honest debts. So he did run away after all. I wonder what brought him back. Maybe he came back because he entered into himself, but it's pretty hard for me to believe that. I'd give $1 to know the real reason why he came back. And if Eddie had known the real reason for Ethelred's return, the story would be finished in very short order indeed. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer, by Francis J. Finn. Chapter 13, in which Ethelred becomes more mysterious and Earl more heroic. Eddie Devereux, notwithstanding his doubts concerning the sincerity of Ethelred's purpose of amendment, put himself with the best of will to carry out the behest of Father Howard. He told such of his schoolfellows as he came upon that Ethelred was really going to turn over a new leaf, and pleaded with them to give the interesting newcomer another chance. Thus appealed to, the junior students made no difficulty in laying aside their prejudices and feelings against Ethelred. For the present, at least, he might go his way unmolested. Indeed, they were almost deferential to him in their eagerness to comply with Father Howard's wishes. Among themselves, however, there were many jokes passed about Ethelred's manner of escape from the college. These witticisms were not intended for Ethelred's ears, but that artless youth, Peter Lane, out of sheer benevolence, thought fit to make them known to him. "I say," he said, seating himself beside Ethelred, who was watching a game of handball. "I say, darling, the fellows have been telling me that you're going to drop your nonsense and turn over a new leaf. Is that any of your business?" "Well, you see, I'm not going to tease you any more," explained the diminutive youth, rising and standing with his arms akimbo before Ethelred, "and I thought maybe you'd like to know it." Ethelred glared savagely at the amiable urchin, but said nothing. "You were mad at me yesterday, I know," continued Pete, "and you started roughhouse on me when you got me alone. It would have been awful roughhouse for me if Earl Meriwether hadn't come in and started roughhouse on you. But I just wanted to tell you I'm not mad about it in the least." "Confound it," growled Ethelred. "Who cares whether you're mad or not?" "But you ought to care. You see, I'm in with the other fellows, and we're going to give you a fair chance. Do you think, you wretched little sardine, that I care a snap whether you give me a chance or not? You ought to, darling, but I don't. Say, here Peter broke into melodious giggles. You ought to hear some of the jokes that the fellows have been getting off on you. What jokes? Asked Ethelred, raising his head and speaking with an animation which had not thus far characterized his share of the dialogue. Peter laughed full-throated, while Ethelred gazed at him stolidly. Others, Peter continued, say you didn't get rope enough, and that's the reason you went off with 20 feet that belonged to the gymnasium. Ethelred's stolid face changed at these words to an expression of anger, while Peter broke into another ringing laugh. And one of the fellows says that you took enough rope to hang yourself with easily, but you were afraid to hang yourself for fear of spoiling the rope. Get away from here, will you, or I'll kick you all over the yard, cried Ethelred. Oh, very well, said Peter, and he added with much dignity as he turned upon his heel, I guess I know how to take a hint. Hulloa, Preston, called Earl from across the yard. Your trunk has just come. If you like, I'll take you over to the clothes room. At this bit of news, Ethelred involuntarily gave a start, but recovering himself so quickly that those about failed to notice it, he arose and followed Earl. By the way, Ethelred, said Earl kindly as the two were walking towards the clothes room, if there's any little thing I can do for you, just let me know. I might help you out in some of your lessons, as you're a little behind the class in the matter they saw before you came, or give you a few hints one way or the other. It's a little hard on a newcomer here in the beginning, because he's a stranger and doesn't often know the ways of boarding schools. I guess I can look out for myself right smart now, responded the grateful youth. I got caught yesterday, but you can bet I don't get caught again. I suppose not, assented Earl. If you settle down to study in earnest, it's not likely that the boys will try to bother you again. All you've got to do is keep quiet for a week or two, till the boys begin to know you, and you feel more at home. They are good fellows here, but some of them like to tease. Now be keeping quiet for a while. You keep those fellows who like to tease from getting a handle on you, and you needn't preach, interrupted the darling in his fascinating croak. Earl colored. Oh, he ejaculated as he bit his lip. Here's the clothes room. Come right in. There's your trunk. If there ever was a trunk that merited the epithet dainty, it was the trunk of Ethelred Preston. It was small, with bands, apparently of silver, which were fastened by numerous buttons of a golden color. Above the lock was a silver plate with the monogram E.P. traced in letters of a rare delicacy. It was such a trunk as the most callous baggage man would instinctively handle with care. Ethelred fell to rummaging in his pockets. Out of one he took a handful of buttons, a spool of thread, a cork in which there were 4 or 5 needles of various sizes, and a large clasp knife. Out of another, a piece of beeswax, a magnet, a can opener, a small ball of twine, and a bunch of keys, which he examined carefully. Hulloa! He exclaimed. What's the matter, Ethelred? I've lost my trunk key. It was on this bunch when I came, but it's gone. I've been robbed. There are no thieves in this school, said Earl sharply. He added in a milder tone as he stooped to examine the lock of the trunk. It's too bad. I see that it's a skeleton key, too, and I'm afraid the brother has nothing to open it with. I say, Brother John, Ethelred Preston has lost the key of his trunk. Do you think you can open it for him, please? The brother, laying aside some work upon the long table which ran almost the length of the room, stepped over and scrutinized the lock. Neither Earl nor Brother John, so absorbed were they in examining the trunk, noticed how pale Ethelred had become. I think there will be some difficulty in opening this trunk, said the clothes-keeper. The lock is not an ordinary one. Ethelred drew a deep breath. You needn't take no trouble, he said in his usual choice diction. There's another key at home, and I can send for it and get it inside of 3 days. While I'm waiting, I reckon Meriwether can lend me some of his duds just as I need 'em. Ethelred, as his last remark shows, was himself again. All right, Ethelred, said Earl heroically. He was forcing himself to remember, poor boy, that Ethelred's mother and his own had been dear friends. They consoled him to think that his mother, now in heaven, must surely know and appreciate the struggles against feeling and sentiment which he was making for love of her. Lend me a few collars, then, some cuffs, and a tie or 2 and 5 or 6 collar buttons. In a word, before they left the clothes room, Ethelred had secured the loan of a suit of clothes, a pair of suspenders, of earmuffs, and of gloves, a scarf, a silk handkerchief, and a football sweater. The boy had a passion for borrowing. During study hours that day, Ethelred was observed to be writing a great deal, and in the intervals for play and the recess, he was seen to hold several interviews with a certain day scholar, Farewell by name, whose reputation with the boarders at Henryton stood by no means high. "I'm afraid," remarked Devereux to Earl shortly before supper, "the darling is up to some new mischief. Somehow I can't help keeping my eyes on him. You may be sure he wasn't talking to that day scholar for nothing. I'm not quite certain yet, but I'm willing to bet that he gave him a letter, perhaps 2 or 3 letters, to post outside." "Perhaps he doesn't know the rule," suggested Earl charitably. "Oh, no, of course not," returned Eddie with a touch of sarcasm in his voice. "And then, too, I've noticed that he fights shy of most of the boarders except you." "I've noticed that, too," said Earl with a smile. "In fact, he's been good enough to call my attention to it. He says he likes to talk to me because I'm not a Catholic like the rest of the fellows. After dinner he stuck to me the whole time and abused everything Catholic. Oh, it was hard. He's got the idea into his head that I'm being hoodwinked by the people here, so he's trying to put the Catholic Church before me as he sees it. To him it's a nightmare." Earl paused a moment with a vexed expression upon his face, and added, "If he only knew the effect that his talk is having on me, I think he would leave the Catholic Church severely alone." This last remark Eddie connected with an incident which happened after supper. It was Saturday, and though not the regular monthly confession day, a goodly number of the junior students, many of whom were weekly communicants, repaired to the chapel. Among those stationed near Father Noland's confessional, Eddie started on perceiving Earl Meriwether. One by one, in regular order, the boys entered the confessional and returned shortly, stationed themselves farther back in the chapel, where after the manner of well-trained Catholic youths they renewed their good resolutions and begged for strength to observe them. Eddie was one of the first to make his confession, and on finishing took a place where he could keep his eye on Earl. You may be sure the warm-hearted lad prayed fervently for his friend. 10 or 12 minutes passed. All the penitents of Father Noland had had their turn except Earl, who still knelt motionless, his eyes fixed on the beautiful statue of the Sacred Heart. "I wonder whether he is really going in," mused Eddie, and he prayed again and again that it might be so. His eyes brightened when Earl, a few moments later, with downcast eyes and clasped hands, entered the confessional. He came out so soon, however, as to surprise Eddie, and as he walked from the confessional back into the body of the chapel, he gave his waiting friend a quick glance. Eddie read the meaning of that glance. It meant, "Wait for me. I have something to tell you." A few minutes passed in silent prayer, then the two arose, genuflected, and went out together. "Eddie," Earl began as they made their way down the stairs, "you think I went to confession, don't you? Well, I didn't go that far exactly. Here's what I did. I went into Father Noland and told him that I was a Protestant. You see, he didn't look at me nor seem to know who I was, and I said that I didn't care about making a confession, but that I felt troubled a great deal and would like to have a talk with him in private." "Do you mean to say," broke in Eddie, "that you've had your talk and told all your troubles already?" "Indeed I do not," answered Earl with a faint smile. "I told him a little. That is, I gave him a general idea of the things that were bothering me, and he proposed that I should go to his room and talk the whole matter over with him at greater length. I'm going. But honestly, Eddie, I'm awfully upset just at present. Things have come to such a pass that I've been almost forced to go and consult with somebody." "It must be pretty bad with you, Earl," said Eddie, with much sympathy in his voice, "or you would keep your troubles to yourself. I've noticed all along that you don't talk over much about your own doings and feelings." "No," assented Earl. "I've always made it a point to keep myself to myself, and if anything, I've carried it too far. But now I'm going to try and open my heart for once, and I hope you'll pray for me, Eddie, for I feel that there's something serious about the present state of affairs. That is, I think I've come to a point where I have to change in one way or another, and that change is to be for better or for worse. It's the jumping-off place. You may rely on it. I'll pray for you, Earl. And don't worry, you'll have no trouble in talking to Father Noland. He has been dealing with boys all his life, and nothing you can tell him will astonish him in the least. I believe you, Eddie, and besides he's so old. His long white hair and his kind face and his pleasant voice give him such a fatherly air. Even in the few minutes I spent with him just now, I found that he is even kindlier than he looks, which is saying a great deal. I'm going to Father Howard now to get permission to see Father Noland in his room during the first hour of studies. Despite these words, it was with no little nervousness and hesitation that Earl, 10 minutes later, knocked at Father Noland's door. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by AnnieG. Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer, by Francis J. Finn. Chapter 14, in which Earl has a momentous interview with Father Noland. Take a chair, Earl, said Father Noland, laying aside his glasses and breviary and pointing to a seat beside him. You are welcome, my boy. Father Noland had risen to greet his visitor. He seated himself after these words, but the act of courtesy was not lost upon the boy. Earl was extremely sensitive to kindness and consideration. Thank you, Father, answered Earl as he took the chair which the venerable priest had motioned him to. I hate to come to any man with my troubles. The father smiled. And I believe I understand your reason, he said. You are one of those characters that are called self-reliant. You want to find out everything by yourself. I believe so, Father. With you, Earl, it is a good trait, carried, perhaps, to extremes, and extremes are bad. It is well sometimes for the wisest of us to take counsel. As the saying is, a saying, of course, that is not true in many cases, no man is a good judge in his own cause. Yes, Father, I am beginning to find that out. I am very proud, and it hurts me to talk of my troubles. But I am going to talk about them now, and to begin with, I should like to speak of my troubles with Mr. Gade. Earl then proceeded to narrate the untoward events which had lately come to pass in the classroom. He did not give Mr. Gade's side, for the simple reason that he was ignorant of it. Moreover, with the narrowness of judgment which years and experience alone can remove, Earl did not even imagine that there was any other side, any other standpoint than his own. But the venerable father, who lent him an attentive and a sympathetic ear, could easily read between the lines and supply the omissions of an honest, though one-sided statement. Well, Earl, he said, is it owing to these classroom troubles alone that you have come to see me? No, sir. There's something far more serious beside. It is the question of religion. I am a Lutheran, Father, and I feel bound by a promise which I made to my mother to hold fast to my religion. But then, on the other hand, my conscience is worrying me a great deal, and insists that I must become a Catholic. Just 3 days ago, I made up my mind for good. At least, so I thought then, never even to think of joining the Catholic Church. Up to that time, I had been doubting, and didn't know my own mind. I did not feel quite sure at that time that it was my duty to become a Catholic. I only doubted. But since then every doubt I had as to my duty to join the Catholic Church has been removed, and now the only thing that holds me back is the promise which I made to my mother when she was on her deathbed. Just a moment ago, Earl, you said that you had made up your mind to never again to consider the claims of the Catholic Church. Yes, Father, 3 days ago. How comes it, then, that you have so suddenly changed your resolution? Father, I have been converted, or rather next to converted, by somebody else. By Eddie Devereux, perhaps? No, Father, but by a newcomer, by Ethelred Preston. Indeed, exclaimed Father Noland, opening his eyes. Why, I was under the impression that Ethelred is not a Catholic. In fact, he told me so himself in very emphatic language. He is not a Catholic, Father. He is what most people call a Protestant, though he is no more a Protestant, as I understand religion, than I am a Jew. A real Protestant is entitled to respect, but these fellows whose only religious practices consist in ridiculing and abusing and lying about Catholics, and in telling bugaboo stories of priests and nuns and the Inquisition, have no right whatever to be called Protestants. They are... Earl paused for a moment. They are either great fools or silly liars. Now I think Ethelred is a fool. But how in the name of common sense did a boy whom you consider a fool convert you, Earl? In 2 ways, sir. First of all, Ethelred's conduct and manners forced me to think of what I might have been, if I had not been sent to school here. Ever since I've been at Henrytown, father, I've had a chance to go with the nicest and best boys one would want to meet with. I don't mean to say that I've not come across any bad boys. They have come here, sir, and most of them of that kind have either changed or gone. At any rate, where there are so many good fellows to choose from, there's no need to go with bad boys. So it was easy for me, in a way, to be good here until lately, and then I began to see that something else was necessary besides good company. I have to fight against myself too, and it is a terrible fight sometimes. For nearly the last 6 or 7 months, my temptations have been teaching me the meaning of that scripture text. The kingdom of heaven is taken by violence. I used to wonder what it meant, but now I find it harder and harder to be good. It seems to me that if I were to begin to go wrong, I might become very bad. So you have found it out at last, put in Father Noland. My dear Earl, I have been watching your course with interest ever since you came here, and I have long thought that you would some day come to see me, just as you have come today, and it has long been my intention to tell you on your coming my opinion that you are going to turn out, in all probability, either a very bad or a very good man. Yes, Earl, I firmly believe that for you there is no middle course. Earl, you are a boy of very strong passions. Earl gazed in astonishment at Father Noland. Who told you that, sir? Father Noland laughed softly. When an everyday man brings a watch to the watchmaker, and while he is telling what he knows about it, the watchmaker at a single glance into the works knows all that the man can tell, and sometimes a great deal more. You take the allegory? Yes, father, but I didn't think anyone knew what you said about me except God. In fact, I didn't know it myself until lately. Now with regard to Ethelred Preston, father, what I say is not to be used against him. Of course not, Earl. I feel bound to secrecy on everything that takes place between us in this talk. I don't like to say it, for I hate to say anything against any boy, but I can't keep it back if I wish to make myself clear to you. It is this: Ethelred Preston is a bad boy. I don't mean to say that he is rude and rough and uncouth. Anyone here can see for himself, without being told of it, that Ethelred is not a gentleman. How he came to get such manners is beyond me, for his mother is a lady. But besides being rude and boorish, he is a bad boy. He says wicked and vile things. He has no sense of honesty. He goes by his feelings and doesn't seem to know the meaning of self-restraint. And as I got to noticing this, I began to think of what might happen to me. I wasn't afraid, father, of becoming rude and boorish. I didn't think that I could ever fall so low with my mother's memory and my college training upon me as to lose all sense of decency. But then it did seem to me that I might fall very soon into sinful ways, and that if once I went that way, I might lose control over myself. And then, although I should not resemble Ethelred in his manners, still I should be like him in his badness of heart. I don't know, father, whether I make my feelings clear to you. I understand, Earl. You have gone below the surface of things where people of the world generally stay, and you are trying to look at your position from God's standpoint. God does not look at the manners of a man so much as at his heart. He judges boors and gentlemen from their interior dispositions. Sinlessness and culture do not necessarily go hand in hand. Yes, father, that's it. It seemed to me that if I were once to go wrong, I should be in just the same class as Ethelred, no matter how different we should appear to people around us. And the thought frightened me. My mother gave me a great horror of sin, and everything I have heard here has helped me to keep me away from it. But sometimes it has seemed impossible for me to do my duty, to do right. Every day it has grown harder and harder, till sometimes I have become utterly discouraged. Sometimes, too, it has seemed to me that I am conquered, that I have fallen into sin. And all the time there is Ethelred, poor fellow, before me with his want of self-control, and with all the ugliness of sin to scare me at the prospect of what I might become. And am I to understand, then, Earl, that Ethelred has converted you from the fact that he is a bad boy? That is one of the reasons, father. But the other reason, and perhaps the principal reason, is that he got me to arguing with him about religion. He spoke so bitterly of Catholics that I lost my temper and began to defend them. Then he attacked different doctrines of the Church, and I couldn't help trying to answer him. It seems he has read a lot of books against Catholic teaching, and he has brought up some objections I had never heard before. They stunned me at first. And do you want an answer for them yet, my boy? No, father. I thought out some of the difficulties myself, and I read up the others out of books in our college library. The more we talked, the more I saw how strong the position of the Catholic Church was. In the long run, my reading and thinking and arguing made things so clear to me that I now feel sure that the Catholic Church is the true church and the only true church. Well, what next, Earl? There's the rub, father. My promise to my mother. Your father was a Catholic, my boy? Yes, sir. And your aunt, who now has charge of you, is a Catholic? Yes, sir. And there is no one in authority over you to object to you becoming a Catholic? No, sir. Father Noland paused for a moment. Earl, I know that you believe your mother is in heaven. Father, I think she was a saint of God. So do I, my dear boy. Did it ever occur to you, Earl, that she is keeping watch and ward over you? I too, my boy, believe, as I said, that she is in heaven, and she loves you yet, and prays for you. It must be so, said Earl fervently, and oh, so gratified. His heart had grown warm within him, as much at the manner as at the words of the kind priest. Now, Earl, I do not intend to solve your difficulty for you. You can do that for yourself. What you need is more light. If you prepare your heart, God will give it to you. I can help you, I believe, to prepare your heart. Earl, you must go to your teacher and explain your conduct. I'd rather not, sir. Exactly. It will be a humiliation for you, and God gives light to those who humble themselves. But you must do it. It is your duty. Look at the circumstances for a moment. Since the retreat, you have failed to give satisfaction in class. Your teacher noticed that, but he did not know the troubled and restless state you were in. He was quite right in thinking it his duty to call you to account. Perhaps he was, sir. Of course he was. You do not wear your heart on your sleeve. According to your own account, you were extremely reticent. That's my way, father. Exactly. And again, when Mr. Gade called you to order in class, you took the correction in bad part. But he was wrong, sir. That is, Earl, he was not infallible. Only God can read the heart. According to all appearances, his action was fully warranted. He acted according to his best judgment, whereas your conduct was dictated by pride. Yes, and when he spoke to me so kindly today, father, I was rude. I'm beginning to be more and more ashamed of myself. And your duty is to apologize and explain. There is no doubt in the matter. Think, Earl, of your mother in heaven, and put the case before her. And I am sure that in your heart you can fancy her answering in but one way. And to your mother also you will go about your religious difficulties. As I said, I shall not answer you on that point. The question for you to answer is, what does she wish you to do in the light of her present knowledge? How does she wish you to keep the promise which you made her? You promised to be true to your religion. What is your religion? By the way, Earl, you have, I take it for granted, been baptized? I think so, Father. At least, I've always taken it for granted. Most probably you have been. However, on a question so important, one should be contented with nothing less than certainty. So it would be well to look the matter up. Now, Earl, go and pray. And remember, my boy, while you pray, your mother in heaven is praying with you. Thank you very much, Father. I will follow your advice as well as I can. It seems to me that I now begin to see my way. Goodbye, Father. Earl went to the chapel and threw himself on his knees before a painting of the Good Shepherd. After a little, he deliberately arose and took a position before the statue of the Immaculate Mother. For the first time in his life, Earl found himself raising his troubled heart in love and confidence to her whose sweet intercession never fails of bringing relief. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by AnnieG. Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer, by Francis J. Finn. Chapter 15, in which the Darling goes into business, and the Midgets into bankruptcy. "What makes you look so cheerful, Earl?" asked Eddie on the following Sunday afternoon. "I've had a talk with Mr. Gade, and now everything is all right between us. I wanted to apologize before the whole class, and he wouldn't hear of it. He says if there's any apologizing to be done, he'll do it himself. Then I begged him not to speak about the matter at all, and he has promised. I like him better than ever now. When he explained to me all his reasons for objecting to my conduct, I felt that I had laid myself open to being misunderstood, and that instead of being too hard, he had been too easy on me." "Mr. Gade is a trump," said Eddie, and there was gladness written upon his face. "It cost me a lot to go up to him, though," continued Earl. "I haven't done much apologizing in my life, and it doesn't seem to come natural. Last evening, after I had that talk with Father Noland, I went off and prayed for courage, and I got it from the Blessed Virgin. And now I have to go and pray for one more thing, and I'm going to pray to her again." "You needn't tell me what it is," said Eddie. "I can guess it. There's only one thing I'd like to suggest." "What is that?" Eddie blushed and hummed for a moment. "Well, you might want a godfather, and say, Earl, won't you take me?" And then the two lads laughed and giggled, but for all their laughing and giggling, one could see that in the hearts of each were a great happiness and a great love. "Maybe I'll need you, Eddie. I don't see my way yet, but I feel that it may come." "Surer than Christmas," said Eddie cheerfully. "Hola, there's our dear Mamma's darling tackling a small boy." They had turned the corner of the classroom building and come suddenly upon two boys. One was Ethelred, the other a very small boy, Willie Reardon by name. Ethelred was holding Willie by the coat and speaking, apparently with great earnestness. On catching sight of Earl and Eddie, he slunk away with an expression of annoyance on his face, which did not escape the quick eye of Devereux. "Was the darling trying to sell you something, Willie?" "Yes, he had a silver watch chain, which he said was worth over $2.50, and offered it to me for 30 cents. "Did you buy it?" "Not for 30 cents. I jewed him down to 20. "He tried to sell me that chain," laughed Earl, "for 50 cents. What a fellow he is!" "But wasn't he trying to get something else out of you when he came around the corner?" continued Eddie. "Yes, he offered to lend me 20 cents cash if I'd pay him 25 cents on Tuesday when I get my pocket money. I bought the chain the same way, for 20 cents. But on Tuesday, when we get our pocket money, I'm to pay him 25 cents. "Oh-ho!" cried Eddie, his eyes snapping. "Now I'm beginning to understand. Did you notice, Earl, that the darling has been holding confidential talks with nearly every little chap in the yard?" "Yes," responded Earl. "Now that you speak of it, It does strike me that he has been up to something." "Up to something," repeated Eddie. "It's quite clear what he's been up to. Why, the yard has been flush with money today. Didn't you see the crowd at the candy store, and the way the pies went? And think of its being a Sunday. 5 days since the fellows got their pocket money." "That is strange," said Earl, "especially since I collected 15 cents from every boy last Tuesday for the football fund." And that is precisely what has helped on Ethelred's plans. He saw that the small boys were hungry and hard up this morning, and he's been lending them 20 cents or so, provided they pay him back 25 cents next Tuesday. "It's a regular confidence game," cried Earl, indignantly. "I'll stop that thing right now, even if I have to pay the extra money myself. If there's anything I hate, it is imposing on a little boy. Why, that fellow is as selfish as— Confound it, I'll go and see him at once, and give him a piece of my mind." "No, you don't, Earl," said Eddie, catching his indignant friend by the arm. "Just wait till we've talked it over. I think I see a way of fixing the matter without any trouble. There's no use in fighting when fun will answer just as well. Now look here, Willie Reardon, you see the way things are, don't you?" "I see that the darling has been working us little boys for all we're worth," answered Willie ruefully. "I know 2 fellows he lent 15 cents to, and he is to get a quarter back from each." "Well," whispered Eddie, poking his index finger into Willie's face, "I want you to keep quiet for a while. If you talk, you'll spoil the fun, and besides, you'll lose money. Just leave the matter to me and Earl and Roger, and you'll find that everything will turn out all right. Now you'll keep quiet, won't you?" "Of course." "Very well. Clear off now and tell Roger Haynes we want to see him right away. Earl, I've got a grand scheme. Listen." Ed fell into a whisper and unfolded his plan. Earl, as he listened, actually laughed. Presently Roger came up and was admitted into their confidence. For nearly an hour did the 3 conspirators put their heads together. When they had come to an agreement, they were as jolly a trio of boys as could be found. In a body they went up to the treasurer's room. They entered giggling, and even after the door had closed them in, anyone passing along the corridor could hear now and then a merry laugh, and the loudest laughter of them all was the treasurer himself. Father Harder, the treasurer of Henryton College, was a hale old man with a clear eye and a venerable face. He had been dealing his life long with boys, and having been, so rumor ran, a harum-scarum himself, he could sympathize with wild boys, and being a man of tender heart and generous sentiment, he loved and was loved by every student with whom he came into contact. Only one charge had ever been lodged against the gray-headed, cheerful old father. He was too lenient in his judgment. If God could err, it would be on the side of leniency. The 3 boys came out presently, and it was evident from their faces that Father Harder had entered heartily into their scheme. Although they talked together confidently at all odd moments on the following day, Devereux nevertheless contrived to keep close watch on Ethelred. The young gentleman was behaving strangely. There was an air of restlessness about him. He held 2 secret conferences with Farwell, the day scholar, and during the second received from him a letter. Eddie saw the envelope slipped stealthily from Farwell's hand to the others, and he felt almost sure that something was wrong. Had he but seen the address upon the envelope, his suspicions would have received the strongest confirmation. "I'm willing to bet the money that I lent the darling against 5 cents that Ethelred is going to run away again," he said to his 2 chums. "Oh, he'll not do that," said Earl. "There would be no sense in his running away again after the first attempt of his. It doesn't stand to reason. Why did he come back? And now why should he want to run off again? There's no sense in the matter." "If you go to reasoning about it, you have me," answered Ed. "But all the same, he's going to go, and soon, too. He has been getting things together, and borrowing right and left, and he's been studying up the best way to get out of here. He tackled several fellows about it." "That reminds me," said Earl. "He took a walk with me on the road back of the college, a little before dinner this morning, and and he seemed very much interested in the trees that line it. He remarked that it would be easy for a boy to slip out through the back gate and take the road for 100 yards or so, and then turn and cut across a few fields to the village. Then I asked him whether he was thinking of running away again, and he began to protest most eagerly that he had not the least thought of doing so, till I shut him up. It didn't occur to me that there was anything back of his eagerness, but now that you have spoken, Ed, I begin to think that he wasn't quite natural. Exactly, assented Ed. He protests too much. It's pretty clear, put on Roger, that if the darling intends on running away again, he's not going to publish it on the housetops. If there's anyone knows it, added Earl, it is Farwell. He's a crooked day scholar. Whenever a tough character gets into our yard, Farwell always becomes his chief friend. I think he won't run away again until tomorrow night, continued Ed. He won't go today, because if he did, he would go off minus all the money he lent. Tomorrow he collects everything that is due him. As far as I can make out, he counts on making nearly $2 on his various loans and bargains. He has a lot of clothes belonging to me, added Earl. And he borrowed a pen, a knife, and a necktie of me, said Roger. And he wanted to borrow my rubber coat, said Devereux. And he got the rubber. Excuse the slang, but we must have our little joke. Well, he continued, everything is fixed for tomorrow morning, I believe. And during the day we can study up Ethelred's plans for getting away from here. I'm afraid, he added as the bell rang for night studies, that I'll study more Ethelred than lessons tonight. If he were to stay here much longer, I should lose my class standing. Good night, boys. Just try to keep alive till tomorrow morning. And indeed they were very much alive the next day, when after breakfast they scampered from the refectory to the corridor on which was situated the treasurer's office. Every boy in the small yard took part in that scampering, each one endeavoring to get a position nearest the treasurer's room. Within 2 minutes after leaving the refectory, the junior students were all drawn up in line, pushing and tugging and pinching and sparring, after the manner of their kind. The first lad in the line, Eddie Devereux, had knocked softly, once, twice, thrice, but there came no answer. He was about to knock again when the third boy in the line anticipated him by reaching forward and giving the door a violent blow with his clenched fist. He then slipped back into his place, leaving Eddie to take the consequences. The pushing and tugging ceased like magic, and all awaited in expectant silence the result. Father Harter threw open his door with some energy and glared severely down the line. Ethelred, who stood at the very end, keeping watch upon the door which led to the yard, was perceptibly nervous. He quailed before the look upon the treasurer's face. What do you mean by knocking that way on my door, Eddie Devereux? Cried Father Harter with much fierceness of manner. It was a mistake, said Ed. And what do all you boys want at this time of the day? It's Tuesday morning, Father, exclaimed Peter Lane, who was far down the line. Well, suppose it is. What about it? Pocket money day, cried at least 20 voices. Not today, said Father Harter. Owing to certain circumstances, none of you extravagant boys get 1 cent of pocket money this morning. And Father Harter stepped back into his room, closed the door, and turned the key in the lock. Some groaned, others laughed. A few who were in on the joke, along with Earl, Eddie, and Roger, looked rueful. As for Ethelred, he broke out into a volley of muttered curses. His face had grown pale, and his fingers were clutching at the lapels of his coat. He was in a state of intense excitement. Hey there, you fellows don't get out this door, he bawled at Peter Lane and 5 or 6 other small boys, until you paid me my money. Who owes you money? Asked Devereux. These fellows, said Ethelred, pointing out the 11 midgets of the yard. While he was pointing out his debtors, Roger slipped over to Earl and whispered in his ear. Did you notice it's the 3rd 11 of the Football Association to a man? Yes, and I catch the idea too. Darling, he added aloud, I'd advise you to clear the way. These little fellows won't stand much nonsense. You'd better let them out. Not till we've settled this affair, snarled Ethelred. I'll spank any one of them if they try to go till I'm done." "Give him the wedge," whispered Ed to Peter, the captain of the 11. Peter's eyes sparkled. A whisper ran through the bunch of midgets, and at once there were 11 pairs of eyes sparkling as one. "Line up!" yelled Peter, falling back 9 or 10 yards from the spot where Ethelred stood with clenched fists. Ethelred's eyes opened very wide, and his jaw dropped in wonder when the midgets fell into their places for a rush. 7, 8, 11, 13, 22, keep your feathers on, bawled Peter in his highest pipe. A wedge-shaped body of boys shot towards Ethelred, while Peter, detaching himself from the mass, came tripping quietly about the right end. Ethelred did not notice Peter. His eyes were fixed on the wedge. With a bellow, and putting his head down like a bull, he went 3 paces forward towards the approaching mass. While his foot was still raised for the 4th pace, Peter threw himself straight at the knees, plunging forward as a diver plunges into the water. Peter was a fearless tackler, and fearlessness is the secret of good tackling. In an instant the two were rolling upon the ground, Peter to the left, the darling to the right, while between them with a ringing hurrah moved the wedge out through the door and into the yard. While the boys within looking on, forgetting the rules of the corridor, broke into the liveliest expressions of applause. Peter and Ethelred struggled with all haste to their feet, but Peter was the quicker artist, and darted off for the door, followed at a distance of several yards by the furious darling. "Are you hurt?" cried Devereux, catching one of Ethelred's arms. "Just let me dust you," said Roger, catching the other. "We'll all dust you," put in a third, and Ethelred found himself hemmed in by 18 or 19 youths, their faces full of sympathy, and such of their hands as could come into play beating upon his clothes. A door opened at the further end of the corridor. Father Howard's face appeared, and the next moment every boy had somehow or other got back into the yard. "It's too bad, darling," said Devereux, linking his arm with Ethelred's, while the other students, in obedience to a wink from him, left the two to themselves. "I'm swindled," croaked Ethelred. "Did they promise to pay you today?" "Yes, and I insist on their paying." "How much do they owe you?" $4.50. "Do you know how much each one owes you?" "You just bet I do. Here." Ethelred, as he spoke, pulled a paper from his pocket. "This is a list of the boys who owe me, and the amount they owe." "And you insist on their paying today?" "Yes, I do. I've got to have that money before that is, I must have that money. I want to buy a pair of shoes." "Very well. I'll see whether I can arrange matters. I'll take this list along, and will do the best I can for you." "Midgets ahoy!" called Ed, leaving the darling disconsolate upon a bench. The midgets to a man came flooding about Devereux. They scented fun from afar. "There will be a meeting of the people who are in debt to Ethelred Preston right now in the playroom. All other boys will keep out." At a run the midgets made for the playroom. "The meeting is called to order," said Ed presently, with much gravity. "Johnny Martin, take that chewing gum out of your mouth. Albert Winslow, please to sit straight. Keep quiet there, Jimmy Keller. Now listen while I read this paper. The following boys have promised to pay me the following amounts on Tuesday morning. Peter Lane, 50 cents, lent to him, 40. William Reardon, 50 cents, lent it to him, 40. Albert Winslow, 25 cents, lent to him, 15. Vincent Meade, 75 cents, lent to him, 55. Johnny Martin, 25 cents, lent to him, 15. Jimmy Keller, 25 cents, lent to him, 15. Joe Keller, 50 cents, lent to him, 40. David Arthur, 50 cents, lent to him, 35. John Short, 25 cents, lent to him, 20. Eddie Hastings, 25 cents, lent to him, 15. Bernard Cassidy, 50 cents, lent to him, 40. Total, $4.50. Lent, $3.40. Net gain, $1.10. Ethelred Preston. P.S. Vincent Meade is a soft one. He has lots of money, and it's easy to get it from him. The whole lot of 'em is precious green, and I intend to make another $1 or 2 out of 'em. E.P. This postscript, Eddie, for prudential reasons, did not read to the midgets. Now is that all right? Inquired Eddie, raising his eyes from the paper. Each of the midgets answered affirmatively. And according to the agreement, you are all bound to pay today? That's so, said Peter. Well, there's only one course left for you. The midgets were now serious. You must go into bankruptcy. You must make an assignment. You must appoint a receiver. What big eyes the midgets had! They sat silent and solemn. I'll be your receiver, if you have no objections, continued Ed suavely. All right, said several. How are you going to do it? Let me explain, said Eddie. When people owe money and are called upon to pay, and can't do it, they are forced into bankruptcy. That's just your fix. You owe money and can't pay. You are obliged to pay what you can, and if Ethelred has no objection, you can go into business again. I must arrange that with him myself. Now go through your pockets carefully and gather up all your money and pass it over to me. Peter found a penny in the lining of his coat, put it in his hat, and then going around, gathered in the small change from those who had any. 40 cents in all, said Devereux. Boys, as far as I can make out, each of you will pay 8 cents on the dollar. That is, those who owe the darling 50 cents will satisfy by paying 4 cents, those who owe 25 cents by paying 2 cents. He took out his notebook and made a calculation. At that rate, I find that your debts will be paid off for 36 cents. And what'll you do with the other 4 cents? Asked Johnny Martin, a serious boy with a sharp face. I shall keep that for my commission, said Ed cheerfully. Do you mean to say, continued Martin, that after you pay the darling those 36 cents, we don't owe him anything any more? Not exactly, only don't let on to him, or the joke will be spoiled. A bankrupt should pay his debts as soon as he can. You people should pay Ethelred what remains due to him as soon as you get your pocket money. The midgets all looked relieved. They were honest youngsters. They were delighted, too, for they now saw that a good joke was on foot. I shall now, if you have no objections, young gentlemen, go over and try to fix up accounts with the darling, continued Eddie. He arose and, followed by the crowd, crossed the yard. Ethelred Preston, you insist on payment? Yes, I do. Well, those little fellows can't pay their debts in full, and as you insist on full payment, they have been forced to make an assignment, and have gone into bankruptcy. Ethelred stared stolidly. Well, I don't care whether they go into bankruptcy or not. I want my money. That's all. And as they have gone into bankruptcy, pursued Devereux, they have appointed me their receiver. Are you going to pay me my money? Inquired Ethelred with no little eagerness. Ethelred Preston, as receiver for the young gentlemen commonly called the midgets, I find that their assets amount to 40 cents, and their liabilities to $4.50. You shall be paid 8 cents on the dollar. Here it is, 34 cents. I won't take it, said Ethelred angrily. Think I'm a fool? I'll not tell you what I think. You should not ask a question like that. But you've got to take it. It's the law. Get out, squawked Ethelred. You will take notice that we are out. Here's the money. I'll not take 1 cent, howled Ethelred, and to the astonishment of many his face began to twitch as though he were about to cry. After all, Ethelred had his feelings too. This unexpected exhibition confused Eddie. He was a tender-hearted boy and could face anything but tears. He paused to think. The joke was too hard on Ethelred. Devereux had intended going much further, but he could not do a cruel thing. Oh, well, Preston, he said, you'll get all your money if you'll only wait. But I can't wait. I want it now. Well then, come along with me to Father Harter. He'll fix it for you. And Ed, followed by Preston, proceeded to the treasurer's room. Ethelred did not get his claim allowed in full. There was no net gain of $1.30. He received what he had lent, and went out with mixed feelings. His speculation had failed, but at any rate he had come by his own. Then the midgets were summoned to Father Harter's presence. "See here, you boys," he began with a severity so pronounced that every lad in the room saw its insincerity. "You deserve a good trouncing, every one of you." "That's so, father," said Peter Lane sweetly, catching one end of Father Harter's cincture, while Johnny Martin fondled the other end. Father Harter's face twitched. It was hard work for him to be stern with the ingenious American small boy. "You needn't think I'm going to give you any pocket money now. I have just paid off your debts, and you may get along the best way you can for 1 week." "Oh, father!" There were 11 voices in that cry of deprecation. "I mean what I say. You boys have got to learn sense. There now, you can go." Then spake up Vincent Meade, the fullback of the Midgets. "See here, Father Harter, you can't fool us. We know you're not angry." "Yes, sir, I am." Again there was a slight twitching at the lips. The boys began to smile sweetly. "No, you're not. You couldn't get mad at Peter Lane and Johnny Martin if you tried." "Get out of here, every one of you. Do you hear me? Get out at once." This time there was a twinkle in Father Harter's eye, and the Midgets knew that he was lost. "We'll not go out till you laugh, father," said Vincent. Another twitch, another twinkle, and it was all over with the jolly treasurer of Henryton College. He laughed long to a very effective treble accompaniment. By the way, what a deal of laughing choruses we have been obliged to chronicle since the opening of this modest story. "How much are you going to give us, father? Let's have our 25 cents just the same as though nothing had happened," pursued Meade. There was a great deal of arguing before this question had been settled. Finally the Midgets departed, smiling and radiant, each one short just 5 cents of his regular weekly allowance. Some of my readers may consider Father Harter as a weak man in dealing with the students. In this they will agree with Peter Lane. "We can do what we like with him," said Peter triumphantly as the procession scurried into the yard. And yet there was not a boy in the crowd who was not the better and happier for this good father's so-called weakness. For his weakness was the weakness which is strength. In matters of conduct and of duty, Father Harter could bend those boys as he pleased. At his suggestion, the stubborn boy became docile. The discouraged boy took heart of grace. The proud spirit humbled itself, and prayerless lips were molded to the earnest calls upon God. What others did with punishment and long labor, he did without effort. What others utterly failed in, he accomplished with laborless triumph. And yet the secret of his success is not far to seek. He loved boys and sympathized with them. End of Chapter 15 of Ethelred Preston, read by AnnieG. Chapter 16 of Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by AnnieG. Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer, by Francis J. Finn. Chapter 16, in which Eddie Devereux becomes a godfather. On Tuesday afternoon, Earl knocked at Father Noland's door. "What makes you look so happy, my boy?" asked Father Noland, with the genial smile which was ever ready in the appearance of his boy-friends. "Because, father," answered Earl, taking a chair which the father motioned him to, "my difficulty is gone, and I am now ready to be a Catholic." "You feel quite sure of your position?" "Yes, father, and it came about in a way that looks providential. Yesterday and the day before, I went to the chapel and prayed hard for light. I thought of my mother, and it seemed to me that she too wanted me to be a Catholic. After praying, I felt almost certain that it was my duty to do so. But I thought it would not hurt to wait until today for more light. Father, it has come in the queerest way imaginable." "How so, Earl?" "At noon today, I got a letter from my old nurse in reply to mine. It seems that she was commissioned while I was a little baby to see to my being baptized by a Lutheran clergyman. It was several weeks after my birth, and as my mother was still sick in bed, It was thought advisable not to put off my baptism till her recovery. The nurse started off to bring me to the church. My father met her on the way, and bribed her to bring me back and pretend that I had been baptized. I suppose he intended to have me baptized by a Catholic priest later on, but for some reason or other it appears that he neglected doing so. So, Father, I am not even a Lutheran. Just think of it. I can now start out with a clean record. I have tried to be a good boy, but I have missed it sometimes, and now once I am baptized, the ugliness of the past is over forever. If I could have it my way, I'd be baptized at once, and die." "What a strange story," said Father Noland. "Isn't it? You remember when I came to see you last, how you advised me to look up the question of my baptism? I wrote at once to my old nurse. She answered on the instant of receiving it. She writes that the thing has been on her conscience ever since. My father, she says, being a Catholic, wanted me to be baptized by a priest, and promised her that he would see to it. He intended to at the time, but he kept on putting it off and off until finally nothing was done. You can imagine how the letter surprised me. On reading it, every doubt was gone at once. My mother had asked me to promise to be true to my religion. She knows now, and I do, that my religion is the religion. You have answered the difficulty, Earl. Your mother's wish was that you should be true to the true religion, and were she to appear to you now, she would bless your choice. Father, I should like to be baptized tomorrow. It would be better today, if I were prepared, but I want some time to get ready. I am happy now, but I know that tomorrow will be the happiest day of my life." Father Noland took the boy's hand in his. He, too, was happy beyond expression. "I want Eddie Devereux for my godfather," continued Earl. "Of course. And what about your first communion?" "Couldn't I make it right after baptism? I am ready, Father. You know I have been here 3 years, and have paid attention to the catechism instructions, especially this year." Father Noland considered this point for several minutes. "Earl, next Friday will be the first Friday of the month, the day of the Sacred Heart. Suppose you put off your communion till then. Tomorrow I will baptize you after Mass, and then during that and the next day you make it ready for communion. Not that you do not know enough to receive the Blessed Eucharist, but in order that you may prepare your heart the better." "And that will be another red-letter day in my life," said Earl. "Yes, I like the plan. I've always had a love for the Sacred Heart devotion. And besides, I can prepare for my general confession." "You make no general confession, my boy." "How is that, Father?" "Because confession is for the sins committed after baptism. You may go to confession next Thursday night, if you wish, to tell all about what has happened since Wednesday morning, but as regards anything that occurred before your baptism, that will never be a matter for absolution." Earl looked happier still. "That makes it so easy for me," he said. "Of course, I was willing to tell all the sins of my life, but it seemed such a hard job, and then I was afraid I might leave out something important. But now it is so nice and easy. Father, I must go off and tell Eddie." Eddie was far more effusive in his expressions of joy than Father Noland. As it happened, he had received $3 from home at noon, and he at once treated every boy he could find. Very quickly the news of Earl's conversion went round, and many warm and loving hearts rejoiced that the hero of the yard was about to receive the lovely baptismal robe. "I say, Earl," said Eddie later on in the afternoon, "we're going to have some great fun tonight. But I suppose we had better count you out of it. It's about Ethelred, you know. Have you learned anything more?" "Yes, a great deal. One of the little boys heard the darling telling that little wretch Farwell that all was fixed, and that he saw his way clear to getting away. Other fellows saw Ethelred steal into the maple tree road back of the college. He had several packages when he went out, and he disappeared into a clump of trees some distance down. When he came back again, the bundles were gone. His box in the washroom is empty, and he has been arranging his desk in the study hall." "So he goes tonight, then?" Yes, there's scarcely a doubt about the matter. He'll not leave before recess after second hour. Otherwise he might be missed, and sent for before the train passes. And do you intend to let him run away? Yes, said Eddie. He'll go sure this time, and I'll bet anything he'll not come back. But all the same, I think we'll manage to have some fun. How, Eddie? I don't want to distract you, Earl. You go ahead and get ready for your baptism. And tomorrow morning, if things go the way I expect, I shall have a great story to tell you. End of Chapter 16 of Ethelred Preston, read by AnnieG.
Chapter 17 of Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer, by Francis J. Finn. Chapter 17, in which the darling runs away in good earnest. Recess, announced the study keeper. At the word, the silence, which had been sensitive to the scratching of a pen, was broken by the shutting of books, the slamming of desks, the shifting of chairs and of feet. And in a moment the noise, with its makers, was transferred to the yard. The study keeper cast a glance down the aisles, and satisfied that all the students had left the room, took his departure. His footfalls were still sounding upon the pavement outside, when a head bobbed up from behind a bench, and two small eyes glanced warily about. Satisfied that the coast was clear, the owner of the small eyes, no other than Ethelred Preston, awoke to sudden activity. Going to certain desks, he helped himself hurriedly to 3 or 4 fountain pens, a box of letter paper, a gold pen, a silver watch, and a few odds and ends. He then thoughtfully put on a fine heavy overcoat, the best in the hall, which happened to be Earl Meriwether's. He took the coat without malice. He had no particular grudge against Earl, but Earl's coat was the best, and he chose it as a matter of business. Satisfied that under the limitations of the time and place he had done his best, Ethelred threw open one of the windows on the opposite side of the playground and leaped out. Pausing for a short time, to assure himself that there was no one near, he made his way under the long shadows of the trees at the back of the gate of the college. As he went along he could hear the shouts of the boys in the yard. From the shadows he could see them running about in the moonlight. The prefects were both in full view of his eyes, but at satisfactory distances. Crouching at the gate, the amiable Ethelred shook both his fists at the yard, and the inmates thereof, and then slipped out of the college grounds. "Now I'm safe," he grunted, as he reached the first of the line of maples, and retiring into its shadow, he mopped the perspiration from his brow. It was a chilly night, but Ethelred was not sensible to the cold as yet. Having regained his breath, he started down the road, keeping to the side where the shadows lay thickest. The moon shone clear and full, throwing a ghastly white light upon the middle of the way. There was no wind, not a branch stirred, and the silence about him was accentuated by the shouts of the lads in the playground. Ethelred could hear his own breathing, and it frightened him. He stopped once more to regain his breath. As he stood still, there suddenly came, or seemed to come, upon his ears a low groan. Was it his imagination? He could hear his heartbeats now, and down his back there swept an odd, chilly sensation. He listened again, but all was silent. "I'm scared," he said. He spoke aloud to reassure himself by the sound of his own voice. "I won't stop any more." And walking swiftly, he made towards a clump of trees some rods further down. As he advanced, he heard, or fancied he heard, a movement of stealthy footsteps on the further side of the trees which lined the way. But he gave no heed to these real or fancied sounds. He felt sure that it was his disturbed imagination. No one ever frequented this road except the students of the college, and they were now on their way to their night prayers. At length the clump of trees and the underbrush were reached. Pushing through the reeds, Ethelred made for an old stump standing out plainly in the light, and scattering aside with his hands some dried twigs and leaves, he uncovered to the moon a large valise. As the burnished bands glittered in the light, Ethelred gave a sob of relief. "Now I'm all right." He raised the valise in his hands. It was heavy. "Your money or your life." At the words, uttered in a low, guttural, disguised voice, the valise dropped from Ethelred's hands. His blood seemed to freeze in his veins, and there was a horrible, stinging sensation about the roots of his hair. His eyes lifted once, and then he fell back upon the ground. 5 weird figures had hemmed him in, 5 unearthly figures. To Ethelred's eyes they seemed to be giants. Black masks were on their faces, high conical hats covered their heads. Long robes reached from their shoulders to their feet. They stood like statues, each one with a hand upon the hip, the other holding a pistol pointed at the unhappy youth. No wonder he fell. "Get up, as you value your life. Don't open your mouth," came the same unnatural voice. Ethelred arose and staggered as he stood. "Put up your hands." The boy obeyed, and while 4 of the strange figures continued to bear themselves like statues, the one who had spoken came forward, carried away the valise, and then examined Ethelred's pockets. He went about it slowly, while not a figure moved. Ethelred's hands continued high in the air. He breathed heavily, and wished in his heart that one of the figures would move or cough, anything rather than the silence and the pointed pistols. It was a long search, for Ethelred's pockets were many, and all of them were well stored. The collection made a little heap of pencils, knives, money, ties, cuff buttons, 3 watches, and all manner of knickknacks. Next the examiner took off Ethelred's overcoat, then his vest. Stepping aside, he returned with the other clothes upon his arm. These he handed to Ethelred, motioning him to put them on. With trembling fingers and breathing heavily, Ethelred made an endeavour to put on the vest. Oh, if he could but open his mouth! He was suffocating, and he could not even swallow. But to open his mouth, as he understood the leader's words, meant death. The vest slipped from his clasp, while fresh drops of perspiration broke out upon his face. The silent robber then took the overcoat and threw it over Ethelred's shoulders, and placing the vest and the coat upon one of the nerveless arms, he slipped 2 silver dollars into his hands, which, however nervous their owner might be, instinctively closed upon them tight. "Count 20, then run for your life, and don't dare open your mouth till you have reached the station. But first turn your face towards the village, and don't look back," came the sepulchral tones of the leader. While the figures thus motionless lowered their pistols and massed themselves between Ethelred and the college, Ethelred tried to count 20 conscientiously. He must have broken down and begun again 5 or 6 times. He certainly counted 20. When he felt quite sure that he had followed this injunction, he took to his heels, and as he started there came behind him a deafening explosion, which lent him winged speed. In the time it takes to narrate it, Ethelred had disappeared from the view of his ghostly persecutors. "Well," exclaimed the leader, and throwing off his mask and revealing the merry face of Ed Devereux, Wasn't it a grand success?" "Stunning," said Roger Haynes, removing his weird, conical cap. "If he runs that way," added the third, "he'll catch the train without any trouble at all." "Oh, but boys," cried Eddie, with eyes that sparkled above their wonted sparkle, "we've done a great night's work. I knew that Ethelred was going to run away in Earl Meriwether's clothes, and with a few knickknacks borrowed from here and there, I didn't think he was going to rob right and left. I could hardly keep from saying something when he took my own fountain pen and my gold sleeve buttons out of his pocket, and I felt like putting in an oar," broke in the fourth highwayman, "when you brought out my box of writing paper. It was a birthday gift from my aunt, and each piece of paper had my initials stamped on it." The boys, meanwhile, had been doffing their weird attire, and now stood revealed 5 young gentlemen in the last stages of the knickerbocker period of life. They were radiantly happy. The fact that Ethelred had been scared out of his wits dashed not their merriment in the least. He was a thief, a sneak thief, they agreed, and the frightening which he had received was a very light punishment. And then the romance of the thing, the moonlight, playing the highwayman, pistols. They were toy pistols, which do very well at night. It was a real adventure, something that could be talked about and laughed over till examination time, and recalled and laughed over in maturer years as one of the most interesting experiences of their college life. "Wasn't that giant firecracker a success enough?" cried Ed. "It sounded like a cannon. The darling gave a leap into the air when it went off, and then he just flew. Oh, but this is a picnic." "Talk about circuses," chimed in Roger ecstatically. "But wasn't it good of Father Howard to let us out?" continued Ed. "I told him that there was some thieving going on, and that I felt sure that I could stop it if he'd let me take you 4 and stay out from second hour's studies and night prayers. I gave him my word of honour that we would behave all right and not go beyond this roadway, and said that we'd be back before the boys were asleep. So, boys, gather up the spoils, and we'll go in and report." Father Howard was not a little surprised when the dauntless 5 filed into his room and placed upon his desk a large, tightly packed valise, and any number of odds and ends. "What's all this?" he asked. "Stolen goods mostly, Father, I think," Eddie replied. "Of course some of the things may be Ethelred's, but we didn't have time to find out." "Ethelred's," repeated Father Howard. "Yes, his mamma's darling. And where is Ethelred?" "I think he's on the train by this time, in an old overcoat, and with just about enough money to bring him home. We didn't mind taking everything of value he had, because we felt pretty sure that most of it was stolen, and we knew that whatever was his could be returned to him along with his trunk." "Well, suppose you tell me all about it." Devereux told his story with a zest, and Father Howard listened with unaffected interest and delight. "When I hear a thing like that," said the Vice President at the end of the recital, "I can hardly keep from wishing that I was a boy again. Now you may all go to the infirmary, and tomorrow morning take a late sleep. You have had a great deal of fun, and done a good deed too. Tomorrow I shall try to find out who owns all these things, and send what is unclaimed to Ethelred. Good night, boys. I am very much obliged to you indeed." So soliloquized the father, gazing at the valise which bore the initials of Peter Lane. This is the end of Ethelred Preston. The prefect of the college had made the like remark on a like occasion. He was mistaken. As the sequel will show, Father Howard was mistaken too. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer, by Francis J. Finn. A memorable morning. The following day, while the students of Henryton College were at their breakfast, Earl Meriwether was solemnly baptised into the Catholic Church. At his request, no one was present, with the exception of Eddie, the happiest of godfathers, Roger Haynes, and 4 others of his classmates. Earl's face, as the services proceeded, was aglow with holy joy, and when Father Noland poured the regenerating water upon his head, and pronounced in solemn and fervent tones the sacramental words, Earl, realising the beauty of the garment invisible upon his soul, and the sweet union between himself and the most blessed Trinity, could not restrain his tears. It was the second time since his entering college that Devereux had seen Earl weep. 5 days ago, his tears had been tears of anguish. Now they were tears of supreme joy. There was a special breakfast prepared for Earl and his 5 companions. On the centre of the table, a beautiful lily bowed its perfect chalice, and 3 splendid roses blushed before the blushing neophyte. Around Earl's plate were grouped a prayer book, a pair of beads, a Sacred Heart badge, a silver medal of the Immaculate Conception, and an ivory crucifix. "They're all yours, godson," said Eddie, who wanted to dance. "The prayer book is from the Godfather, the beads from Father Noland, the crucifix from Roger, and the medal from Peter Lane. The flowers are from the other fellows here, and just sit down and pitch in," he added enthusiastically. "There are biscuits for breakfast, and all the butter a fellow can use." It was a merry breakfast. They talked of many things, but finally settled upon the departed darling, and once upon that topic never left it. "Just think," said Eddie. "He came here last Thursday morning, not quite a week yet, and it seems as though he's been here 3 weeks. "He woke us up," said Roger. "That's so," assented Ed. "Things were getting awfully dull when he came along. We hadn't had any fun to speak of since the Christmas holidays." "I've noticed," said Earl, "that the month of January is generally the dullest month of the school year." "But this month wasn't," said Ed. "It would have been, only for the darling. When he came along I was so dead that I was thinking of applying for a burial permit. But since that time everything has been on the go." "Very much so," added Roger. "First, on the day he came, Earl got into that row with Mr. Gade." "Oh, that reminds me," broke in Ed. "Mr. Gade gave me something for you, and I came near forgetting all about it." Eddie pulled out an envelope as he spoke and handed it to Earl. Earl opened it and found that it contained a picture and some verses. "Did Mr. Gade write a poem for you, Earl?" asked Father Noland. Earl, before replying, ran his eyes over the manuscript. "Yes, Father," he made answer, "and it seems to be very beautiful. Isn't it kind of him?" "More kind of him than you think, Earl, for Mr. Gade, though a poet, is very chary of his verses. I wanted him to write something for me lately, and he answered by quoting a few lines from a young Englishman named William Watson, who, with Thomson, promises to take the highest place among the poets of the day. Mr. Gade had Watson's book afresh from the publisher upon his desk, and said as he closed it, "Not mine the rich and showering hand that strews the facile largesse of a stintless muse. A fitful presence, seldom tarrying long, capriciously she touches me to song, then leaves me to lament her flight in vain, and wonder will she ever come again. And then, Earl," he added, "if I have an hour to spare, I shall give it to my dear pupil, Earl Meriwether. You may rest assured, then, that aside from the occasion, Mr. Gade's verses are well worthy of being treasured. Probably, the older you grow, the more you will appreciate them." "I believe you, sir," and Earl put the envelope with its enclosure very carefully away. "Well," resumed Roger, "just think of all that has happened since Ethelred arrived. After Ethelred's trouble in the morning, we had a boxing match at noon, and then Ethelred passes a new examination under the direction of Peter Sullivan and Ed Land. Next, he goes to bed in the music teacher's room, and is quiet for half a day. Then he climbs down a rope." "And don't forget to remember," put in Ed Devereux, "that he stole 20 feet of it, and I had to pay the damages. Go on, Roger, only please try not to tire out my godson." And then, when we think we're done with him, he bobs up serenely in the dormitory next morning, and at studies is introduced to us as a reformed runaway. "And after that," added Devereux, "he kept us on the jump for 3 days to find out what he was up to. But there's one thing I feel sorry for. It's the first time since I've been here that I was ever thrown in with a student who was a thief. It's so disgusting to live near such a fellow. Last night, when I was searching him and pulling out things that belonged to the boys I knew, I felt very much like setting the whole crowd onto him to give him a pounding. I'm very glad I didn't yield. It would have been an act of revenge, and the conduct of a savage." "Ethelred has been formally expelled, I hear," said Roger. "I feel bad for his poor mother," said Earl. "The boy will break her heart. She is a very refined woman, and I can't understand how Ethelred could live under her care, and be what he is." "By the way, Earl," said Eddie, helping himself to another biscuit, "the darling went off in your overcoat, coat, and vest." "Did he have my overcoat too? I lent him the other things, and am not surprised at his taking them, but I am surprised that he should take my coat. He's the first boy I ever came across who had no sense of gratitude at all," said Roger Haynes, putting down his knife and fork. "Why, just think of the way he's acted with Earl Meriwether. Earl has been doing everything to make him feel at home. He lent him clothes, gave him postage stamps, treated him to candy a dozen times, and he went with him when the other boys fought shy of him. The last thing in return for all this is that the darling makes off with his overcoat. It's downright disgusting. I didn't think there were any boys made that way." "A great deal of the selfishness and ingratitude in the world," said Father Noland, "is to be accounted for by a passion for money-getting. People who allow the love of money to grow upon them soon come to lose their love for everything else. Few boys have such a passion for gain as Ethelred seems to have." "Well, he's done anyhow," Eddie observed. "And he'll not show his face here again," added Haynes. "There's not a single boy in the yard would touch him with a 10-foot pole." "Poor fellow," said Earl. "We are abusing him, when we ought to pity him. He was an unhappy boy when he was here, and he was unhappy when he left. I feel sorry for him." And with this charitable comment, Earl rose, and, forgetting Ethelred on the moment, put himself to preparing for the first Friday. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer, by Francis J. Finn. Chapter 19. Ethelred Preston, Brighton, Albany Villa. It was noon recess on Thursday morning. The small boys, with the exception of a few stragglers, were all gathered together discussing the disappearance of Ethelred Preston, and examining the various articles, just restored to them, which the darling had attempted to run away with. "Halloa!" said Peter Lane suddenly. "Here comes Earl Meriwether, and there's something queer about his face. He looks puzzled, and he's going to tell us some news," said Johnny Martin, the sharp-eyed. "What is it, Earl?" cried Peter. "Boys, I have the most extraordinary news." Every head was fixed in attention. "Ethelred Preston is back again." The boys stood as if they had been cast into a trance. "He's in the parlour with Father Edmonds," Earl went on. The listeners began to look at each other with puzzled faces. "Is he to be arrested, Earl?" inquired Devereux. "It seems not. I haven't seen Ethelred yet, but I just now met Father Howard, and he was laughing. I don't see yet why he was laughing. He contrived to tell me between his laughs that 15 minutes ago the man at the door brought the president of the college a card that read, 'Master Ethelred Preston, Albany Villa, Brighton. At home Tuesdays.'" "And what did Father Edmonds do when he got that card?" inquired Haynes. "When Father Edmonds got that card, he ordered the secretary to telephone for a policeman." There was a sigh of relief from the auditors. Then Father Edmonds waited till the policeman came, and asked him to stay in the hall outside the parlour for a moment. The president entered the parlour, and came out in a minute, and told the policeman that there would be no need of his services. "Oh!" This was but one of the many expressions of astonishment which this announcement provoked. "But I haven't told you the strangest part yet. Father Howard says that not only has Father Edmonds decided not to arrest Ethelred, but he has actually entered his name as a student of the college." "Oh, there's a joke somewhere," cried Haynes. "That's what I said to Father Howard when he told me that Ethelred was admitted. But he laughed more than ever, and told me that he wanted you all to keep together till he had presented you to Ethelred." "We're not ready to meet him yet, Earl," said Ed Devereux. "There's not a rotten egg in the crowd." "It's queer," commented Earl, "but we little fellows know that the president sees further than we, and—" "Here comes Father Howard," broke in Devereux. All turned quickly towards the entrance to the residence building. There at the top of the steps stood Father Howard, and holding the father's hand in his own was a very small boy with a very pale face. "Boys," said Father Howard, and as he spoke the crowd surged about the steps, "I want to introduce you to your new schoolmate, Ethelred Preston." When the newcomer took off his sailor cap, and, exposing a sunny head of ringlets, bowed gravely, he was facing such a string of stupid, wondering, open-mouthed crowd of petrified figures as one seldom comes upon in this world of constant surprises. He was a singularly pretty boy, with very dark blue eyes and fair regular features. In dress he was a model of neatness. His every movement spoke refinement. Earl was the first to recover himself. Running up the steps, he took the newcomer's hands. "Are you really Ethelred Preston?" "That is my name, sir." answered the lad with a smile and a bow. 3 cheers for Mamma's darling, cried Peter Lane, the small boy with the big voice. Hats and caps went flying in the air, while cheer upon cheer rent the air, till little Ethelred was blushing like a rose. Father Howard, meanwhile, was whispering in Earl's ear. Earl's face lighted up. He nodded assent, and made a motion for silence. Ethelred Preston, you've got a nickname. It's Mamma's darling. How do you like that nickname? I don't like it at all, if you please. I don't like nicknames. Very good. Now I'll tell you what we boys will do. If you explain to us how you happen to be Ethelred Preston, and how it comes that the other Ethelred Preston is not you, we boys will agree to drop your nickname. Isn't that so, boys? There was a hearty and unanimous assent. Thank you, sir, said Ethelred. I shall tell my story with pleasure, if Father Howard has no objections. It will be a pleasure to me to hear it from your lips, Ethelred. Thank you, Father. And Ethelred began his story, and held his audience breathless for 10 minutes. There were certain circumstances, however, which he did not explain, and which came to him afterwards. These points, pieced into his narrative, will be set down in the following chapters. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer, by Francis J. Finn. Chapter 20. Why Ethelred Failed to Reach Henryton in Due Time. It was a chilly morning in late January, when a closed carriage drove up to the station at Brighton. The coachman threw open the door, and there stepped out a lady with a little boy. The lady, evidently a woman of refinement, was in tasty but modest attire. The boy's costume, on the other hand, was picturesque and much out of the ordinary. Any little girl would have detected in the ripple and splendour of his golden ambrosial curls the constraining influence of crimping irons. There were shining buckles upon his low shoes, the largeness of the buckles forcing into notice the smallness of his feet, and sober black silk ribbons, tied in a bow knot, bound his shapely knickerbockers at the knees. He wanted but a sash to complete his resemblance to that darling of all mothers and most girls, little Lord Fauntleroy. The woman was somewhat flushed about the eyes, and had evidently been weeping. The boy, with compressed lips and frowning brow, held his face towards the ground. He was clearly in a pet. From time to time she gazed at him with that pathetic look in which a mother's love unrequited so often expresses itself. But the boy gave her no heed. Involuntarily a sigh broke from her. The little fellow's face, despite himself, softened. He looked up and saw the love shining in that other face. "Mamma," he cried, "please take me along with you." "No, Ethelred dear," the mother made answer, as they walked into the deserted ladies' waiting room. "Your delicate constitution could not endure the hardships of a trip across the ocean at this rude season of the year. And indeed I am sorry that you may not come. You know, my darling, that I shall miss you far more than you will miss me. Try, dear, to be brave and cheerful." The mother's voice faltered on these words. She gathered herself together and added, "Make the parting easy for your mother, my only child." And the kind, tender woman turned away and hid her head in a handkerchief. Let all of us who see by faith, as it were, and from afar, the sacred and heroic love which mothers have for their little ones, let us too turn away our eyes and bow our heads before this loveliness of grief. A moment passed. Then Ethelred returned to the attack. "I don't want to go to a boarding school, Mamma. The boys are so rough, and besides, at Henryton they're all Catholics." Yes, but there are many good Catholics, Ethelred dear. I have known several myself. And Henryton College is so well conducted. I met one of their boys last summer when I visited the sister of Mrs. Meriwether, her boy Earl. He was such a finished little gentleman that I felt anxious for you two to meet. And now I am forced to send you to the college where he is attending. And I feel sure, dear, that if you only put on a brave face, you will like the school very much. But mamma, cried Ethelred, putting his arm about his mother, I can't bear to leave you. Forgetting the time and place, Mrs. Preston threw her arms about the child's neck, and mother and son indulged in a good cry. Ethelred was the first to recover himself, and when he had wiped his eyes, the pout was done. Well, mamma, I'll go to please you. You darling, cried the delighted mother, and she fell to gazing upon the pretty, somewhat effeminate features of her boy, as though for the last time. There was a slight lump in Ethelred's throat, and to relieve it he gave a slight ahem. Have you your cough drops, dear? Yes, mamma. Take one at once. The early morning air is sharp, and your cold is not quite done. I put a bottle of cough medicine in your trunk. Be sure to take it regularly, my darling. Oh dear, how time flies. Only 5 minutes more, and we shall be parted. I won't, mamma. And don't stand on the platform, Ethelred, and be sure to keep your seat. You will reach Henryton at 9 o'clock this morning. Go direct to the college, dear, and don't spend your money on cakes and candies on the way, or you will make yourself sick. Mrs. Preston went on with a series of dotes which lasted until the train, which was to bear Ethelred away, pulled up at the depot. I'm sorry to say that Ethelred, who was somewhat of a spoilt boy, took these prohibitions in bad part. He lapsed again into his pout, and behaved at a moment when signs of extreme affection are most expected, as spoiled children often do in such circumstances. The fond mother, fearing that Ethelred might neglect some of her many injunctions, secured the ear of the conductor. Please keep your eye on my little boy, sir. Ethelred bridled. See that he stays in the sleeper, continued Mrs. Preston. Don't let him run around, please. And keep him out of danger. And, yes, ma'am, all aboard. The conductor waved his hand. Mrs. Preston snatched the last kiss, and presently stood weeping and alone, while the train moved away. Ethelred, as he entered the sleeping car, was in a bad mood. To have the conductor watching over him as if he were a baby. If he had been an infant, his mother could hardly have varied her requests. Ethelred was something of a baby in the small boy's sense of the word, and being a baby, he resented his mother's course far more than a manlier boy would have resented it. To make matters worse, the conductor carried out Mrs. Preston's injunctions with a literalness that was most galling to the spoiled child. He repeated Mrs. Preston's words to the coloured porter, and added a few directions of his own within range of the small boy's burning ears. Ethelred was at one and the same time furious and frightened. 15 minutes had passed over these unpleasant emotions when the train stopped at the station of a very pretty village. Ethelred rose and had gone as far as the platform when he was stopped upon the steps by the porter. No, you don't, Johnny, he said jocosely. Get right back into that car. You just keep quiet, and in an hour you'll be at Henryton. You think I'm a baby? Protested Ethelred. You were once, and you haven't got over it altogether. A few loafers and a passenger laughed at this sally, and, covered with shame, Ethelred retired to the sleeper. He had hardly taken his seat when an overgrown boy with a big tray entered the car, looked about eagerly, and finally fixed his small eyes upon Ethelred. After a short survey, he approached. I say, young fella, he said, seating himself behind the little lad, I'd like to show you something that you want. As he spoke, he uncovered his tray and exposed to view a collection of cuffs, collars, and odds and ends. "See there, look at these suspenders. I've got 'em in all sizes, and for every age. Here's a pair will fit you. Just look at them galluses." And with considerable enthusiasm shining from his eyes, the strange boy dangled a pair of suspenders in Ethelred's face. "If you please," said Ethelred, "I don't want any suspenders. But just feel 'em. See the way they stretch. They're just running over with elastic, and they'll last you till you're so big that you won't want to wear 'em any more. I tell you I don't want them. You only think you don't want 'em. Why, I'll let you have this pair for 60 cents, and they cost me 75 cents wholesale. I can swear it to you. I tell you I don't want them. I don't wear suspenders. I wear a belt." The pedlar gazed at Ethelred with much pity upon his mottled face. "What, a fellow your size not wearing suspenders? You ought to, unless you want to be a baby. Every boy that goes to school wears suspenders. Don't you go to school?" "I'm on my way to school now, but I don't want to go to school." "Then take a pair of suspenders with you. Here, I'll just give 'em to you. Take 'em for 45 cents. If I want suspenders, I can get them at that old school. What school are you going to?" "Henryton College." "I've been going to school all my life," continued Ethelred, with a pout. "At least I've been kept at my books day after day, and I'm about tired of it. And besides, I don't care about going to an old boarding college." "I wish I had your chance," said the pedlar. "Here I am, 17 years old, and scarcely no schooling at all. I've been peddling suspenders and things all my life pretty near, and I'm tired of it. I'd much rather peddle suspenders than go to school." Ethelred, as he spoke, pouted so successfully that he presented what is popularly known as a baby face to his new acquaintance. But that young man's sense of humour was not disturbed in the least. "And I'd a heap rather go to a boarding school than peddle suspenders." "A boarding school is a penitentiary," added Ethelred, with another baby face of disgust. "You get clothed and lodged and educated, though. They learn you all kind of things." "But I don't want to learn. My head is tired of names of flowers and stars and all sorts of stuff. What I want is a holiday. Take these here for 35 cents? No, I don't want suspenders." The pedlar made a feint of putting them away. He paused in the act and said, "Here, 25 cents. Ethelred took the suspenders. The pedlar then put aside his box, and having carefully examined the silver quarter of a dollar, turned to Ethelred. "My name is Packy Jarbo. Is that so?" "Yes, people call me Packy, though my right name is Oliver. What's yourn?" "Ethelred Preston. Was you ever at boarding school before?" "No." "I never was myself. And I don't want to go. I'd rather dig potatoes or hold a plough." "You said a while ago that you'd rather sell suspenders. Is that so?" "Yes, indeed. I'd rather do anything." Packy fell into a study. "Well, I'll tell you what, Preston. If you'd like to sell suspenders, and I'd like to see what a boarding school is like, suppose we change places?" "Oh, no." "So you didn't mean what you said, then? You were telling lies. You were just a-blowing." "No, I wasn't. But we can't change places without being found out. Besides, even if I didn't care about going to boarding school, it doesn't follow that I feel like running away. Didn't you just say a minute ago that you was never at a boarding school in your life?" "Yes." "Then the people who teach at that school don't know you, do they?" "No, I never met any of them. And what is more, I don't want to meet any of them either." "And you don't know any of the boys that go to that school?" "No. I heard of one boy, but I never saw one of them yet." "Well then, why couldn't I go in your place? No one would know the difference." Little Ethelred had not the courage to say that such an exchange would be wrong. Like most mamma's darlings, he was weak, so he contented himself with answering, It would be all right, perhaps, for a day or two, but they would find out after a while that there was something wrong. You couldn't use my clothes, and when you'd open my trunk, everybody would see that the things in it could not possibly belong to you." Packy Jarbo here made a digression, inquiring into the price of Ethelred's shoes, and of various other articles. He offered, incidentally, to buy Ethelred a much nattier suit for $5. Ethelred did not happen to need a suit. Packy thereupon returned to the main question. "You said just now that I could take your place for a day or so only without getting found out." "Yes, I'm sure it is so." "Well, suppose we change places for 2 days." Ethelred looked alarmed. "You needn't try to back out," continued Packy eagerly. "Here's the way we can do it. I'll go on right now to Henryton College and present myself as you. Today is Thursday, and I stay there today. And tomorrow night I clear out, and you come in on Saturday morning." "I'd rather not," said Ethelred uneasily. "But look, you'll have a fine show to learn what a peddler's life is. It will be lots of fun for you, and I'll have a chance to see how a boarding school is worked. I'll let you have a peddler's outfit, and I'll give you a map of my route. Just think of it. You'll be your own boss for 2 days." Ethelred could not refrain from showing some pleasure at this last inducement. "And then," continued the enterprising Packy, "it will be such a joke. You come to college on Saturday morning, and when the boys learn how you fooled 'em, they'll think you're awful smart. It will be a great joke." "That's so, but then I think I should like to—" "Oh, well, if you're afraid to stand by what you said, all right. You're a little coward and won't go anywhere without your mamma's along. Them things on your knickerbockers at your knees are her apron strings, and you're tied to 'em." "I'm not a coward, and I'm not afraid," answered Ethelred with flashing eyes. "Only I don't care about trying that plan. You are a coward, and you are afraid, and I just dare you to change places with me for 2 days." "Ah, you little coward, you daren't." "Just to show you that I'm not afraid," cried Ethelred, "I will change places with you. There, you think I can't take care of myself because I'm small. You may go to Henryton College in my place. And now tell me what I'm to do." "Shake hands on that," said Packy. "That's right. You've got more sand than I thought." "Well, first of all, instead of getting off at Henryton, you get off at Collingsville, which isn't so far up the road. And that's as far as my ticket goes. This morning and this afternoon, you take in Collingsville, and sell all the suspenders and notions that you can there. And then this afternoon, about 4, you start off for Hagertown, which is just 7 miles from Collingsville. How do I get there? It's not on the railroad. You walk." "Walk 7 miles?" cried Ethelred, opening his eyes and holding up his hands. "Yes, of course. You're not a baby. There's no way of riding there. The railroad doesn't run through it, and you don't want to hire a carriage. You must look out not to get lost. I'll tell you the way after a while, and if you forget it, you can ask most any person in Collingsville. It isn't 7 miles, continued Packy, noticing Ethelred was still frightened. It's only about 4. I said 7 to scare you. When you get to Hagertown, there's a sort of hotel the first thing you come to as you walk along the road. It's kept by an uncle of mine, and he'll give you a bed and supper and breakfast the next morning cheap. Then you go around and sell what you can in the village, and stay that night at my uncle's again. Next morning, you leave the suspenders that are left over and the other traps, with my uncle and all the money you've got in the sales, and go back to Collingsville, so as to catch the train that passes at 8:50 for Henryton. See? Yes, but I don't know how to sell these things. I'll give you the prices on a list. It's all written out. And now you must show me how to play my part. They'll suspect something when you get to the college, Because they know I'm a little fellow. How do they know that? Because Ma showed me the letter she wrote to the president of the college. She talks about her little Ethelred, and tells him what care he must take of me. When the president sees you, he'll know that something is wrong. Don't you see any way of my getting over that? Asked Packy anxiously. Why, yes, answered Ethelred, after a short pause, and with some reluctance. You know mothers don't notice how fast their children grow. You look as though you've been growing lately. That's so. I think I can talk them over that. But why don't you want to go to school for 2 days? There's no sense in that. Yes, there is. I want to get an idea of what it's like. Packy counted on finding his profit out of the 2 days at Henryton. At the very worst, he could borrow $5 or $6. In any event, he trusted to his luck. He would contrive to be none the poorer for his 2 days away from his regular calling. The two of them then fell to comparing notes. Ethelred told Packy about his mother, his home, Earl Meriwether, and crammed the enterprising peddler for his new role. He gave him a few of his visiting cards and provided him with the letter of recommendation from the pastor of his native town. In return, Packy Jarbo furnished Ethelred with a price list, explaining very carefully, as he did so, all the details. He also wrote out a little map showing the roads to be taken, from Collingsville to Hagertown. There now, said Packy, passing over his stock to Ethelred. You know your part, and I know mine. Here we are at Collingsville. It's only 12 or 13 miles from Henryton. Well, so long. Packy helped Ethelred out, and once they were upon the platform of the station, showed himself very solicitous in adjusting about Ethelred's neck the strap which supported the pack. He hung over Ethelred for rather a long time, tugging here, pulling there. 2 hours later in the day, Ethelred missed $3 silver from his vest pocket, and wondered how he could have lost them. At the present moment, however, he stood very much confused and perplexed, watching the receding train and wondering how he had been so foolish and so wicked as to have allowed himself to be drawn into this cheap and dishonest trick. I'm a goose, he said to himself. Poor Ethelred was right in his self-condemnation. Strictly speaking, he was not a goose, but he had allowed a fit of peevishness and a bit of human respect to drag him into a position which was neither wise nor honourable. The little lad, clad in a dainty suit and carrying a peddler's pack, excited no little interest and comment in the little village of Collingsville. He had the polite ways of a homebred boy, and people were astonished at the incongruity. Ladies, who as a rule made short work of peddlers, were pleased to examine Ethelred's wares, and several of them made purchases. Ethelred began to enjoy the situation. Before noon he had sold $3 worth of his goods. By this time the village youth had discovered him. They rallied together, 12 or 15, and in the simplicity of their heavy coats, coarse caps, and woolen mittens, began to pass invidious remarks upon Ethelred's more complex attire. "We just come out of the bandbox," said one. "Just look at the latest style." "Say, are you a boy or a girl?" inquired a third. Ethelred flushed. "Go away, please," he said. "There's a fellow here your size would like to lick you," suggested another pleasantly, and he put his hand upon a sturdy, tanned lad, no taller than Ethelred, but much stouter. "I'll do it with one hand tied behind my back," asserted the young bantam. "Here, you, Tommy Taggart, go home now, or I'll tell your mother on you. Go away from here, all you boys, d'ye hear?" The woman who thus interrupted the opening of hostilities was standing on the threshold of her house, and judging by her face and manner, she was of more than ordinary consequence in Collingsville. Tommy was the first to take his leave, and the others, not slow to follow, left Ethelred facing Mrs. Rainey. "Thank you, ma'am," said Ethelred, removing his hat. "What are you doing here, little boy?" continued Mrs. Rainey. "I'm trying to sell all sorts of things, ma'am. I'm a peddler." The lady cast a longing look upon the bright face before her and sighed. She had no child to gladden her home. "It's a pity to see a little fellow like you at such work. You ought to be at school, my dear." "I have been to school, ma'am, a good deal." "I thought so. Your manners are not what one would expect of a person of your calling. Where did you go to school?" "Please, mayn't I show you some of my wares?" Ethelred said. Ethelred, in thus changing the subject, evinced that he did not wish to enter into the question of his past life. "Yes, child, come inside, it is cold." "Don't you feel the weather?" "My toes do, ma'am," returned the lad. "Thank you, I shall come in gladly." Mrs. Rainey, who was the wife of the village banker, made several purchases. "And now, my boy, won't you take dinner with me? I never asked a peddler to dinner before, but you are a little boy, and a good little boy, and I can see behind it all a dear, loving mother." Here Ethelred, as he thought of his mother, of his ungrateful parting from her, of his ungrateful conduct, could contain his emotions no longer, and he burst into a fit of weeping. There, my dear," said Mrs. Rainey, leaving the doorway, advancing to the gate, and patting the boy on the head. "I see there is something in your past life that I won't ask anything about." "Thank you, ma'am," said Ethelred. "There is something sad, but not the way you think. I am obliged to you for not asking me to explain. I shall explain to you by letter in a few days. I am ashamed to now." Had Ethelred there and then unbosomed himself, as he prompted to do, he would have been spared much suffering, but shame held him silent. Even had he then and there resolved to bring to an end his career as a peddler, all might have gone well with him. But he had promised to do Packy's work faithfully, and he clung to his resolution. Accordingly, after a hearty dinner and a pleasant chat with Mrs. Rainey, Ethelred, with profuse and sincere thanks, took up his pack and bade her farewell. "So you are going to Hagertown, my dear? You know the way, I suppose?" "I've got a map of the roads which I am to take in my pocket, ma'am." "This road past your house is the main road, isn't it?" "Yes, my dear, you go along it for full 2.5 miles before you turn. Good-bye." The kind lady, in a motherly fashion, kissed the little lad and said, "Don't forget to write to me and tell me your name and all about yourself. You have given me a very bright hour. God has showered his benefits upon me. A good husband, true friends, education, means. But, my dear, the little boy of mine, who should be about your age, lies over there." And she pointed towards the graveyard, which she did not see, for her eyes were dimmed with tears. Ethelred departed, thinking of his fond mother. Oh, how he wished he could recall that hour of parting, and that silly conspiracy on board the train. Ethelred was resolved henceforth to be a different boy in his dealings with his mother. Half an hour's walk told upon him. He had been on his feet for several hours of the morning, and the pack was heavy. Moreover, he was unaccustomed to this manner of life. Worst of all, he was growing colder, and the wind from the north made every step a struggle. He was a very tired, a very sad, and a very repentant boy before he came to the first turn in the road. And now the question was, which direction to take? He laid down his pack and felt in his pockets for the rude map. It was gone. Then little Ethelred cried heartily, after the fashion of mamma's little darlings in such circumstances. His feet were aching with the cold, his hands were benumbed. There was a strange feeling about his ears, not a sharp, but a dull, dead pain. He looked about him. There was not a house in sight, and to crown it all, darkness was coming on apace, over the dull, dead fields, and the naked trees, through the branches of which the bitter wind howled in desolation. It was getting colder every moment. and, inexperienced as he was, Ethelred recognized the danger of resting in such an exposure. He arose with a heavy heart, and trusting to luck, turned to the right. And very soon, so weary and footsore had he become, he abandoned all hope of reaching Hagertown that night. In the distance he saw a light shining. It was probably a farmhouse. If he could only reach that light. On he trudged with failing step. The dull pains from the cold had grown duller. This cheered him. Had he known what the change meant, he would have been frightened. The boy was in danger of freezing to death. At length, one of the weariest, longest quarter of an hour in his life, he came opposite the light. It shone from a large homestead, back some 50 feet from the roadside fence. With little difficulty Ethelred found the gate, and he was feeling for the latch when a low growl brought his heart to his mouth, and a large mastiff came bounding towards him. Ethelred stood in great fear of dogs. Many who are not mamma's darlings share the same dread. He turned and ran back the way he had come, ran till his legs refused to do their duty. The run promised to be disastrous in its consequences. He felt as if he were about to faint. Even the cold ground seemed to invite him. He thought of his mother, but he did not cry. It was a time to act, and act quickly. Unfastening the cap, he threw it upon the road, and summoning all his strength, made on, determined to reach Mrs. Rainey's house, which stood at the outskirts of the village. Thus relieved by the abandonment of Packy Jarbo's pack, for a few minutes he advanced with new energy, and he congratulated himself that the pain had all gone. But how drowsy he was getting! He felt that he could sleep for 24 hours at a stretch. More than once he was on the point of throwing himself upon the wayside, but some blind instinct withheld him from indulging in a sleep which would in all likelihood have known no waking. At length he reached the main road, and turned, oh so wearily, toward Mrs. Rainey's. In the distance he saw another light. It was near. It was moving. Nearer and nearer it came, while upon the still air there fell the sound of falling hoofs and moving wheels. "Help!" called Ethelred. A lantern flashed out from the buggy, and moved about rapidly till it rested upon Ethelred. "Are you the boy that was at Mrs. Rainey's?" "Yes, let me in. I want to sleep." A gentleman jumped from the buggy, ran up to Ethelred, and as he threw the light upon his face and noticed how white the extremities had become, he exclaimed, "My God, just in time. The boy is freezing to death." Ethelred did not hear this. He had fallen into the man's arms, an inert mass. Quickly conveying him to the buggy, the man forced some liquor down his throat, wrapped him carefully in a large buffalo robe, and, turning round, touched his horse with a whip. The animal was a blooded horse. He sprang forward with all speed, as though he realized he were racing against death. "Go on, Prince, go on!" cried the driver. "Go on, old boy, as if it's your last race." In little more than 4 minutes they drew up at Mrs. Rainey's. Even as they paused, the good woman threw open the door. "Did you find him?" she cried. "Yes, wife, your presentiment was correct. I was just in time to catch the boy before he was frozen." As Mr. Rainey spoke, he came hurrying across the lawn, with the boy bundled as he was in the robe. "Here, my dear, take him in charge, while I go off again for Dr. Marmon. I shall be back in 10 minutes. It was an anxious hour that followed, but thanks to the care and love and sacrifice and prompt medical treatment, the boy was soon pronounced out of danger. In the evening paper of the following day there was published this item of news: "Adventures of a Peddler. He didn't know the way, and the day was cold." A very small boy undertook to be a peddler. Probably he will try some other occupation when he recovers. He started out quite bravely yesterday morning, and did quite well, but found out before night that it was a cold day. In going afoot from Collingsville to Hagertown, the enterprising youth lost his road and was nearly frozen to death. Mr. Rainey, one of the leading citizens of Collingsville, picked him up in an unconscious condition. A reporter tried to have an interview with the partially thought-out young gentleman, but Mrs. Rainey objected, asserting that the boy was too sick to talk. His name and place of residence are still unknown. The youngster, who is described as a rather pretty lad, strangely dressed for one in his class of life, will not be able to get about for several days, and it is not likely that he will be quite so chipper when he next takes the road. It was this piece of cheap newspaper wit which caused Packy Jarbo such surprise at the railroad station on the night of his first attempt at running away. On the instant he changed his plans. He would return to college and spend a few more days in the hope of fleecing some of the students. The danger of detection was great, but Packy did not mind taking a risk. Before returning to the college, Packy scribbled a note to his uncle, the hotel keeper, which, without disclosing fully the state of affairs, he entreated him to send a health bulletin every day concerning the boy who lay sick at Mr. Rainey's house. The answers were to be forwarded to Master Packy Jarbo, Henryton, P.O. Packy next made a confederate and mail carrier of the day scholar Farewell, and thus succeeded in keeping informed of Ethelred's movements. The following letter was the last he received. Tuesday, 31st of January, 1890 Dear nephew, the boy is getting round quite smart, and he will leave Rainey's next Wednesday. They say he is going to a school. He is not a peddler. I seen him today. He was sitting in a window and looking tolerable. Why are you so anxious about his health? Your loving uncle, Calvin Jarbo. Packy had anticipated the news contained in this note, and he was prepared when he received it to run away at an hour's notice. He took flight accordingly after studies on the same evening, with what results the reader already knows. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer, by Francis J. Finn. Chapter 21, in which Ethelred finds the best of mothers. "Well, my dear," said Mrs. Rainey on Thursday morning, "we shall have to lose you." "No, it is I who am going to lose you, ma'am," said little Ethelred, who, seated at the breakfast table, was eating with the appetite which youth and convalescence are wont to develop. "Only for your kindness, I don't know what would have happened to me." "I took your mother's place, dear," said Mrs. Rainey simply. "When you told me your story yesterday, I was so relieved. So long as I did not know the true circumstances of the case, it pained me to think that you were to take up that wretched peddler's life again." "That is over," said Ethelred. "I've been taught a lesson. When Mamma comes back, I think she will find me a different boy. I felt awful sorry for my conduct toward her after I left you that day and began to freeze on the road. And then, ma'am, since I've been with you, I've learned a lot. One of the reasons I had for going off as a peddler was because Henryton College was a Catholic school. The people around our place are all bitter against Catholics, and I believed everything I heard. No one can blame you for that, Ethelred. You were the first Catholic I ever met, Mrs. Rainey, and when I came to myself in your house and saw a crucifix over the bed I was on and a picture of the Virgin, I saw your kind face bending down over me, too, and there were tears of joy in your eyes because I had come to myself. Then I felt that there couldn't be anything so bad about Catholics, and you were just like my mother the way you treated me." Mrs. Rainey's face grew very tender as she listened. "And sometimes," continued the eloquent lad, "when you thought I was asleep, I wasn't, and I used to watch you saying prayers on beads. I liked to look at your face then. It used to look something like the beautiful face of the Virgin in the picture." "No, I'm in earnest," pursued Ethelred, noticing Mrs. Rainey's depreciatory gesture. "And now I shall always be glad to see a crucifix or a picture of the Virgin, for they will make me remember your kindness." Mrs. Rainey kissed the little boy, but said nothing. "I'm ashamed to write to Mamma about my conduct, Mrs. Rainey, and I hope you'll do it for me. I know you will put it kindly, and don't forget to tell her how sorry I am." "I shall write to her this day, Ethelred, and will tell her that you are now well and about to go to college, and that you go there with a strong intention of doing well." "Thank you, ma'am. In a day or so, when I get settled down at Henryton, I will write to her myself and tell her of your kindness, and I will tell her, too, that I intend wearing that miraculous medal you gave me around my neck till I die." With regard to the miraculous medal, a word of explanation should be given. An hour or two after Ethelred's departure from her home, Mrs. Rainey, as was her custom, said some short prayers to the Blessed Virgin, concluding with a petition for the safety of the little peddler. She kissed her medal at the end, and even as she did so, it was borne in upon her that the boy peddler was in danger. Mrs. Rainey went over to the window and threw it open. It was a biting breeze that blew upon her. She had not thought it so cold. How could a child such as he bear exposure to such a temperature? Mrs. Rainey took out her beads and said them earnestly for the little wanderer, whose pretty ways and childlike innocence had won her heart. She was finishing the last decade when the sound of wheels without brought her breathless to the gate. "Don't get out yet, James," she said to her husband. "There's a little boy peddler gone down the road to Hagertown. I feel sure that he is in danger. He is no ordinary peddler, and there is something mysterious about him. He looks as if he could not stand much exposure. It may be imagination, but I shall not rest tonight unless I know that something has been done to help him. He was on his way to Jarbo's Hotel. Won't you please? Oh, but you must be cold. Here, let me go. It's a short drive." "I'm not that kind of man, Martha. Cold. Why, I feel as comfortable as a polar bear. You may be mistaken, but mistake or not, it's a charitable and a kind impulse. Get up there, Prince. I say, Martha," he added as the horse turned, "have a warm supper ready, and good-bye." And when Mr. Rainey returned with the poor boy, one of the first things Mrs. Rainey did was to put her miraculous medal on the breast of the sufferer and commission his recovery to the office of the Immaculate Queen. All of this she had told Ethelred with her usual simplicity, and Ethelred, looking at her, had said, "Mamma is one, and you are two, and she," holding up the medal, "is three. I have 3 mothers now." Mrs. Rainey accompanied Ethelred to Henryton. She told her beautiful story to the president, and had she really been Ethelred's own mother, she could not have pleaded more effectively for the runaway. The boy was received unconditionally. End of Chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer, by Francis J. Finn. Chapter The Last. "What a happy crowd!" exclaimed Father Noland as he entered the boys' refectory on the morning of the first Friday in February. "Come here, Father. Come here. Sit near me. This is the best place." The eager young voices produced a babble of welcome, while the good old father stood smiling and undecided. Earl, the first communicant, sat at the head of the table, and the loveliness of his soul seemed to shine forth from his noble face. To his right, scarcely less happy, sat little Ethelred, and to his left that giddy young godfather, Devereux, who could not sit still for very joy, but kept bobbing up and down like a jack-in-the-box. Roger Haynes and Peter Lane were there too, and waiting upon the breakfast party were the vice president and the venerable treasurer of the college. "It's all like a story out of a book, Father Noland," cried Devereux, who had leaped up and, catching the father's cincture, gently forced him to the place nearest Earl. "We thought we had a lot of adventures here, but the real Ethelred Preston story beat ours." "There was some sort of providence in the whole matter," said Earl gravely. "I couldn't help thinking of it this morning after communion. Just 1 week ago I was determined never to become a Catholic. I was angry and spiteful, and I really thought that I should never change. And do you know, Ethelred, that if you had arrived that day as you should have arrived, I believe that I should have stuck to my resolution." Little Ethelred stopped eating to put on the look of astonishment. "You see, you're a nice fellow, and you have a good home training. There isn't a boy in the yard that is better off in that respect than you are. Most of us, in judging others, go a great deal by manners, and I'd have compared you with the average Catholic boys here, which would not have been to their advantage, and you would have helped to confirm me in my notion of sticking to Protestantism." "You are going to be an analyst, Earl," said Father Noland. "What you say is quite true. Most of us judge by the exterior, and outward respectability is often taken for morality and religion. And perhaps for that very reason it was the false Ethelred that threw cold water on my resolution." "So then, the boy you call Mamma's darling converted you?" observed Ethelred. "He certainly had a great deal to do with it." "Which shows," put in Father Noland, "in what wondrous ways God brings about his holy will. So Mamma's darling, by coming here, did a heap of good without knowing it," said Roger. "And just think of all the fun he afforded us," chimed in Devereux. "In fact, he has done good to almost everyone except himself," said Earl. "What a pity he didn't get some improvement out of the adventure." "Perhaps he has, my boy," said Father Noland. "The boy's dishonest schemes all went wrong. That may be a lesson. Again, he has been in good company for a week, and no one but God knows how much hidden good is done by good example. You yourself, Earl, were very kind to him, and I cannot think that all your kindness has gone for nothing. Let us hope that the boy may be better and wiser for his adventures and misadventures at Henryton College. I feel bound to pray for him. Without intending it, he did me a great deal of good," said Earl. "And you, Ethelred, what have you to say for yourself?" asked Father Noland. "I can't say all I'd like and eat my breakfast, sir. These biscuits are better than our cook's. But it seems to me that if I had come to college the day I should have come, I'd have been chock full of ugliness. I hated Catholics, and I was angry at Mama, and I wouldn't have studied. I did wrong by going off peddling, but God punished me. He nearly froze my ears off. When God is particularly good, he punishes us swiftly, observed Father Harder. When the punishment comes tripping upon the heels of the fault, we see the connection and we repent. That's the way it was with me, sir. The night I was freezing, I prayed in earnest, and I think God heard me. And then it looks as if the Virgin helped to save me. And then I was treated so nicely at Mrs. Rainey's, it knocked the bottom out of all my prejudices. Talks like a book, doesn't he? Whispered Eddie to Roger. Well, Ethelred, said Earl, with his kind, winning smile, there's more than that coming to you from your adventure. What else, Earl? I'm thinking of that medal upon your breast. It is going to convert your mamma and you too some of these days. Ethelred turned his eyes down and blushed. Earl had touched the wish which Mrs. Rainey by her goodness had inspired, and which the company now about him had strengthened. His mother, be it remembered, left him to choose his own religion. And within a year, all who were present at the first communion breakfast recalled the remark, and wondered in the light of its coming true whether it had been a prediction or a prophecy. The end. End of chapter 22. End of Ethelred Preston, or The Adventures of a Newcomer, by Francis J. Finn.